Chapter 1276. Outside a dark prison cell in divine sword weave. 2 prison guards guarded the cell very carefully. Their eyes were filled with excitement. "Big brother, we're going to make a huge contribution this time," the shorter prison guard said excitedly. "That's right. This Li is still so stubborn even after his cultivation was sealed. He refused to say a word even though he was tortured to the brink of death." The taller prison guard nodded. "That's not all. Who knows how many methods were used to pry information out of him. This Li is like a rock in a latrine, smelly and hard. He's covered in wounds. Even his face is a bloody mess. He nearly died from having his tongue pulled out. Now he can't even speak clearly." The shorter prison guard sighed. Even Jin Xiong and the Manor Lord gave up hope. Who would have thought that we would have such an opportunity to make a contribution? The taller prison guard nodded. Li is on his last breath. Now he's finally willing to confess. Once second brother gets his confession, we'll immediately go meet the Manor Lord. However, before that, we absolutely cannot let anyone know. Otherwise, our contribution will be greatly reduced. The shorter prison guard said. "That's right. However, this Li is also strange. He's injured all over, yet he still wants to write down his confession. Can he write it? There's nothing we can do about it. He can't speak clearly after his tongue was pulled out last time." The 2 prison guards were excited. However, the scene inside the sealed cell was different. Li's hair was disheveled and his body was covered in wounds. His face was covered in countless marks. On the ground in front of him was a piece of shen paper. Li was writing with a brush. Whoosh. However, after he put the brush down, a large number of armored soldiers suddenly charged out of the paper. The soldiers seemed to appear out of thin air as they charged at the prison guard beside them. "Not good. Is this the legendary manifestation of Qi?" The jailer suddenly cried out in surprise. Boom. The prison guard was slammed into the wall by the armored soldiers. The group of soldiers immediately restrained the prison guard. In the blink of an eye, the prison guard's neck was choked and he couldn't speak. However, Li stood up with great difficulty. A sinister smile appeared on his mangled face. "It's right to be eager to make a contribution. However, don't you know that I'm a scholar? A scholar doesn't need a treasure or a blade. All I need is a brush, ink, paper and inkstone. I can write a magnificent army." Ah! A portion of the soldiers that walked out from Li's body trapped the jailer, while the other portion quickly pointed at Li's body. Boom! One by one the soldiers charged towards Li. Li had a pained expression on his face, but he still forced himself to endure the soldiers undoing the seal on him. Rumble. A whole incense stick's worth of time. Crack. The seal in Li's body suddenly cracked open. Oh. Countless amounts of energy quickly floated up and repaired Li's body. "It's finally unsealed," Li said with a ferocious look. With his ancestral immortal cultivation base, he was able to swiftly heal up his severely wounded body. The countless imprints on his face were also being mended at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other hand, the prison guard who was trapped by the armored soldiers had a terrified expression on his face. I'm in big trouble this time." After nearly 2 hours, Li finally healed his injuries. Li looked at that prison guard, and the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile as he said, "It's really all thanks to you that I was able to escape this time." "Woo woo woo." The prison guard cried out in fear. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. Do you know why I let you stay? It's because your body shape is very similar to mine. If I were to leave, wouldn't I need someone to replace me?" Li sneered coldly. "Woo woo woo woo." The prison guard shook his head in fear. "The fact that I didn't kill you after all these years of torture is already the greatest mercy I can give you. You can only blame yourselves for being too greedy. You shouldn't have handed me the brush, ink, paper and inkstone." Ah! Li's eyes were cold as he laughed. Soon, Li swapped the two's clothes. Boom. With a stretch of his hand, Li heavily injured the prison guard's body. The immense pain caused the prison guard to faint instantly. "Faint? Don't wake up if you faint." Li pointed a finger at the prison guard's head. Boom. The prison guard's body trembled, and he showed no signs of waking up. Li tidied up the surroundings, walked slowly to the door and knocked. "Second brother, are you done? The shift is about to change." A shout came from outside the door. Immediately, 2 figures rushed in excitedly. As soon as they entered, they saw Li standing in front of them. Boom. Li, who had recovered his cultivation, instantly killed the 2. With a wave of his hand, the 2 turned into a pile of powder. Li Si waved his sleeve and threw them to a flower bed outside. Li Si swaggered out of the prison cell. Not long after, 3 more people walked past the prison cell. Those 3 bastards, we only delayed them for a while and they escaped. If we let the felons escape, none of us will have a good time. The other 3 prison guards rushed into the prison cell while cursing. As soon as they entered the prison cell, they saw Li Si lying on the ground on the verge of death. The 3 of them looked disgusted. Fortunately, this stubborn old man is still here. As they spoke, the 3 of them went out to guard him again. The Great Jin Holy Court versus Deity Sword Manor. This time the Great Jin Holy Court was aggressive. Although they did not send out the entire country, the troops were all elites of the Great Jin Holy Court. In the early stages they charged to open up new territory. In the later stages a large number of troops and officials rushed forward to govern. After taking down Shijin territory, the Great Jin Holy Court's army split into 4 and went in 4 directions. Yan Chuan led the Terracotta army and rushed straight to Deity Sword territory. Not long after, they arrived at Deity Sword territory. Along the way they did not encounter any obstructions. Yan Chuan did not have the time to destroy the cities one by one. Instead, he went straight to the center of Deity Sword Manor. The closer they got, the more sword-shaped mountains rose into the sky. Roar! The dragon roared, and the Great Jin Holy Court's aura soared into the sky. Not long after, the Great Jin Holy Court's army arrived outside Deity Sword Manor. It was a vast mountain range. There seemed to be 108 giant sword-shaped mountains around it that rose into the sky. Most importantly, there seemed to be an endless amount of fog all around. The fog stretched for hundreds of millions of miles. Although the surrounding mountains and rivers could be seen clearly, it was still somewhat blurry. Yan Chuan led the army and stopped at the entrance of Deity Sword Manor. They could clearly see a peak in the center of Deity Sword Manor. There was a huge palace on top of it. The palace was called Deity Sword Hall. Deity Sword Hall Square. At this moment there were many figures standing there. It was as if they knew that Yan Chuan and the others were coming. Deity Sword Manor was on standby. In the manor, countless sword cultivators stared at the army of 100,000 with unfriendly expressions. Deity Sword Hall Square. Gui Guzi, a white-bearded man, and Jin Xiong stood at the front. Behind them were many experts with imposing auras. Holy King, apart from Dark Gui Guzi, Jin Xiong, and Deity Sword Manor's Manor Lord, there are nearly 15 ancestral immortals. Meng Yi said solemnly. So what? Bai Qi said with an arrogant expression. Meng Yi nodded. At the very least, he was not the only ancestral immortal in his terracotta army. The Great Jin Holy Court had never been afraid of anyone. Yan Chuan, on the other hand, was staring at the 2 people on the square. One was Dark Gui Guzi, and the other was Jin Xiong. Dark Gui Guzi. If not for his extremely dark aura, he would have looked exactly like Gui Guzi. Yan Chuan, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Dark Gui Guzi suddenly sneered. You've brought Deity Sword Manor into the abyss. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Is that so? Dark Gui Guzi sneered. Humph, the surroundings are filled with fog and the dragon veins are surging. Is this a feng shui master's derivative world? Yan Chuan said coldly. That's right. A derivative world that you're familiar with. Yan Chuan, should I call you Ing or Yan Chuan? Ah. Dark Gui Guzi laughed loudly. As he spoke, Dark Gui Guzi gently stomped his foot. With that stomp, the ground suddenly changed from the tip of his foot. The mountain below disappeared, and so did Deity Sword Manor. Instead, it turned into a huge, majestic hall. Skyward Hall. Bai Qi's face darkened. Wasn't Skyward Hall the imperial court of the Great Jin Holy Court? It wasn't over yet. The entire Deity Sword Mountain quickly changed. Feng Shui-derived worlds and everything turned into derivative things. The surroundings suddenly turned into countless pavilions. The disciples of Deity Sword Manor also underwent a huge change. They were originally wearing white clothes, but in the blink of an eye, they turned into official uniforms. The people around them also kept changing. Among them, the leader of Deity Sword Manor suddenly changed and a pair of dragon horns appeared on his head. The ancestral immortals behind him quickly turned into Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Lu Buwei, Li Si and other officials. This is... Meng Yi was shocked. Rumble. Suddenly, a huge sea of fortune clouds appeared in the sky. This sea of fortune clouds was at least 10 times bigger than great zeniths. The officials behind Dark Gui Guzi formed a line of 1,000 people, which was even more magnificent than Great Jin Holy Court's current officials. Ferocious auras surged from all directions like a vast ocean, rushing straight towards Yan Chuan and his group. Dark Guiguzi, who created the derivative worlds, took a step forward. Surrounded by black fog, he lowered his head and slowly raised it. In the black fog, Dark Guiguzi's appearance also changed. At the same time, his clothes turned into a black dragon robe. He held the flat imperial hat in his hand and slowly stood up. Great Thousand World, Great Qin Heavenly Court, I am the Heavenly Emperor. When Guiguzi shouted. His shout reverberated through the 9 heavens. Above the Sea of Luck, the golden dragon with 18 claws raised its head and roared. Roar! The dragon's roar raged. Thousands of soldiers and horses appeared in all directions, surrounding Yan Chuan and the others. In terms of numbers, Yan Chuan and the others were like a small boat in the ocean. The fierce Great Qin army around them surged with endless murderous intent. Zhen Xiong changed into Guiguzi's appearance. The deity sword manners leader had the aura of the dragon race around him. Endless dragon race roared around him. The surging aura surged towards Yan Chuan. The 5 dragons in front of the carriage were already dumbfounded. Wasn't this aura too terrifying? The derivative world gave birth to my first life, the peerless Great Qin? Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed as he said coldly. Chapter 1277. Deity Sword Villa. White mist surrounded the area as the sky changed color. Everything disappeared and turned into a vast city. Heavenly Court City. Skyward Palace entrance. As Guiguzi transformed into Ing, a wild and supreme aura rushed out in all directions. Thousands of soldiers surrounded Yan Chuan's terracotta army in the center. The derivative world gave birth to my first incarnation, the peerless Great Qin? Yan Chuan said coldly. That's right. The first incarnation of you crushed the current you. Interesting. Guiguzi said. Haha, the derivative world is just a feng shui technique. How can it compare to my first incarnation? Besides, the degree of derivation depends on the medium used. Yan Chuan said. Yes, it can't compare. However, don't forget that I'm derived from the entire deity sword villa. My power is naturally many times stronger than nihility. Terracotta army, right? Guiguzi sneered. Guiguzi's incarnation of Ing waved his hand. Crack, 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 crack. A group of bronze-looking soldiers suddenly walked out from the surrounding army. They all looked cold and stared at Yan Chuan and the others. Great Qin's terracotta army in the past. I wonder how strong your terracotta army is now. Guiguzi sneered. He waved his hand. Yes. The bronze terracotta army replied. Load the crossbows. Among the bronze terracotta soldiers, a general who looked like Meng Yi shouted. Meng Yi's face changed. Load the crossbows. Meng Yi also shouted. Boom. The 2 armies quickly aimed their arrows at each other. Fire. Almost at the same time they shouted. The arrows from the 2 sides collided at an extremely fast speed. Boom. Instantly Meng Yi's arrow rain exploded. The arrow rain on the other side was reduced by 70%, but there were still 30% coming. Defend. Meng Yi shouted. Roar. The ancestral immortals in the terracotta army responded and combined their heavenly Daos. Suddenly, nearly 40 heavenly Daos appeared in front of the arrow rain. Boom. After a massive collision, the 40 heavenly Daos shook violently and barely managed to block the attack. The first wave of attacks was blocked. Almost everyone's face sank. The bronze terracotta army was only a derivative of the Great Qin Empire, and it was definitely far inferior to the Great Qin Empire of the past. Even so, how could it compare to the ferocity of the Great Qin Empire? Just how much had this derivative world evolved? Kill? From afar, bronze man Meng Yi shouted loudly, leading the terracotta soldiers to charge over. Go! Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Kill? Meng Yi shouted and led the terracotta soldiers to charge forward. Meng Yi, let me help you break their formation. Bai Qi shouted and rushed forward. Bai Qi rushed out and slashed at the Bronze Legion with his saber. A beam of white light descended from the sky, bringing with it a vast might as it collided with the bronze terracotta army. Bronze Meng Yi's face turned cold. Shield formation. Brr. With a loud roar, the 100,000 soldiers swung out tens of thousands of bronze shields. As soon as the shields appeared, they collided with Bai Qi's saber. Boom. Countless vortexes appeared in the air. Back in Xianyang, Bai Qi's saber strike could instantly destroy the ancestral immortal's heavenly Tao. However, it did nothing here. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Seeing this, Yan Chuan understood that the derivative medium that Dark Guiguzi used must have been something that he carried with him back then. Even he regarded it as a treasure. That was why it could evolve to such a degree. What was it? In the distance, Bai Chi's saber strike did nothing. However, it instantly shot towards the bronze terracotta army. Good. It's easy to come in but don't go out. Shield trap. Bronze man Meng Yi shouted. Boom. Countless shields charged towards Bai Chi in the center. Bai Chi's eyes widened and he suddenly roared. Roar. As he roared, countless blood-red lotuses appeared around him, and a huge golden man appeared. Golden body of the killing path. The moment the golden body of the killing path appeared, it expanded rapidly. A ferocious killing intent shot out from its body and clashed with the shield formation. Boom. The golden body of the killing path was extremely powerful. Suddenly the void exploded and countless bronze terracotta army were sent flying. Ah! Bang! Amidst the miserable cries, many people in the bronze terracotta army exploded. It was as if they were bubbles to begin with. The formation was destroyed with a loud bang. The moment Bai Chi's golden body of the killing path appeared, its power skyrocketed. At this moment the real Meng Yi arrived with the terracotta army. Shield formation. Meng Yi shouted. Just like the bronze terracotta army, a fierce shield formation spread out. It instantly broke the bronze terracotta army's formation. Suddenly, another sky-breaking saber strike slashed towards Bai Chi. Bai Chi's expression changed and he faced the saber. Boom. The two sabers collided and the void exploded. Bai Chi took half a step back before he could stabilize himself. His expression sank as he looked at the other side. On the other side there was a golden body of the killing path standing behind him. The other Bai Chi looked at him coldly. Ha ha, it's me? You want to imitate me? I remember you. You were an ancestral immortal standing behind Gue Guzi. So what if your strength is boosted by the derivative world? Bai Chi had a fierce expression as he stepped forward. The two Bai Chis used the same move again, and the two sabers slashed at each other. Boom. The two sabers collided fiercely. Bai Chi had a fierce expression and so did the other Bai Chi. Neither of them gave way. For a moment they were in a stalemate. Bai Chi snorted coldly. The golden body of the killing path took a step forward and fused with him. Boom. A fierce aura burst out, and the killing intent in the surroundings condensed into billions of sabers that slashed towards the other Bai Chi. The other Bai Chi saw this and quickly fused with the golden body of the killing path. His strength instantly increased. Bai Chi smiled coldly and said, "It's useless. You can't imitate the golden body of the killing path. If you don't kill enough people, any derivation technique will be useless." As Bai Chi shouted, the saber in his hand suddenly burst out with a boundless blood-red light. It slashed through everything and instantly cut the golden body of the killing path in half. Bang! The Bai Chi created by Dark Gue Guzi was killed on the spot. However, Bai Chi heaved a sigh of relief. Obviously, he understood that this derivative world was incredible. Bai Chi took a deep breath and said, "As expected of the trash that separated from Mr. Dark Gue Guzi snorted coldly. Suddenly Wang Jian's sword light soared into the sky, and a blood-red light filled the sky. Meng Tian's spear danced, and boundless blood-red dragon energy shot out. The last one was the Manor Lord, who had transformed into a man with dragon horns. He took a step forward. The ancestor dragon that simulated the Great Thousand Realms? Haha, come together. Bai Chi shouted coldly and charged forward. Boom. Bai Chi and the group of experts instantly engaged in a chaotic battle. Dark Gue Guzi said coldly, "Bai Chi? You actually recovered 30% of your strength from your first life? Yanchuan, you are really lucky." Yanchuan's gaze was cold. Zhao Feng stood at the side, frowning. As for the 5 dragons pulling the chariot, they were stunned. What was going on? Bai Chi? He was so ferocious now, but he only had 30% of his strength from his first life? 30%? Bai Chi waved his hand. At the side, Jin Xiong created Gue Guzi and stepped forward. You cannot use Feng Shui in the Feng Shui derivative world. However, I cultivate both Feng Shui and luck. I can use the life-stealing technique against the enemy. Dark Gue Guzi said. Jin Xiong created Gue Guzi and nodded, stepping forward. Zhao Feng looked at Yan Chuan and frowned. She took a deep breath and said, "Wang Jin Xiong, let me deal with him." "All right. I want to find out what I was back then. Be careful." "Be careful." Yan Chuan nodded. Seeing Zhao Feng step forward, Jin Xiong smiled coldly and said, "Little girl, you also reincarnated? However, you are actually blind?" Zhao Feng took a deep breath. Jin Xiong was her father in her previous life, but he had poisoned her to death in her previous life. From the moment of his death, This father-daughter relationship had ended. However, there was still an ill-fated relationship in her previous life. Zhao Feng wanted to end this karma. Zhen Xiong, I will use the life-stealing technique to kill you and end all karma. Zhao Feng said coldly. Life-stealing technique? Most of your life-stealing technique was not taught by Gui Guzi? I created Gui Guzi now and I have master helping me. You think you can kill me? Zhen Xiong said coldly. As he spoke, Zhen Xiong slowly sat down cross-legged. Zhao Feng also slowly sat down cross-legged. The moment they sat down, countless stars suddenly circled around them. As they circled, the void shook. Then endless blue light gushed out of each of them and charged at each other. Boom. The two blue lights collided in mid-air, as if forming a mirror and colliding with each other. As they collided, the blue light continued to strengthen. Zhao Feng? Haha, I didn't think that after reincarnating dozens of times, your life-stealing technique would become so exquisite. The light of misfortune is actually so endless. Dark Gui Guzi said coldly. Yan Chuan said coldly, these are all things that I played with back then. You want to use them against me? Yan Chuan, I know you're unyielding and unyielding. In this life you'll definitely challenge a higher level. However, you're still too weak now. Compared to your previous life, the difference is too great. Even if we can't recreate the might of Great Qin in the derivative world, it's still not something you can resist. Dark Gui Guzi coldly said. As he spoke, he waved his hand at Zhen Xiong and pointed at the sky. Boom. A vast astral source suddenly appeared in the void. The moment it appeared, it connected with Zhen Xiong's fate chart. Zhen Xiong's life-usurping technique's power skyrocketed. The original blue light instantly became more than 10 times brighter. Zhao Feng could not take it anymore. Yan Chuan also waved his hand. Boom. Behind Zhao Feng, a towering tree suddenly shot up into the sky. As soon as the world tree appeared, green energy surged into Zhao Feng's body. Boom. Zhao Feng's power also skyrocketed. The original blue light also became more than 10 times brighter. The declining momentum instantly disappeared, and it fiercely suppressed Zhen Xiong. Cypress tree? How can you control the old man's cypress tree? Dark Gui Guzi's expression changed. Chapter 1278. Cypress tree? How can you mobilize the old man's cypress tree? Dark Gui Guzi's expression changed. In the distance, Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. From Dark Gui Guzi's tone, Yan Chuan could hear a different feeling. Why can't I mobilize the cypress tree? Yan Chuan asked solemnly. Dark Gui Guzi's eyes widened. The cypress tree is the foundation of the Bai family. It is connected to the old man's life. Other than him, no one can mobilize it. No one can. Unless. Dark Gui Guzi's eyelids twitched as if he didn't dare to say it out loud. Yan Chuan stared at Dark Gui Guzi. Although Dark Gui Guzi was cursing Bai Huang as an old man, Yan Chuan could hear a sense of respect in his tone. Dark Gui Guzi respected Bai Huang. Could it be that Dark Gui Guzi respected him as well? Bai Huang is dead. Yan Chuan sighed softly. What? Impossible. How could the old man be dead? How could he be dead? Dark Gui Guzi suddenly screamed. You've been in this world for some years now. In the past, the cypress tree withered and declined. You should know that it was Bai Huang who died. The cypress tree had nothing left to live for and wanted to die. Until it met me. Yan Chuan said solemnly. The cypress tree wanted to die? So the old man died at that time? The old man is dead? Dark Gui Guzi's eyes suddenly turned red. Suddenly, Dark Gui Guzi clutched his chest in pain. Ah! Dark Gui Guzi screamed in pain. Bastard, I shouldn't have let you hear it, you shouldn't have heard it. Ah, your sorrow resonates with my sorrow? My heart hurts. Dark Gui Guzi clutched his chest and cried out in pain. Yan Chuan stared at Dark Gui Guzi in surprise. Yan Chuan said solemnly, I finally understand. Gui Guzi was Bai Huang's top disciple back then, and his potential was limitless. Bai Huang said that among the disciples of the Bai family, only I could be mentioned in the same breath as Gui Guzi. Back then I had witnessed Gui Guzi's terrifying potential, but in the end he was still lacking. I thought that Bai Huang had misjudged him, but it turns out that he was wrong. It turns out that the Gui Guzi I knew was only half of Gui Guzi. As for you, although you are the body of evil thoughts that split from Gui Guzi, you still have your own emotions just like Yao Tianshang Ju and the Tsar. Dark Gui Guzi had no time to pay attention to Yan Chuan. The surrounding ministers looked at Dark Ghost Guzi worriedly. Dark Gui Guzi clutched his chest in extreme pain. Bastard, don't cause trouble. Bai Huang is dead. We'll just avenge him in the future. The cypress tree is by Huang's legacy. Yan Chuan doesn't deserve it. I'll take the cypress tree first. We'll talk about the rest later. Don't be sad. Dark Gue Guzi roared, clutching his chest. It was as if he was talking to Gue Guzi in his body. However, the grief he felt at this moment was not something that could be stopped with just a few words. If it was just Gue Guzi's grief, he could block it out. The key was that he was also grieving. The resonance of the two sorrows caused Dark Gue Guzi's body to become extremely chaotic. Ministers generals. Dark Gue Guzi roared. Your subjects are here. Tens of millions of soldiers and subjects roared in response. Dark Gue Guzi clutched his chest in pain. Suddenly, someone stepped forward from the crowd. Heaven Emperor, this subject is willing to share your burden and carry out your orders to punish the invader. A minister shouted. Dark Gue Guzi clutched his chest as he nodded and said, Li Si, lead the ministers and generals to kill Yan Chuan on the dragon carriage. Yes. Almost everyone answered in unison. Above the Sea of Providence, a beam of golden light suddenly shot down. It shot straight into Li Si's palm. A large word appeared in the golden light. Order. Li Si received the order and took a step forward. All the soldiers waited for Li Si's orders. Li Si took the lead and walked not far away from Zhen Xiong. He looked around. In the distance, Great Qin's ferocious generals and the dragon race surrounded Bai Qi. Bai Qi was also incredibly ferocious. He swung his saber and countless corpses flew into the air. His golden body of killing shot out billions of saber blades. Boom. Generals fell to Bai Qi's saber one after another. On the other side, the terracotta army defeated the bronze army. Li Si looked around. Close to 100 million people were all ready to go. On the dragon carriage, the 5 dragons were nervous. However, Yan Chuan's expression changed slightly as he stood with his hands behind his back. In the center of Yan Chuan's right palm, there were traces of small stars revolving around it. Clearly, Yan Chuan had also prepared for everything. Gue Guzi clutched his chest to suppress the pain. Li Si held the token and ordered the 3 armies. After taking a deep breath, Li Si held the token and suddenly shouted, Great Qin's Li Si leads the Great Qin's ministers and soldiers to defeat the Great Perfection Celestial Dynasty and bow to the Sage King. Long live the Sage King. Boom. The entire derivative world suddenly shook violently. Countless illusory soldiers and officials followed Li Si's command medallion and bowed respectfully towards Yan Chuan. However, the people created by the deity Sword Manor's disciples were shocked. What? Third Ancestral Master, what are you doing? Third Ancestral Master, why are you surrendering to Yan Chuan? What's going on? Countless people exclaimed in shock. As for Li Si, he suddenly stretched out his hand and struck Zhen Xiong's body. Boom. Under the palm, Zhen Xiong, who was using the life-stealing technique, was caught off guard and was severely injured. Zhen Xiong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. What? Zhen Xiong exclaimed in shock. Boom. Zhao Feng's countless light of misfortune rushed towards Zhen Xiong. In the blink of an eye, endless blue light entered Zhen Xiong's body. Zhen Xiong screamed in horror. Rebels suddenly appeared in the Great Qin Heavenly Court. Once the internal strife occurred, the entire derivative world shook. Rumble. While the world was shaking, Yan Chuan suddenly closed his eyes. After a while, Yan Chuan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at somewhere on the ground. It's actually my imperial seal? Yan Chuan stared. On the other side, Dark Gue Guzi shouted angrily, How dare you? Dark Gue Guzi struck Li Si with his palm. Li Si naturally dodged quickly. Whoosh. Li Si dodged to the side. Who are you? You're not the third founder. Who are you? Zhen Xiong exclaimed. Li Si sneered and said, Of course I'm not your third founder. Zhen Xiong, after torturing me for so long, you don't even remember me? Li Si, you're the real Li Si? Impossible. Yesterday I went to the prison to check on you. Impossible. Zhen Xiong exclaimed. Suddenly, Zhen Xiong's pupils shrunk. I remember now. A month ago, 3 prison guards disappeared. Was you? At that time you ran out. Li Si sneered. On the other side, Zhao Feng quickly activated his life-usurping art. Boundless light of misfortune suddenly swept out in all directions. Not good. Countless people exclaimed. While the derivative world was shaking, Yan Chuan stretched out his hand and formed countless seals. Boom. A golden light hit the ground. Rumble. The derivative world's carrier lost its effect. The derivative world suddenly collapsed. Voila. Countless clouds and mist suddenly dispersed, and countless soldiers were suddenly annihilated. The official robes of the deity Sword Villa's disciples who were turned into subjects of Great Qin also disappeared quickly. Everything was in the process of being restored. The entire derivative world collapsed. The pressure on Bai Qi suddenly decreased. The blade in his hand was even more ferocious. The group of ancestral immortals who surrounded Bai Qi suddenly lost their strength buff. In the blink of an eye, it was a one-sided massacre by Bai Qi. Villa Master, save me. Ah. Villa Master. The group of experts who were killed screamed in horror. Say, no one can save you. Even your Villa Master must die. Bai Qi snorted coldly. Mengyi, you guys deal with the others. I will kill the deity Sword Villa's Villa Master. Bai Qi shouted. Mengyi shouted and commanded the terracotta army to charge forward. When the light of misfortune entered their bodies, they were even more unlucky. Now that they lost their strength buff, they were instantly defeated. The derivative world completely collapsed. Countless soldiers disappeared. Countless strength buffs were lost. The terracotta army and Bai Qi started killing in all directions. There were too many disciples of the deity Sword Villa. They could not be killed in a short period of time. However, there were still some who were afraid of death. Some of the disciples, however, quietly fled in all directions. In the blink of an eye, a disciple of the deity Sword Villa escaped into a dense forest. A black-robed figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Who are you? The disciple exclaimed. Heaven-mending guard. Xing. With a sword light, the disciple of the deity Sword Villa was instantly cut in half. The black-robed figure also disappeared instantly. There were countless disciples of the deity Sword Villa. However, after the light of misfortune entered their bodies, the battle was no longer harmonious. For a time they were defeated. Bai Qi's golden body of killing suppressed the Villa Master of the deity Sword Villa. Zhen Xiong was heavily injured, but he rushed straight to Dark Giguzi. Dark Giguzi looked at everything in front of him in shock. In the blink of an eye, everything was for naught? Bai, you are always so lucky. Dark Giguzi roared angrily. Lucky? You chose the wrong derivative world carrier. Yan Chuan snorted. Teacher, what should we do now? What should we do now? Zhen Xiong asked anxiously. Dark Giguzi took a deep breath and said to Yan Chuan, just you wait. I will be back. Roar. As he spoke, Dark Giguzi stomped his foot. Boom. On the ground, Yin Qi suddenly soared into the sky. The original ground suddenly became transparent. One could vaguely see that under the transparent ground, there were countless ghosts and spirits flying and wreaking havoc. The Netherworld? Teacher, are you going to escape to the Netherworld? Zhen Xiong's eyes lit up. Dark Giguzi was about to nod. However, at this moment, countless ghosts in the Netherworld suddenly crawled on the ground in fear. A man in a dragon robe floated in the air and looked up coldly from the Netherworld. Zombie Yan Chuan? Dark Giguzi's expression changed. Chapter 1279. Zombie Yan Chuan? Dark Giguzi's expression changed. In the Netherworld, Zombie Yan Chuan stood amidst the 10,000 ghosts, looking at Dark Giguzi with a gloomy expression. Is Yan Chuan trying to confuse us? Teacher, Yan Chuan already made arrangements. Zhen Xiong's expression changed drastically. Dark Giguzi's expression turned gloomy. Rumble. Giguzi waved his hand and the Yin energy slowly decreased. Then he closed the Netherworld road. Teacher, there is only one person in the Netherworld. Why did he give up on leaving the Netherworld? Zhen Xiong asked in shock. What do you know? Giguzi said coldly. Others might not know, but Giguzi knew that Zombie Yan Chuan of the Netherworld walked the same path as Ying back then. Although his cultivation base was only at the fourth heaven of ancestral immortal realm, he was definitely more dangerous than the Yang realm. He was more dangerous than everyone here combined. In the distance, Bai Qi was killing everywhere. The Divine Sword Mountain Manor's Villa Master was forced to retreat. Even if the surrounding people could block the Saber Qi, they could not block the burning of the red karmic fire lotus. Instantly, countless people died. The terracotta soldiers displayed their might. They attacked one after another, slaughtering like they were harvesting straw. Anyone who tried to run could not escape the surrounding sword qi. The experts who were known as the Sword Holy Land of the Outer Eastern Continent were killed by some hidden experts. It was quite ironic. In the blink of an eye, the originally invincible position became besieged. Yan Chuan, it seems that I was too careless. Dark Giguzi said after taking a deep breath. Yan Chuan held the Great Qin Imperial Seal in his hand. The Imperial Seal hummed as if it was happy to see its old master again. While the Imperial Seal was excited, Yen Chuan looked at it with a complicated expression. He waved his hand and put away the great Qin imperial seal. Then he looked at Dark Gui Guzi, who was not far away. Dark Gui Guzi, you are already at the end of your rope. Hand over Gui Guzi. Yen Chuan said seriously. Dark Gui Guzi narrowed his eyes and revealed a complicated smile. At the end of my rope? Yen Chuan, you overestimate yourself. I just don't want to kill you. I miscalculated this time. Remember, I will be back. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Boom. A huge hole suddenly appeared in front of Gui Guzi. The other end seemed to lead to another place. Ah, we're saved. Gui Guzi's Guzi. Spatial magic treasure? Yen Chuan's face sank. Gui Guzi took a step forward and shot towards the interior. Jin Xiong and the others also quickly rushed over. Where are you going? Yen Chuan glared at him. Suddenly, a sea of blood rushed towards the huge opening from all directions. Boom. Guzi? Guzi? Guzi Guzi. The spatial hole collapsed with a loud rumble. The people behind Gui Guzi were immediately knocked back. What? Teacher? Jin Xiong exclaimed. The Ya disappeared. Only one person managed to escape, and that was Gui Guzi. The others were all cut off. Zhao Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at Yen Chuan with a complicated expression. The others did not notice. No, maybe one of them did. Li Si noticed, but he was not surprised. At that moment, Yen Chuan could have stopped Gui Guzi as well. However, Yen Chuan deliberately let Gui Guzi go. What? Zhao Feng's expression was complicated, but he did not ask. The people in the surroundings who did not escape were all terrified. No, Guzi. Save me. Jin Xiong exclaimed. However, Dark Gui Guzi was nowhere to be seen. The deity sword villa was facing an unprecedented disaster. What should they do? Jin Xiong's expression changed. Nye Tian kill. Bai Qi shouted in the distance. He merged with the golden body of the killing path and slashed at a great path. Boom. The golden body of the killing path shot out billions of saber lights. The saber lights crushed the surrounding cultivators. An azure-colored great path in front of Bai Qi was cut in half from top to bottom. Boom. The azure-colored great path exploded, and the body inside was also cut in half. Villa Master. No Villa Master. Countless deity sword villa disciples seemed to have lost their strength. They watched in a daze as Bai Qi killed the deity sword villa master with one saber strike. The strongest person of the deity sword villa died just like that? After killing the deity sword villa master, Bai Qi looked around and shouted, "Kill!" Boom. The terracotta soldiers' massacre became even more ferocious. The massacre continued and more people fled. However, when they fled in all directions, beams of soaring sword chi suddenly shot out. The dazzling sword light killed all the people who fled. Even further away there were cultivators from all over the world. They were originally here to watch the battle. However, when the fog spread, everyone understood that it was definitely a derivative realm. One could not enter a derivative realm of a feng shui master. Even the surrounding cultivators retreated. Among them was the Absolute Palace's palace master. Everyone was waiting for a result. In the end, the derivative realm collapsed very quickly. However, the scene that was revealed made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. In the distance, the deity sword villa had already been razed to the ground. Under the crazy massacre, the sky was filled with broken corpses. In the distance, Bai Qi killed the deity sword villa master with one saber strike. From this moment on, the deity sword villa officially became history. What a ferocious great Shen. Palace master, you made the right decision. An expert of the Absolute Palace said with an unsightly expression. Everyone quickly held their breaths to witness this unforgettable moment. Jin Xiong was also fleeing outside. However, just as he fled far away, a dazzling sword light suddenly stabbed over. Boom. Jin Xiong was knocked back by the sword. Jin Xiong did not even see who stabbed him. No. 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 Jin Xiong shouted in horror. Yen Chuan, Li Si and Zhao Feng slowly approached Jin Xiong. Jinro, I am your father. You can't kill me. Jin Xiong shouted anxiously. In this life you are not my father. In the previous life, the fate of father and daughter has ended. Zhao Feng shook his head. Jin Xiong, I have waited for this day for many years. Finally this day has come. I will not let you die so easily. I will let you taste the pain of the great Jin 5 punishments. Yen Chuan said coldly. As he spoke, Yen Chuan's aura suddenly surged. Yen Di, have mercy. In the distance, a yellow light suddenly shot over. Yen Chuan's face turned cold. Who dares to stop me from killing Zhen Xiong? There is no compromise for Zhen Xiong's crime. The yellow light came close in the blink of an eye. Boom. A gust of wind swept up and a man stopped in front of everyone. The man was bald and extremely muscular. His figure was also different from ordinary people. He was as tall as 3 people. His muscles were like stones and emitted a trace of yellow light. Pan Sheng of the Rock Tribe greets the great Jin Sage King. The man smiled slightly. Chapter 1280. Netherworld, West Outer Continent. Outside a city filled with providence. Rumble. War drums beat and countless black-armored soldiers surrounded the sea in the center. Gusts of wind swept out in all directions, and the sea water surged out in all directions. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. A tragic roar sounded. It came from Shiman Sage. In the center of the sea, Shiman Sage was captured and countless chains pierced through his body. Heavenly Emperor Dixing Ming Tianhan and a group of Dixing officials stood in the air. Shiman, you asked for it. Ming Tianhan said with a faint smile. You might not be the strongest among the 4 sages, but you are the one who knows when to advance and when to retreat. I wasn't too careful with Wu Tian and Mei Gao Ku. I thought of many ways to deal with you, but I didn't expect you to walk right into my trap. This is my home ground. Do you think you can do whatever you want here? Ming Tianhan smiled. The Shiman sage shook his head and sighed. I was so close to saving the 3 of them. If I failed and got captured, I can only blame myself for it. Now all 4 of us have been captured by you. Can you tell me why? Shiman Sage's body was pierced through by countless chains. On the other side, Ming Tianhan waved his hand, and 3 more sages were captured and brought to a place not far away. Wu Tian, Hua Zuantian, Mei Gao Ku and Shiman Sage were all captured. Shiman, I've implicated you this time. Hua Zuantian said bitterly. Shiman, what are you doing here? Mei Gao Ku said helplessly. Only Heaven Sage Wu remained silent. Ming Tianhan, the 4 of us have no enmity with you. Why did you capture us? Shiman Sage shouted again. Because you are sages. Ming Tianhan smiled. The 4 sages looked at Ming Tianhan in confusion. You want us to be your officials? Wu Tian suddenly asked. Ming Tianhan shook his head. No. Then what do you want? Wu Tian shouted. What I want is the ability of sages to control the power of heaven and earth. This ability can affect the heavens. Ming Tianhan smiled. Heavens? What? You want to? Hua Zun Tian cried out in shock. Borrowing our power, you want to enslave the heavens? Shiman also cried out in shock. That's impossible. Even though the heavens are dead and the heavenly Tao has collapsed, we can only be considered as servants of the heavens. You want to control the heavens with just the 4 of us? How laughable. That's absolutely impossible. Ming Tianhan, you're dreaming. Mei Gao Ku said in a deep voice. Keep dreaming. You'll know when the time comes. Don't worry, I won't let you die. I'll nail you to the heavens for my punishment and conquer the world, said Ming Tianhan. Shiman, Hua Zuantian and Mei Gao Ku immediately shouted in anger. Ah! Suddenly Heaven Sage Wu laughed loudly. Everyone looked at Heaven Sage Wu in confusion. What are you laughing at? Ming Tianhan asked in a deep voice. Heaven Sage Wu sneered and said, I'm laughing because your plan will fail sooner or later. Ming Tianhan was puzzled. I don't know where your confidence comes from and I don't know what secret techniques or methods you have, but I do know one thing. Even if you succeed, you still lack one thing. That thing will make your plan fail sooner or later. Heaven Sage Wu said in a deep voice. My plan will fail at the final stage? Then I'll listen to the first sage's brilliant idea. Ming Tianhan said very patiently. You want to use the heavens for your own purposes and dominate the world? However, we 4 sages are not the only ones who can affect the heavens. There is another existence even more noble than us, an existence even more connected to the heavens. Heaven Sage Wu said in a deep voice. Ming Tianhan narrowed his eyes. Who do you think can mobilize the power of the world? Heaven Sage Wu sneered. Yin Chuan's cat. Ming Tianhan asked in confusion. It's good that you know. Cat. Do you know who it is? Heaven Sage Wu asked. Heaven Sage Wu, don't say it. Shiman suddenly exclaimed. Shiman's exclamation made Ming Tianhan even more curious. Heaven Sage Wu ignored Shiman Sage. He smiled and said, It is the mysterious heavens. Heaven Sage Wu meow. Wow. All the officials were in an uproar. Sage Wu meow. Didn't Sage Wu meow die? Heaven Sage Wu meow is dead. How is that possible? Ming Tianhan's pupils shrank. Are you telling the truth? I don't know if you've seen that cat in action with your own eyes, but you should have heard from some of the spectators that it can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. That cat is even more powerful than us saints. Who else in the world can mobilize the power of heaven and earth like this? It can't defeat us. It just hasn't mastered it yet. Heaven Sage Wu Miao said in a deep voice. Shimon's sage sighed. Hua Zuantian was shocked and didn't know what to say. Mei Gaoku suddenly said, That's right. You should know why I want to capture it. Heaven Sage Wu Miao? Ming Tianhan frowned. Your grand plan isn't enough. Go capture Yan Chuan's cat. Heaven Sage Wu Miao Miao go find trouble with Yan Chuan. Heaven Sage Wu Miao laughed. Ming Tianhan frowned slightly. Take them to the prison. Ming Tianhan yelled. Yes. The officials answered and took the 4 sages away. Ming Tianhan stood in the void and pondered. At this moment, heavenly Tao suddenly appeared in the sky. Countless auspicious clouds covered the sky. Above the ground, auspicious energy soared into the sky. Endless heavenly music floated in the air. Heaven Mender? More heavenly Tao. This time there are as many as 9 heavenly Tao. One of the officials behind Ming Tianhan frowned. There are still dozens of heavenly Tao left. The Heaven Mender is getting faster and faster. It won't be long before the world is complete. Another official frowned. Heaven Emperor, if the world's heavenly Tao is complete, our previous efforts will be in vain. The first official frowned. Ming Tianhan frowned and pondered for a while. The plan remains the same. Half a year later, no matter the result, we must immediately use the 4 sages' sacrificial heaven. Ming Tianhan said. Yes. Yang Realm, Divine Sword Territory. Yan Chuan was about to attack Shen Xiong. Suddenly, a figure flew over and shouted, Stay your hand. The man was bald and very muscular. His figure was different from ordinary people. He was 3 times the height of an ordinary person. His muscles were like stone and emitted a mysterious yellow light. Pan Sheng of the Rock tribe greets the Great Perfection Sage King. The man smiled. Pan? Yan Chuan raised his eyebrows. Although surprised by the surname, Yan Chuan said coldly, Stay your hand? Are you here to stop me from killing Zhen Xiong? Yan Chuan's eyes were cold. The people of Great Perfection also stared coldly at Pan Sheng. So what if he was from the Rock tribe? Among the 3 major forces of the Outer East continent, the deity Sword Mountain Villa had been killed by Great Perfection. At this moment, Zhen Xiong looked at Pan Sheng with a surprised expression. Yendi, you're overthinking. I'm not stopping you from killing Zhen Xiong. It's just that this person came to my Boulder clan in the past and stole a little beast from my Boulder clan. I'm here to ask him for it. Pan Sheng smiled. Not stopping Yan Chuan from killing Zhen Xiong? Yan Chuan's eyes softened a little. This time Zhen Xiong must die. No one could save him. Great Perfection didn't mind being enemies with anyone who tried to stop him. Small beast? Yan Chuan asked in confusion. A young, identical beast. My Rock tribe visited him in the past, but we didn't expect him to be so despicable. No wonder Yan Emperor hates him so much. Pan Sheng smiled. Identical beast? Yan Chuan's eyes turned cold. Not long ago, an identical beast had changed into his appearance and deceived many officials of Great Perfection. However, the identical beast had changed into Zhen Xiong's appearance in the end. Yan Emperor, please allow me to interrogate this person. After the interrogation I'll return him to you. How about that? Pan Sheng said. Yan Chuan's face darkened. Bastard, he's a prisoner of Great Perfection. How can he be dealt with by others? Meng Yi flew over and said coldly. Yan Chuan didn't stop him but looked coldly at Pan Sheng. Pan Sheng smiled and said, Since I'm here, I won't return empty-handed. Of course, I don't want to be enemies with Yan Emperor. How about this? I'll stand still. If you can force me to leave, I'll leave immediately. How about that? As soon as Pan Sheng finished speaking, Yan Chuan's expression froze. What arrogance! Stand still? As long as I can force him to leave, I'll leave immediately? Pan Sheng's words were extremely polite, but it wasn't difficult to detect endless arrogance in his words. Humph, you're overestimating yourself. Meng Yi snorted coldly and took a step forward. Yan Chuan didn't stop him. Meng Yi extended his hand. The bronze sword in his hand suddenly descended from the sky and slashed out a vast energy sword. The energy sword was ferocious. It tore through the void and charged toward Pan Sheng. Meng Yi's intention was to make Pan Sheng retreat in the face of difficulties. However, Pan Sheng smiled faintly. His body emitted a wisp of mystic yellow light as he faced Meng Yi's sword with a smile. The energy sword was already above Pan Xing's head, but he didn't move at all. Meng Yi was surprised at first, but a trace of viciousness appeared in his eyes in the blink of an eye. Since you're courting death, you can't blame anyone else. Boom. The energy sword collided with Pan Xing's head with a loud bang. The tremendous force immediately stirred up the void and shook violently. Gusts of violent wind blew in all directions. Inside the hall, almost everyone's expression darkened. Pan Xing's head didn't break open. Meng Yi's energy sword collided with his head and countless sparks shot out. Boom. The energy sword exploded. Pan Xing blocked Meng Yi's sword with his body. Whoosh. Bai Qi flew over from nearby and looked at Pan Xing's head in shock. Pan Xing's head was indeed unharmed. There was only a white mark on his head. He touched it lightly and the white mark disappeared. Pan Xing blocked Meng Yi's sword with his body. Lord Meng, your sword is so powerful. It's been a long time since someone made me feel pain. Pan Xing smiled faintly. Chapter 1281. Pan Xing shook his head. Although it was polite, it was a huge blow to Meng Yi. He was an ancestral immortal after all. Although he was much weaker than he was in his previous life, he could not even break Pan Xing's scalp. Pan Xing smiled faintly and said, "If you did not use your strength earlier, Lord Meng, you can try again. As long as you can force me away, I will leave immediately. How about it?" Bastard. Meng Yi glared. Meng Yi was about to attack when Bai Qi suddenly grabbed his shoulder and stepped forward with a cold smile. "Holy King, please teach this arrogant fellow a lesson," Bai Qi said seriously. Yan Chuan smiled coldly and nodded. "Pan Xing? Come and feel my saber. How is it?" Bai Qi smiled coldly. As he spoke, Bai Qi suddenly slashed down. There was no astral saber, just a saber descending from the sky. Bai Qi's eyes flashed with killing intent. A cold light streaked across the air from the saber. The air did not shake much, but it left a cut in the air where the saber passed. It did not recover immediately. Xing. When the saber was one zhang away from Pan Xing's head, Pan Xing's expression changed. A bone-piercing chill surged into his heart. As the saber approached, Pan Xing suddenly lost his composure under this inexplicable threat. He punched at Bai Qi's saber. Brr. Pan Xing roared. Xing. Bai Qi's saber slashed through Pan Xing's fist and went deeper into his arm. The surrounding space remained calm. However, Pan Xing could not block Bai Qi's saber at all. It felt like if he did not leave, the saber would cut his body in half. No. Pan Xing suddenly cried out. Boom. Pan Xing instantly fled in panic. Xing. Bai Qi withdrew his saber. Not far away, Pan Xing's right arm was mostly cleaved in half. Pan Xing looked at Bai Qi in shock. Bai Qi stood in the air and looked coldly at Pan Xing. He said, "Pan Xing, do you want to try again? What kind of power is that? Why have I never felt it before? Although my physical body is only iron body, it is not something that ordinary ancestral immortals can break." Pan Xing said in shock. "Iron body?" Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. On the other side, Zhen Xiong quietly descended to the ground, wanting to quietly escape. "Meng Yi, take down Zhen Xiong," Yan Chuan said solemnly. "Yes." Rumble. Meng Yi rushed down and brought a few terracotta soldiers to surround Zhen Xiong and capture him. When Pan Xing saw De Zhen making a move against Zhen Xiong, he immediately had a look of anxiety on his face. "Pan Xing, do you still remember the words you said earlier?" Yan Chuan said coolly. Pan Xing said that as long as someone forced him to leave, he would leave immediately. But, Pan Xing revealed a hint of bitterness. The clan leader had repeatedly instructed me not to be arrogant and conceited. After I came out, I was not to cause trouble and not to look down on the people of the world. Pan Xing is too arrogant. Yan Di, please don't take his previous offense to heart. Yan Chuan let out a puzzled look. Yan Di, Zhen Xiong had indeed stolen a little beast from my rock clan. That little beast grew up with me and is my best friend. Yan Di, please tell me a thing or two after you interrogate that little beast. Pan Xing said bitterly. That depends on my mood. Yan Chuan rejected him indifferently. Pan Xing opened his mouth as though he wanted to say something. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the distance. "Pan Xing, kid, what's with all the nonsense? It's just a little beast. If you lose, you have to admit defeat. Don't embarrass your clan." An elderly voice rang out from the distance. Everyone turned their heads over. They saw 10 figures flying towards them from the crowd that was watching the battle from afar. The leader was a gorilla and a blind old man. The other 8 seemed to be their subordinates. Blind Kong? Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. The gorilla was none other than Kong Outyin, who had wanted to capture ZZ in the sealed realm but had been cursed into a gorilla by ZZ. The blind leader was someone Yen Chuan had met before the birthday celebration of the venerated heaven sage. They had talked for some time. In the end, they agreed that as long as blind Kong could find the sky-burying coffin, he would forgive Kong Outyin's past grievances. Today blind Kong had come once again. However, blind Kong's tone surprised Yen Chuan. Although Pan Xing couldn't stop Bai Qi, he wasn't an expert that Meng Yi could stop. Now blind Kong was calling him a kid? Pan Xing also saw blind Kong, who was the leader. Elder blind? Pan Xing's expression stiffened. Blind Kong flew over and slowly landed in front of Yen Chuan. Yen Di, blind Kong is here to disturb you again. Blind Kong said with a smile. Zhao Feng frowned slightly. Zhao Feng was blind as well. Now that he saw another blind man, he was shocked. Your Excellency, what a powerful life-stealing technique. You can't open your mind's eye. You can calculate everything around you just by calculating? Zhao Feng said in surprise. Blind Kong smiled slightly and said, this must be the Empress of Great Zhen. Just call me Blind Kong. I'm lazy so I can't open my mind's eye. Blind Kong, long time no see. Yen Chuan exclaimed. Indeed, this is Pan Xing, the fourth generation of the Rock Tribe. It seems that he has completed the Iron Body and should be promoted to the third generation. He's not very capable, but he's very impetuous. The old leader of the Rock Tribe must have asked him to come out and train himself, but this kid's impetuous temperament didn't change. If Yen Di and Lord Bai hadn't shown mercy, this kid would have suffered a great loss today. Blind Kong smiled slightly. The third generation. Yen Chuan looked at Pan Xing. Senior, please don't tell the leader or I'll be in trouble. Pan Xing's face instantly turned bitter. Greetings, Yen Di. The group of people behind blind Kong immediately called out. Yen Chuan looked at Kong Outyin, who looked like a gorilla. Yen Di, for this sky-burying coffin we wasted a lot of time. I hope you can forgive us. Blind Kong took a deep breath and said solemnly. Looking at blind Kong, Yen Chuan nodded. At this moment, Zhen Xiong was also caught by Meng Yi. Roar Zhenro, Yen Chuan, are you really going to kill me? Zhen Xiong suddenly roared. Kaka. Zhen Xiong's shoulder blades were chained by Meng Yi. From the day you poisoned me, you should have thought of this ending. Yen Chuan said coldly. Ah. Zhen Xiong's face revealed a ferocious expression. Didn't you want to ask about the whereabouts of the divine beast? There's no harm in telling you. That divine beast has already been refined. It was my teacher who helped me refine it. It's also another one of my avatars. Even if this body of mine is dead, I still have the body of a divine beast. The divine beast is indeed weak, but it will eventually mature. Just you wait for me and my teacher to return. Zhen Xiong roared. Use torture. Yen Chuan said coldly. Yes. Meng Yi replied. He grabbed the bronze longsword and was about to stab Zhen Xiong. Zhen Xiong's face was cold. You still want to humiliate me before you die? Don't even think about it. While roaring, Zhen Xiong's body suddenly expanded. Boom. Zhen Xiong's body exploded with a loud bang, instantly turning into minced meat that filled the sky. Endless blood splattered everywhere. The two terracotta soldiers who were holding Zhen Xiong were instantly blown away. What? Self-explosion? Suicide? Meng Yi's face changed. This Zhen Xiong is also a ruthless person. Bai Qi said coldly. Sigh. Zhao Feng sighed softly. With this Zhen Xiong dead, all the karma was over. You're lucky. Li Si said coldly. Yen Chuan's face darkened. Zhen Xiong had self-destructed, but Zhen Xiong had another body? He had refined the body of an identical beast. From then on, Zhen Xiong was that exact same beast? If we can catch you once, we can catch you again. Yen Chuan snorted coldly. It's gone. My sweetheart has been refined? Bastard. Give me back my sweetheart. Pan Xing suddenly cried out. Yen Chuan. Bai Qi. Meng Yi. Everyone was speechless as they looked at the big guy who was crying exaggeratedly. Little sweetheart? Fuck. Stop howling. Blind Kong shouted. However, Pan Xing still had a look of grief and indignation. Blind Kong smiled bitterly and turned to look at Yen Chuan. Yen Emperor, this is the heaven-burying coffin. Please take a look. Blind Kong flipped his hand and took out a coffin. Sky-burying coffin? Another mouthful. Yen Chuan reached out and took the coffin. Then he activated his magic power slightly. The heaven-burying coffin trembled violently and emitted a green light. As expected. Yen Chuan nodded. With a wave of his sleeve, the heaven-burying coffin was immediately sucked into his sleeve. If Yendi thinks it's real, then that's great. Yendi, you see, Outyin has turned into a gorilla all these years. He has finally realized his mistake. This time, for the sake of this coffin, Kong Outyin almost died. I hope Yendi can lift the curse. Blind Kong said with a smile. Yen Chuan looked at the gorilla. Kong Outyin said bitterly, Yen Emperor, I have offended you many years ago. Please forgive me. Yen Chuan nodded. Back then, ZZ said that only 2 people could lift the curse. One was ZZ and the other was Yen Chuan. In my name, Yen Chuan, give up on cursing Kong Outyin and allow him to recover. Yen Chuan shouted. It was just a shout, but there seemed to be a connection. As soon as Yen Chuan finished speaking, a large amount of black gas suddenly emitted from the gorilla's body. As the black gas rolled out, Kong Outyin revealed an extremely excited expression. Black gas, this damn black gas. It's finally gone. It's finally gone. Kong Outyin shouted with a look of ecstasy. Within the black gas, Kong Outyin's body underwent a huge change. Gradually, the gorilla's body disappeared and he returned to his human form. Whoosh! The black gas dissipated with the wind. Kong Outyin returned to his human form. His clothes stuck to his body. Kong Outyin could not wait to take out a mirror. Recovered, recovered. I'm finally no longer a gorilla. Kong Outyin shouted with ecstasy. Blind Kong let out a sigh of relief and revealed a trace of a smile. Thank you, Yen Emperor. Blind Kong said gratefully. Yen Chuan nodded. For this trip, I've completed what the family had asked me to do. As for the Seeking Heaven token, I won't ask any more. If Yen Emperor has time, you can go back to the Kong family and take a look. After all, half of Yen Emperor's bloodline is from the Kong family. Blind Kong said with a smile. Yen Chuan nodded, slightly surprised. He thought that Blind Kong would ask for a yard after getting an inch and talk about the Seeking Heaven token that his mother left for him in this life. But now he did not mention it. Chapter 1282. On this trip, I've completed what the family had entrusted me with. As for the Heavenly Seeking token, I won't ask too much about it. If Yendi has time, you can go back to the Kong family and take a look. After all, half of Yendi's bloodline is from the Kong family. Blind Kong said with a smile. Okay. Yen Chuan nodded, slightly surprised. He thought that Blind Kong would ask for a yard after getting an inch and talk about the Heavenly Seeking token that his mother had left for him in this life. But now he didn't mention it? Just as everyone was talking, boom. The surrounding void trembled slightly. Then he vaguely saw a heavenly Tao suddenly appear. The sky was instantly filled with auspicious clouds, and the earth was filled with auspicious energy. Celestial music floated in the air, and exotic fragrances filled the air. Another heaven mender mended the heavenly path? Zhao Feng frowned. Boom. Not just 1 but 9 consecutive heavenly paths. New heavenly paths were mended. Yen Chuan frowned and looked at the sky. Blind Kong took a deep breath and said, Yendi, the great era is coming. Make more preparations. The great era? Yen Chuan was puzzled. In the past, it was rare for even 1 heavenly path to be mended in 10,000 years, but in recent years, it has been very frequent. Don't you find it strange? Blind Kong said with a smile. The heavenly paths that have been mended in recent years are not all heavenly paths like Yendi's. Many old fellows have come out of seclusion. Before the collapse of the heavenly path, they had mastered some kind of heavenly path. They have been hiding until now, and only then are they willing to mend the heavenly paths that they already knew. Blind Kong said in a low voice. These people are all people before the Lotus God came to this world? When the Lotus God stirred up the world, these people hid and didn't come out. Yen Chuan said solemnly. You can say that. In the end, some people have their own ideas. For example, the Monolith clan didn't come out when the Lotus God attacked. I will go to the Monolith clan right away and ask their leader to mend the heavenly path that they know. Blind Kong said. There are some people running all over the world, rushing to mend the heavenly path. Perhaps in just a few years, the heavenly path of this world will be completed. At that time, the world will once again return to prosperity. Emperor Yen, you should prepare early. Blind Kong said. As he spoke, he looked at Pan Sheng and said, Pan Sheng, let's go. I'll go with you to the Boulder clan. Senior Blind, it wasn't easy for me to come out. Pan Sheng said gloomily. Let's go. Once the matter is settled, I'll help you plead with your clan leader to let you come out with me for a walk. Blind Kong laughed. That's great. Pan Sheng's eyes lit up. Farewell, Yendi. Blind Kong said. Farewell. Pan Xing, Kong Out Yin and the others immediately said. Yin Chuan nodded. Then the group of people headed east. Blind Kong and his group had left. The battle below had also come to an end. More than half of the disciples of the Deity Sword Villa had been slaughtered. Yin Chuan looked at Deity Sword Manor coldly and then looked around. Countless cultivators watched from all directions. At this moment, countless cultivators already felt numb. The holy court of Great Zhen was too ferocious. Deity Sword Villa had so many strong cultivators, but they were all slaughtered in the blink of an eye? In a valley. The group of people from Zhugong had extremely ugly expressions. Palace Master? Everyone looked at the masked woman in the lead. Let's go back. Great Zhen will not expand anymore. The Palace Master said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone responded and turned around to leave quickly. Not only the people from Zhugong, but also the countless onlookers in the surroundings. Carrying the shock in their hearts, they wanted to quickly spread the news to their respective sects and dynasties. This time, the news of Great Zhen's ferocious might would definitely spread quickly throughout the outer East continent. Countless cultivators still didn't know that Yin Chuan and his group had made a name for themselves in the outer West continent and Middle Sky continent. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the whole world knew of Yin Chuan's name. Li Si, it's been hard on you these years. Yin Chuan looked at Li Si and sighed. From that day in the prison, Yin Chuan already understood how much Li Si had suffered over the years. This official was careless. Holy King, there is no need to mind it. Furthermore, everything is already in the past. Li Si said with a smile. Yin Chuan nodded and said, in that case you and Meng Yi will remain here. Deity Sword Villa has the most disciples in Divine Sword Weave. You can handle them all. Yes. Li Si answered. Meng. Present. You will assist Li Si in handling all matters in Divine Sword Weave. The garrison and civil servants will arrive soon. Listen to Li Si's orders. Yin Chuan ordered. As you command. Yin Chuan looked around and finally nodded. We will return first. Respectfully sending off Holy King. Li Si and Meng Yi said respectfully. Yin Chuan led Zhao Feng and Bai Qi onto the dragon carriage. Let's set off and return to the court. Bai Qi shouted. Roar. Roar. The 5 dragons roared and pulled the dragon carriage toward the west. After Yin Chuan left, 2 men with swords on their backs among the crowd looked solemn. Senior brother, did you see that? Was that the sword light that forced Jin Xiong to retreat? One of them asked solemnly. It's the Dugu family's diffraction sword technique. Even the 2 of us can't reach that level. That sword light is helping De Zhen. It should be one of De Zhen's officials? The Patriarch has asked us to look for it. We finally have a clue. Dugu Budian, the Budian faction? The 2 of them were silent for a while. Dugu Budian? He has the most comprehensive system in the Dugu family. We need to report this to the Patriarch immediately. That's right. I will return to the Dugu family immediately. You stay here and observe De Zhen. All right. Half a year later. The news of De Zhen destroying Deity Sword Villa had spread to all the major forces in the outer East continent. Destroying the Deity Sword Villa like crushing dry weeds? Countless experts were still in a state of shock. The 3 major forces in the outer East continent had finally changed. The Monolith family, the Holy Court of De Zhen, and the Absolute Palace. Although De Zhen hadn't had time to completely digest Deity Sword Villa's territory in half a year, no one dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. In the Yang realm, De Zhen's territory had expanded to 9 domains. True Dragon, Sky Blade, Purple Green, Barbarian Dragon, Divine Sword, East Sword, South Sword, West Sword, and North Sword. Out of the 36 domains in the outer East continent, De Zhen occupied a quarter of them. The Holy Court of De Zhen had become the largest force in the outer East continent. In terms of territory, De Zhen was the largest. Similarly, as De Zhen grew stronger, the world's experts were willing to come and seek positions. De Zhen grew stronger. As for the strongest, it was the Monolith family. This was a deep-rooted belief. In the past, there were ambitious people who went to the Monolith family to provoke them. One of the Monolith family's people stepped forward and let them kill him. In the end, the ambitious people were so scared that they didn't dare to invade again. In this half a year, the world was filled with auspicious clouds and auspicious air. Heavenly music showed that the heavenly Tao was replenishing itself. Xianying City. Yin Chuan took Zhao Feng for a stroll in the garden. Meow. Meow jumped onto Yin Chuan's shoulder. Yin Chuan, another heavenly Tao has been replenished. Meow exclaimed. 3,000 heavenly Tao, only 20 are left. Zhao Feng frowned. Yes, the great era that Blind Kong spoke of might really be coming soon. With the heavenly Tao incomplete, the entire world will undergo an earth-shattering change. The number of peerless experts will also increase by a lot. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Even the saints will be replenished. With 9 yang and 6 yin, there will be 15 saints in the world. Moreover, the strength of each saint will be 10 times that of the current saints. 10 times. Zhao Feng said worriedly. Yin Chuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have Dezhen. Even if there are saints 10 times stronger, so what?" Zhao Feng nodded. Speaking of saints, I wonder how the 4 saints are doing now. Yin Chuan frowned. Netherworld, West Outer Continent, Great Xing Heavenly Court. Ming Tianhan raised his head and looked at the sky. Countless auspicious clouds surrounded the sky. Heavenly music floated in the air, and exotic fragrances filled the air. There are only 20 heavenly Tao left? Ming Tianhan frowned. An official followed behind him. He took a deep breath and nodded. Heaven Emperor, the heavenly Tao has been replenished faster than we thought. We can't delay any longer. Another official said. Ming Tianhan frowned and said, the diplomatic group should have reached Great Xing Heavenly Court, right? Yes, Lord Wu. They should have brought the Heaven Emperor's things to Great Qin City in the Netherworld. I don't know if they will succeed in exchanging for that cat. An official said with a frown. We can't wait any longer. Whether they succeed or not, we must use the 4 saints to worship the heavens before the heavenly Tao is replenished, Ming Tianhan said solemnly. Yes. Go set up the sacrificial altar. Worship the heavens immediately. Yes. Netherworld, Great Xing Heavenly Court, Great Qin City, Central Palace. Zombie Yin Chuan wore a flat crown and a black dragon robe as he sat on a dragon throne. Officials stood on both sides of the palace. Yin Chuan's expression was indifferent as he looked at a gray-robed man in the center of the palace. Great Xing Heavenly Court, Wu Yunfan, has come on behalf of the Heaven Emperor. Greetings, sage monarch of Great Shen. The gray-robed man smiled. Wu Yunfan? Great Xing Heavenly Court, Assistant Minister of War? What did you come to my Great Zhen for? Yin Chuan said coolly. Wu Yunfan smiled and said, this one has brought something. I hope Yin Emperor will like it. Please let my subordinates bring it in. Permitted. Wu Yunfan shot a golden light outside the palace. Soon, a few subordinates carried a coffin into the palace. The moment the coffin appeared, the officials in the palace were all surprised. Heaven-burying coffin? Hua Qiuyang's expression changed. On the dragon throne, Yin Chuan's expression also changed. There were a total of 9 heaven-burying coffins. Yin Chuan had sent people to search for them, but the heaven-burying coffins that buried the heroes of the world had all been dug up. The whereabouts of each coffin were unknown. Yin Chuan was already extremely lucky to be able to collect 6 coffins. This was the result of refining the heaven-burying coffin in his first life. Another coffin? 7th coffin? Wu Yunfan wanted to see surprise on Yin Chuan's face. Unfortunately, zombie Yin Chuan did not show any emotion. Yin Emperor, this is a treasure that I, the Great Xing Heavenly Emperor, found. I would like to use it to exchange for something from Yin Emperor. I wonder if Yin Emperor can do it? Wu Yunfan smiled. Oh, in exchange for what? Zombie Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. Yin Emperor's pet, the cat called Meow. Wu Yunfan said solemnly. Chapter 1283. Oh, what do you want? Yin Chuan asked. Yindi's pet, the cat called Meow Meow. Wu Yunfan said solemnly. Meow. In the central hall, almost all the officials looked at Wu Yunfan strangely. Yin Chuan's love for Meow Meow was beyond comprehension. He treated Meow Meow as if it were a part of his family. Burying the sky coffin in exchange for Meow? How dare you think of that? As expected, Yin Chuan's face darkened. Wu Yunfan. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Wu Yunfan looked at Yin Chuan. Meow Meow isn't an item. He's my best friend. I won't trade him with you. As for the heaven-burying coffin, I'll trade it with treasures. I'll trade it with an ancestral immortal artifact. Ancestral immortal artifacts? Our heavenly court doesn't lack ancestral immortal artifacts. Yindi, I'm here with the order of the heavenly emperor. Please don't make things difficult for me. Wu Yunfan shook his head and refused. Ignorant. Yin Chuan's face darkened. Yindi. Wu Yunfan wanted to say more. Throw him out. Yin Chuan said. Immediately, a large number of guards rushed over. How dare you? What do you want? I'm the assistant minister of the heavenly court. Wu Yunfan shouted again. However, the guards did not listen to him. They stepped forward and grabbed him. Bastard! Yanchuan, how dare you attack me? Wu Yunfan broke free from the guards. You disrespected the Sage King. It's already a great favor for the Sage King to spare your life. How dare you resist? Bai Qi's voice came from the crowd. Who disrespected? Wu Yunfan shouted again. You roared in the central hall. According to the laws of Great Zhen, execute. Bai Qi glared. A ferocious aura rushed towards Wu Yunfan. Two countries are at war, yet you don't kill the emissary. Yindi, are you trying to kill him and steal his goods? Wu Yunfan exclaimed. How dare you? Bai Qi shouted angrily. His killing intent surged towards Wu Yunfan. Not good. Wu Yunfan's expression changed. Swish. Wu Yunfan shot out of the palace. Is the Great Jin's imperial court a place where you can come and go as you please? Bai Qi shouted coldly. Ching. He pulled out his long saber and a white light rushed out of the hall. Boom. The ferocious astral saber shot towards Wu Yunfan like a vast white river. Bastard, the Heavenly Emperor will avenge me. Wu Yunfan roared. Boom. Even though Wu Yunfan had merged with the Heavenly Tao, he was still sliced into two by Bai Qi's energy saber. The corpse was blasted into smithereens by the accompanying saber chi. Ching. Bai Qi sheathed his saber and returned to his position. Yen Chuan's eyes didn't move from the beginning to the end. Wu Yunfan didn't know what was good for him. There was no need for him to do anything. Bai Qi was more than enough. The officials stood respectfully in the Great Hall. On the other hand, some of Wu Yunfan's subordinates were terrified. They were afraid that Yen Chuan would kill them as well. Yen Chuan looked at them. Go back and tell Ming Tianhan that if he dares to say such words again, he will become an enemy of the Great Zhen. Yen Chuan said coldly. Yes. The subordinates left with ugly expressions. As for the sky-burying coffin, no one dared to take it. Yen Chuan waved his hand, and the sky-burying coffin emitted a green light. The seventh sky-burying coffin? Yen Chuan waved his sleeve and put away the sky-burying coffin. Court is dismissed. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Netherworld, Great Zhen's heavenly court. A jade pendant suddenly shattered in a palace. Oh no, Lord Wu is dead. An official suddenly exclaimed. Then he quickly ran out of the great hall toward the depths of the imperial palace. However, he was quickly stopped by another official. What's wrong? The official asked in a low voice. Prime Minister Lord Wu Yunfan is dead. His life pendant shattered. We must report this to the Heavenly Emperor immediately. Postpone the report. The Heavenly Emperor is not to be disturbed. Yes. At this moment, in the depths of the Heavenly Court's imperial palace, there was a huge plaza surrounded by officials and soldiers. There was also a huge altar with pillars in each of the four directions of the altar. 4 sages were chained to the pillars. Wu Tian, Shimin, Huazuantian, and Mei Gao Ku. They were chained to the 4 directions. Dark clouds covered the sky above his head. Above the altar, there seemed to be countless streams of light flowing within. At the center stood Great Zhen's Heavenly Emperor Ming Tianhan. What altar is this? Wu Tian asked with a frown. It looks like a stellar source, but it doesn't. Mei Gao Ku said in a low voice. Although this altar isn't a stellar source, it has the same attribute as a stellar source. Is it connected to the heavens? Is it connected to the heavens? Hua Zuantian said in a low voice. Ming Tianhan, the heavens are not something you can control. Shimin said anxiously. At the center of the altar, Ming Tianhan smiled faintly and said, Are you still so stubborn? It's too late. It's about to start. As he spoke, a roar came from the Sea of Providence above him. The golden dragon of 18 claws of Providence charged down and entered Ming Tianhan's body. Suddenly, golden light shot out from Ming Tianhan's body. 4 golden spikes suddenly appeared around heavenly netherworld Han. They were aimed at the 4 saints. Go! Ming Tianhan roared. The spikes shot towards the foreheads of the 4 sages. Boom! 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 The spikes pierced through the 4 sages' heads and nailed them to the pillars. In an instant, the 4 sages became motionless as if they were dead. However, their heartbeats were still there. Clearly, they were just frozen. Boom! A circular projection slowly appeared behind the 4 sages' heads. Qi cultivation position, universe karma position? Ming Tianhan smiled in satisfaction. He stood on the altar. Ming Tianhan waved his hand. Boom! Boom! The altar slowly flew up. As it did so, the 4 karmic positions of heaven and earth rotated rapidly. For a moment, countless net-like light shadows appeared around the altar. As the altar rose, more and more net-like projections appeared. Heavenly net? Countless officials exclaimed in surprise. The altar charged towards the Sea of Providence. In an instant it entered the Sea of Providence. Merge. Ming Tianhan roared. Boom. The altar seemed to have suddenly merged with the Sea of Luck. Around the karmic position of Qi of heaven and earth, more and more nets of heaven formed and spread rapidly in all directions. Boom. Billions of spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the sky and spread from the west outer continent of the netherworld to all directions. Boom. Boom. For a time the entire world was covered by dark clouds. Dark clouds instantly covered the sky, whether it was the mortal realm or the netherworld. The entire world suddenly darkened. In the Yang realm, Yan Chuan walked out of the skyward palace. Wu Jiong walked out of the Tai Chi palace. Sect leader Tong Tian walked out of the Azure palace with a frown. Yao Tianshang Ju, the czar, evil demon Gong Yangzi, and countless other overlords walked out of their residences and looked at the sky. Amidst the dark clouds, countless streaks of light that resembled a large net appeared, covering the entire world. In the netherworld, Yan Xuan, Zhuchuanxiu, and the czar all looked up at the sky. The phenomenon was so big that it seemed to affect the entire world. Boom. Suddenly, a vast aura was emitted from the dark clouds. The aura shot out in all directions. Countless people in the Yang realm knelt down. This was a fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. They couldn't help but kneel down. In the netherworld, countless ghosts also knelt down. It was as if they were welcoming an invincible being. At the entrance of the central palace, Yan Xuan had just finished a court meeting, and the sudden change made his face darken. Moyushi walked over and hugged Miao. What's going on? Moyushi asked in surprise. The sky changed. Yan Xuan said in a low voice. Miao Miao. Miao looked at the sky with its fur standing on end. Miao, what's wrong? Moyushi asked worriedly. I don't feel good. This feeling makes me uncomfortable. Miao. Miao shook its head. Someone changed the heavens. Forcefully changed the heavens? It's underworld frost. Yan Xuan suddenly narrowed his eyes. Underworld frost? Moyushi frowned. Yes, he captured 4 sages. It must be him. Yan Xuan said in a low voice. In the netherworld, the west continent. The Sea of Providence in the great Xingtian heavenly court churned wildly. As it churned, the surrounding heavens became denser and denser. The surging providence rushed toward the altar in the center. Gradually, the altar became blurry as if it was disappearing into thin air. Only 5 figures could be seen floating in the Sea of Providence. 4 of the sages were still unconscious. They were pinned to the Sea of Providence by the giant spike. Surging golden energy rushed toward Underworld Frost in the center. Whoosh! Underworld Frost's body became blurry. Behind him, a crack suddenly appeared in the dark clouds in the sky. Boom! The crack suddenly expanded until it was 100 million miles long. The crack slowly separated from the dark clouds. When it separated, it revealed a giant eye that was 100 million miles long. A black eye that was 100 million miles long? Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from the eye. In the capital, everyone, regardless of whether they were from the great Xingtian heavenly court or foreign cultivators, knelt down. They no longer had any thoughts of resistance. The Eye of Heaven? An old official knelt down and exclaimed in joy. The Sky Emperor succeeded. The Sky Emperor's clone controlled the entire heavens and became the new Sky Emperor. The Sky Emperor succeeded. Countless officials cried out in excitement. Under the Eye of Heaven, Ming Tianhan's body slowly landed on the ground. Ming Tianhan closed his eyes. The crack between his eyebrows that looked like a third eye disappeared. Ming Tianhan stood on the square with his eyes closed. In the sky, the giant eye looked down. 15 black divine guards. Suddenly, a loud voice came from the sky. Here! They shouted in unison. The 15 figures knelt down and took a step forward. I grant you the position of sages of the heavens and earth. I grant you the title of sages. You will represent the heavens and protect the common people. Whoosh! 15 balls of light suddenly shot down from the sky net. The balls of light went straight for the black divine guards. Boom! White light shot into the sky around the 15 of them. A giant wheel appeared under each of their feet. The wheels circled the ground and the pressure around the 15 of them decreased. The 15 of them slowly stood up. Boom! Boom! Their auras were released one by one. 15 powerful auras instantly caused all the spies in the imperial capital to reveal looks of terror. The aura of a sage? This is the aura of a sage? How is that possible? Aren't there only 4 sages in the world? There are 15 sages here? 15 sages? Countless spies from the various forces revealed expressions of extreme fear. Ming Tianhan controlled the heavens and gave the 15 positions of sages to the great Xingtian heavenly court. He created 15 sages of the heavens and earth? 15 sages. Who in the world could be their match? Chapter 1284. In the sky above the capital of the great Qing dynasty, a huge eye looked down. The eye of heaven controlled the heavens and was the ruler of heaven and earth. The terrifying aura made everyone prostrate on the ground except for the 15 new sages. It was not everyone's wish, but a kind of awe that came from the depths of their souls. It was an irresistible feeling. The giant eye glanced around and then slowly closed. Rumble. After the huge eye closed, countless cultivators felt a little better. Whoosh. Countless dark clouds slowly dispersed, and heaven and earth returned to normal. With the disappearance of the eye of heaven, the suppression in the hearts of countless officials, commoners, and cultivators suddenly disappeared. On the ground below, Heavenly Emperor Ming Tianhan slowly opened his eyes. The slit of the third eye between his eyebrows disappeared. It was as if that eye had become the eye of heaven. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor. 15 men who emitted a gentle white light bowed respectfully to Ming Tianhan. Long live the Heavenly Emperor. The other officials were also very excited at this moment. Sages. In the past, there were 15 sages in the great Qing heavenly court. In ancient times, the number of sages was fixed, and there were only 15 of them. Now, all of them had reached the great Qing heavenly court. The Heavenly Emperor even controlled the heavens. There was no need to worry about the great Qing heavenly court. Who in the world dared to disobey? All the officials could feel that an era called the great Qing heavenly court was about to arrive. Ming Tianhan looked at the 4 figures on the Sea of Providence. Wu Tian, Shimin, Meigao Ku, and Huazuan Tian. The 4 of them were firmly nailed to the Sea of Providence. Because of them, the great Qing heavenly court controlled the most powerful weapon in the world. I have already given you the heaven and earth karmic positions. Familiarize yourselves with them as soon as possible. Ming Tianhan said solemnly. Yes. The 15 sages answered in unison. At the same time, the various factions in the imperial city quickly spread the news of what had happened. Netherworld, Great Qing City. Yi Feng and Lu Gang brought a document to Zombie Yen Chuan. Holy King, this is the information from the Great Punishment Heavenly Court. The guard sent the message using his birth chart. The situation is rather tricky. Yi Feng said with a frown. Yen Chuan took it. Miao also came over. Miao, what information? Controlling the heavens? 15 saints? Zombie Yen Chuan's face darkened. Yi Feng said in a low voice, Sage King, I think that Ming Tianhan will definitely come to cause trouble for Great Shen. He wants to capture Miao. 15 sages. I'm worried. Miao. Why do you want to capture me? Miao shouted. Zombie Yen Chuan took a deep breath and said, Don't worry, the heavens and earth are incomplete after all. Although the saints are powerful, they are still far from the perfect saints. Miao. If the heavenly Tao was restored, the 15 sages would indeed be able to sweep across the world. Unless the great Qin Empire was restored to its peak, it wouldn't be able to resist them. However, how could the current sages compare to the sages when the world was at its peak? At that time, every saint was 10 times stronger than the current saints. Yen Chuan said solemnly. But there's also Ming Tianhan. According to the rumors, he already controls the heavens and has the eye of heaven. He's the new heaven. He's much more powerful than these sages. Yi Feng said worriedly. The heavens and earth are incomplete. He definitely won't be as powerful as the heaven of the past. Don't worry, Great Zhen can handle it. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Yi Feng nodded. Yang Realm, Western Outer Continent, Taiji Palace. Wu Jiong stood by a railing with Shangguan Wan'er behind him. Ming Tianhan? He's quite ambitious. Wu Jiong said with narrowed eyes. Ming Tianhan's ambition has never been small. It's just that the Yellow Springs Road doesn't exist in the Western Outer Continent. Otherwise, Ming Tianhan's army would have arrived long ago. Shangguan Wan'er said with a frown. Wu Jiong's expression turned cold. Countless experts under the heavenly phenomenon realm had more or less received the news. At this moment, countless cultivators in seclusion walked out of their cave abodes to observe the upcoming changes. Yang Realm, Western Outer Continent, Great Qing Heavenly Court, Imperial Capital, Underworld Sky City. Ming Tianhan looked at the court of officials and generals. Heavenly Emperor Wu Yunfan was killed by Yen Xuan and the sky-burying coffin was taken by Yen Xuan. The cat was not brought back. An official said with a frown. Ming Tianhan sat on the dragon throne with a gloomy expression. After taking control of the heavens, Ming Tianhan's confidence had swelled. At this moment, Ming Tianhan felt like he was looking down on all living things. Because the heavens were related to the fate of all living things in the world, Ming Tianhan felt like he was the sole ruler of the world. Yen Xuan. Ming Tianhan's expression turned cold. Heavenly Emperor, how should we deal with him? The official asked. Great Jin Holy Court, this Yen Xuan is indeed a bit strange. Great Jin's combat power cannot be underestimated. Saints. Ming Tianhan said indifferently. 15 saints stood on the left side of the court. This was the most dazzling part of the court. Your subjects are present, the 15 saints said respectfully. You used to be the Black God Guards and are now saints. This emperor has a task for you all. Ming Tianhan said. Heavenly Emperor, please give us your orders. You and all of you. A total of 12 saints, set out immediately and head to the Great Zhen Holy Court. Destroy the Great Qin City and bring back Miao. Ming Tianhan said. Yes, Your Majesty. 12 of the saints responded loudly. Set out immediately. Ming Tianhan said. Yes. Whoosh. The 12 sages rushed out of the hall and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The 12 saints gave off a monstrous aura as they headed towards the Great Qin City. The saints left. A few days later, in Ming Tianhan's study, Holy Monarch, your subject thinks that the Great Xingtian Heavenly Court should march towards the inner South Continent. No, your subject thinks that the Great Xingtian Heavenly Court should march towards the inner North Continent. The strategists were analyzing the first step of the Great Xingtian Heavenly Court's expansion. No, your subject thinks that we should march towards the Yang realm. One of the officials said. Ming Tianhan's expression changed. Evidently, this person's thoughts were the same as Ming Tianhan's. Celestial Emperor, you control the heavens and are unrivaled in the world. However, there are still countless heroes in the world. After we take the first step of expansion, we will definitely attract the backlash of the world's experts. The first step is extremely important. The Yang realm is too petty. Our target should be the Yang realm. The Yang realm is the world of the strong. The official said solemnly. Oh. Although the Yellow Springs Road doesn't exist in the western outer continent, our Great Xingtian Heavenly Court has saints. The Yang realm and the Yang realm will no longer be separated. The Yang realm has 9 continents and the Yang realm has 6 continents in the Yang realm. The Yang realm is nourished by the sun and has more living beings. If Great Xingtian Heavenly Court wants to unify the world, it must have a foundation in the Yang realm. The Great Zhou Heavenly Court in the Yang realm hasn't been established for long. When Wu Jiong dealt with Saint Wu Tian, he was able to escape. Clearly, the Heavenly Court isn't strong enough. We can force the Great Zhou Heavenly Court out of the Yang realm's western outer continent. Just like the Great Jin Holy Court, the Yin realm and the Yang realm will develop together. The official said solemnly. Ming Tianhan fell into deep thought. All right, then take 2 saints to the Great Zhou and force Wu Jiong to leave. Ming Tianhan said in a low voice. The Celestial Emperor is wise. The officials exclaimed excitedly. Just as all of the major factions in the world were waiting in anticipation, the Great Qin City in the underworld's outer east continent faced its greatest crisis since the founding of the underworld. Boom. A massive gale blew past, accompanied by an incredibly powerful aura. This aura came from the south of the Great Qin City and rushed towards the city. Boom. From the east of the Great Qin City, a massive aura suddenly spread out. Boom. 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 From the west, from the north, one after another, the terrifying aura spread to the entire city. Under this aura, many commoners were suppressed to the point that they could not lift their heads. Crash. The Great Qin City's formation suddenly opened, blocking the auras coming from 12 different directions. Immediately, the commoners felt much better, and they also saw the terrible situation outside. Saint? How could he be a saint? More than one, there's actually more than one. That's 12? 12 saints? Why are there suddenly so many saints in the world? In the Great Qin City, countless commoners cried out in shock. Countless commoners looked around in horror as they saw 12 holy auras soaring into the sky. In the past, when the venerable heavens attacked, everyone had seen the power of the saints. But now there were 12 of them? It was equivalent to 12 venerable heavens. Was the Great Qin City finished? In the central palace. Yen Xuan was in the middle of a court meeting when 12 powerful auras suddenly rushed over. Zombie Yen Xuan's face turned cold. Whoosh. With a wave of his dragon robe, zombie Yen Chuan stepped out. He slowly walked towards the entrance of the central palace. The officials followed behind him. The emperor and officials slowly stepped into the central palace's plaza. Standing in the middle of the plaza, zombie Yen Chuan coldly looked at a saint in the south. Meow. Meow, carried by Mo Yushi, quickly walked over. Great Qin was facing the attack of 12 saints. At the same time, Yang Realm, Outer West Continent, Great Zhou Imperial Court. Wu Jiong led the officials to the Taiji Palace's plaza. Standing in the plaza, Wu Jiong looked at the two saints in front of him, holding a letter in their hands. Their faces were blurry, but even if he couldn't see their faces clearly, he could feel their domineering aura. Great Zhou Celestial Emperor, I, the Great Qing Celestial Emperor, have delivered the letter. Martial Emperor, please send a message back to Underworld Sky City. One of the saints said in a deep voice. Wu Jiong sneered, Message? What message do you want from me? The Celestial Emperor doesn't want to kill too much. He only asks Martial Emperor to lead Great Zhou away from the Outer West Continent. The Celestial Emperor will arrange time for you to plan. Martial Emperor, please leave a message. When will you move out of the Outer West Continent? The saint spoke again. Ha ha ha, you want Great Zhou to move out of the Outer West Continent? Ming Tianhan, has he lost his mind? How can such words come out of his mouth? Wu Jiong suddenly sneered. Martial Emperor, please be more polite. Otherwise, one of the saints said coldly. Otherwise what? Wu Jiong said coldly. Otherwise, don't blame us for making a move and disturbing your Luoyang. Another saint said in a deep voice. Wu Jiong's eyes turned cold. With just the two of you? We are saints. One of them shouted. If I say you are saints, then you are saints. Wu Jiong said coldly. Chapter 1285. Outside the Great Qin City, the 12 sages had arrived. However, at this moment there were some other figures hiding in the dark. In a mountain forest, the 100 evil old demon from the Yang realm looked at the Great Qin City with cold eyes. In a valley, Yuan Tiangang from the Great Zhou Imperial Court looked at the Great Qin City with a scrutinizing expression. In a pile of sand and stone, the Tsar of the Three Emperor Holy Court also appeared in the Yang realm. In a ghost cave, Dark Gui Guzi looked puzzled. There was even the Tong Tian sect master from the Yang realm's north outer continent. These people came at the same time and watched quietly. No one knew what they were observing. In front of the central palace, zombie Yen Chuan looked coldly at a sage from the south. The Great Qing Heavenly Court? Invading the Great Qin? Yen Chuan said with a cold gaze. The sage from the south said in a deep voice, The Heavenly Emperor has ordered us to destroy the Great Qin City and capture Miao. Miao. Miao immediately cried out angrily. Bai Qi glared and held his blade. Zombie Yen Chuan took a deep breath and suddenly said, Citizens of the Great Zhen, raise your right hand and lend me your strength to kill the invaders. Above the Sea of Providence, the statue of Yen Chuan suddenly turned into an 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence. Brr. The dragon roared. Yen Chuan's voice instantly spread to the 5 major territories of the Yang realm. Myriad Ghost Territory, Revered Heaven Territory, Skull Sea Territory, Abused Ghost Territory, and Threein Territory. The Myriad Ghost Weave was completely under Great Zhen's control. Due to the Hua family's surrender, the Revered Heaven Weave was almost completely under Great Zhen's control. As for the other 3 weaves, Great Zhen had already occupied half of them. Therefore Yen Chuan's voice could be heard everywhere. Countless citizens of the Great Zhen suddenly heard Yen Chuan's voice. The Sage King needs power? This is the first time. Yeah, I heard that even the Sage King didn't mobilize the Great Zhen's power last time. Could it be that he's stronger than the Sage King? It doesn't matter, the news will come soon. The Sage King needs power. Let's raise our right hands. In an instant, endless power gathered from all directions. Visible streams of power formed into a golden stream of light and rushed toward the Golden Dragon of Luck. Brr. The Golden Dragon of Destiny charged toward Zombie Yen Chuan with boundless power. Brr. Zombie Yen Chuan let out a loud roar, and a pair of giant dragon skeletal wings appeared on his back. 2 huge fangs protruded from its mouth. Meow. Meow was startled. Brr. The Golden Dragon of 18 Claws Destiny rushed into Yen Chuan's body. Buzz. Yen Chuan's entire body suddenly radiated golden light in all directions. Rumble. From where Yen Chuan was, a surging aura erupted. Wah. With a flap of his wings, Yen Chuan charged out of the Great Qin City with an unstoppable momentum. Standing in the sky, he faced the 12 sages alone. Ah, Yanchuan, are you crazy? One of the sages laughed loudly. Meow, Yanchuan, I'll help you. Meow called out. Yanchuan twisted his head and said in a deep voice, Meow Bai Chi, look around. Don't let anyone escape. What? Meow was confused. On the other side, another sage was also confused. At this moment, Yanchuan's body was emitting an extremely cold aura. Snow fell from the sky above the Great Qin city. The 12 sages looked at Yanchuan in shock. Yanchuan shouldn't be reacting like this. Shouldn't he be terrified? You overestimate yourself. One of the sages shouted, Heavenly Tao. Boom. More than 2,000 heavenly Tao suddenly burst out from behind that sage. A vast aura like that of the heavenly Tao suddenly burst out and charged towards zombie Yanchuan. He stretched out his hand and a huge palm print appeared. It carried the power of heaven and earth and struck towards Yanchuan. Wherever the palm passed, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the void and surrounded the palm print. Roar! Zombie Yanchuan's aura was also extremely vast. It carried the power of heaven and earth. Zombie Yanchuan's palm collided with it. The two huge palm prints collided in the void. Rumble! More than half of the void was shattered. Billowing storms rushed in all directions. The blurry void made many people unable to see what was inside. When the void calmed down slightly, everyone realized that Yanchuan had disappeared. Ah! In the distance, a sage suddenly screamed in horror. However, zombie Yanchuan suddenly appeared in front of him. Both of his palms were inserted into his chest, causing him to be unable to move. Back then, when zombie Yanchuan was still weak, even the heavenly Tao couldn't do anything to the terrifying zombie Yanchuan. Now, zombie Yanchuan's strength had skyrocketed and he had mobilized the power of heaven and earth, drawing the power of heaven and earth, to fight against this sage. How could he be weak? In an instant, zombie Yanchuan broke through the palm print and stabbed his palms into his chest. How dare you? Bastard. Stop. The other 11 sages screamed in horror. But why would zombie Yanchuan care? He flapped his huge wings and opened his mouth to roar. Brr. Under the roar, a terrifying suction force came from zombie Yanchuan's mouth. No. The restrained sage screamed in horror, but the suction force from Yanchuan's mouth was too strong. Boom. Ah. While the sage was Yahoo, he was swallowed into zombie Yanchuan's stomach. The sage was eaten by zombie Yanchuan? Within the Great Qin city, countless residents opened their mouths in shock, feeling incredibly confused. Meow. Meow also widened its eyes in disbelief. Moyushi was surprised. Only Bai Chi didn't care. After all, in the Great Thousand World, Yanchuan had even eaten a perfect sage. A sage with an incomplete Great Path only had 1/10 of his strength left, so it wasn't strange that he was eaten. In the distance, Tong Tian, Dark Gigazi, Evil Old Demon, Yuan Tiangang, and the Tsar all frowned, looking confused. You. A sage said in horror. Yanchuan had eaten a sage? Let's attack together. Can't we, the 11 sages, defeat Yanchuan? Let's kill him. Kill. Roar. The 11 sages attacked almost at the same time. Boom. Each of them had more than 2,000 great paths of heaven. In an instant, the entire Great Qin city was surrounded by great path pillars. The rolling great paths of heaven rushed toward Yanchuan in the center. Zombie Yanchuan snorted coldly. Zombie Yanchuan instantly crashed into the great paths of heaven. However, the great paths of heaven didn't stop Yanchuan. Instead, it was as if they were transparent in front of Yanchuan. Oh no, the zombie king jumped out of the great path of heaven. A sage suddenly shouted. The zombie king wasn't restrained by the great path of heaven? However, it was too late. At this moment, zombie Yanchuan's strength was at its strongest. In an instant, it appeared in front of another sage. Boom. Ah. That sage cried out in pain. Yanchuan's hand stabbed into his chest. Roar. Yanchuan opened its mouth and swallowed again. No. Bastard. The group of sages cried out in horror. Then the group of sages quickly reached out their hands and attacked zombie Yanchuan with the power of heaven and earth. 10 giant palms broke through the void and rushed toward Yanchuan. However, at this moment, Yanchuan didn't care at all and continued to swallow. Brr. In one gulp, the second sage was swallowed into his stomach. At the same time, 10 giant palms carrying the power of heaven and earth arrived in front of him. Boom. The 10 palms bombarded Yanchuan's body. The void in that area was stirred up crazily. However, Yanchuan seemed to be fine. Even the power of the sages couldn't destroy his terrifying body. Swish. Amidst the shock of the sages, Yan Chuan rushed toward the third sage. Boom. At a terrifying speed, the third sage did the same thing again. Yan Chuan opened his mouth and swallowed again. Brr. No, no. How can this be? How can Yan Chuan be so strong? Amidst the horror of the sages, Yan Chuan swallowed the third sage ferociously. The battle suddenly stopped. The 9 sages looked confused. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly 3 loud thunderclaps sounded in the sky. After each thunderclap, there was a sudden burst of sorrowful music. Whoosh. Suddenly, a rain of blood began to fall from all directions. The rain of blood soared into the sky, and mist began to rise from the ground. Heaven and earth mourn the death of a sage? One of the sages said in confusion. The sage in Yan Chuan's stomach is dead? Another sage said in confusion. The sages didn't want to admit it, but the weather had shown everything. Heaven and earth mourn the death of a sage. This was a sign from the heavens. Yan Chuan? Looking at this scene, the 9 sages suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. Zombie Yan Chuan rushed toward another sage. Don't come over. No. The sage turned around and ran in horror. However, Zombie Yan Chuan was too fast. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. In an instant it was in front of the sage. No. The sage flipped his hand and struck with the power of heaven and earth. Brr. Zombie Yan Chuan's face was ferocious. It smashed the giant palm and instantly appeared beside the sage and grabbed him. No. However, no matter how they shouted, they couldn't stop Yan Chuan from swallowing them. Such a one-sided massacre shocked the other 8 sages so much that they lost their fighting spirit. How could this be? They didn't go forward to save them. Instead, they turned around and fled in all directions. However, as soon as they fled, they found a terrifying force around them. It was as if they had nowhere to run. Countless stars surrounded the great Qin city. The terrifying stirring force forced the sages to be unable to escape. Great heavenly void arcane art. Outside, Tong Tian said with a gloomy face. This was the complete form of the universe in the palm. At this moment, under the seal of the void, even the sages couldn't escape. Whoosh! The blood rain became heavier and heavier. Yan Chuan swallowed the 4th sage and pounced on the 5th sage. No, this shouldn't be happening. The surroundings were like a cage. The 12 sages came aggressively, but now they were trapped and had nowhere to run. Yan Chuan defeated them one by one and devoured them one by one. Stop running. Let's attack Yan Chuan together. If he doesn't die, we will die. A sage shouted in horror. The 8 sages attacked Yan Chuan together again. One palm struck with the power of heaven and earth, while the other hand attacked Yan Chuan with a magic treasure. However, at this moment, zombie Yan Chuan was invulnerable. With an invincible body, his speed was terrifyingly powerful. In the blink of an eye, he pounced on another sage. Roar! Once again he opened his mouth and devoured crazily. Attack together. Rumble. The void shook violently. However, when the void returned to normal, another sage was gone. The remaining sages no longer had any thoughts of cooperating and resisting. In fear they could only flee quickly. Zombie Yan Chuan was too terrifying. What formation is this? Break. The sages attacked the surrounding stars. Rumble. The surrounding stars shook. Clearly, the complete universe in the palm could no longer trap the sages. Suddenly, a crack appeared. A sage was overjoyed and quickly rushed toward the crack. Quang. A sky-burying coffin appeared from the crack and smashed toward the sage. Boom. As soon as the sage retreated, zombie Yan Chuan instantly appeared behind him and captured him just like before. No, Yan Di, let me go. Roar. Without hesitation, Yan Chuan swallowed it in one gulp. The other sages attacked the star formation crazily. Suddenly, another crack appeared. Meow, where do you think you are going? Bai Chi is here. Take this. Boom. The entire sky above the great Qin city fell into chaos. The violent battle and Yan Chuan's domineering manner of devouring sages. For a moment, the citizens of the great Qin city were all stunned. Senior brother, what did I see? A sage? A sage king is devouring a sage? Am I dreaming? Why don't you try slapping me? Slap. Ouch, senior brother, you really hit me. My hand hurts. It seems like it's real. Is it real? The great Qin city was filled with confusion and excitement. Gradually, it turned into endless worship. The supreme beasts of Dezhen, the Dragon Emperor and the Pheasant Empress, happened to be in the netherworld. Previously they were still anxious, but now, seeing Yan Chuan killing everywhere, no eating everywhere, the two great beasts couldn't help but tremble. Originally, they had seen how powerful Yan Chuan was in the netherworld and thought that Yan Chuan in the netherworld was inferior. But now, was he inferior? That was a genuine sage. Devouring like this? Devouring like this? Who could be a match for Yan Chuan? Yan Chuan continued to devour. The sky continued to rain blood, the ground was filled with blood mist, and the mournful music was endless. All of this showed the tragic scene in the sky above the Great Qin City. Outside the Great Qin City, the various factions had complicated expressions on their faces. Dark Gigazi pondered and said, "Could it be that I guessed wrong?" The Grandmaster of Heaven took a deep breath. "I hope I guessed wrong." As the number of sages continued to decrease, Dark Gigazi, the Grandmaster of Heaven, 100 Evil Old Demon, Czar Yuan Tiangang, and the others left one after another with complicated expressions. In the blink of an eye they disappeared. Everyone seemed to be trying to verify something. Perhaps they had verified it, or perhaps they had not. As the number of sages decreased, Yan Chuan became more and more unrestrained. "No, no, Heavenly Emperor, why didn't you save me? Heavenly Emperor!" Roars filled the sky. However, the current sages could only become food in the mouth of Zombie Yan Chuan. Zombie Yan Chuan, who was at full strength, had monstrous power. The 12 sages all died in the mouth of Yan Chuan. Under the encirclement of Bai Qi, the Miao, the heaven-burying coffin, and even the Grand Emperor, the Jade Emperor, the Three Swords of God, and other strong practitioners, none of the 12 sages escaped. Until the last sage was caught by Zombie Yan Chuan. "Emperor Yan, I'm willing to submit, I'm willing to submit," the sage said in fear. The malevolent Yan Chuan ignored him. Instead he opened his mouth and sucked him in again, swallowing him down. At this point, the 12 sages were all devoured by Zombie Yan Chuan. The Great Qin City turned danger into safety. Chapter 1286. I made a small mistake in the last chapter yesterday. This is Yan Chuan's second time mobilizing the power of the people in the netherworld. I've corrected it. Sorry. Above the Great Qin City, countless stars slowly disappeared. The void slowly calmed down, leaving Zombie Yan Chuan alone. He spread his giant wings and floated in the sky. Roar! Yan Chuan let out a roar of relief. With this roar, the people in the Great Qin City were overjoyed. The crisis of the Great Qin City was resolved. The Sage King had devoured 12 sages. Those were sages, supreme existences in the world. The Sage King had actually eaten 12 of them at once? Long live the Sage King! Long live the Sage King! Long live the Sage King! The people cheered, rejoicing that they had survived. They worshipped Yan Chuan's strength and were proud to be the people of Great Qin. Meow. Meow excitedly jumped into Mo Yushi's arms. Mo Yushi's eyes were filled with excitement. The officials cheered. Only the spies of the various factions held their breaths, unable to speak. Today's battle in the Great Qin City could not be hidden at all. It would definitely spread to all corners of the world. Great Qin was powerful, and Zombie King Yan Chuan was even more ferocious and invincible. 12 sages, 12 sages. They had almost been killed by Yan Chuan alone. Who in the world could be his match? High in the sky, after roaring, Yan Chuan's body rumbled. Rumble. Yan Chuan's ferocious aura was rampant. Boom. A shockwave spread out from Yan Chuan's body. Many people understood that Yan Chuan's strength had become stronger. High in the sky, Zombie Yan Chuan took a deep breath. Looking at the endless blood rain falling, he turned his head slightly. Fifth firmament ancestral immortal? 12 sages and only one firmament. The world is about to be repaired. Time waits for no one. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Netherworld, West Outer Continent, Dark Sky City. Ming Tianhan sat on the dragon throne with his eyes closed. Blood rain fell from the sky, and the mournful music continued. It was clear that a saint had fallen. Furthermore, with such a heavy rain of blood and so much blood mist rising from the ground, it was obvious that more than one saint had died. The officials stood respectfully, not daring to say a word. At the same time, they understood that the Sky Emperor's consciousness had also entered the heaven's eye. Rumble. Dark clouds gathered around Underworld Sky City, rolling and rumbling. Similar to Underworld Sky City was another city in the mortal realm, Luoyang of the Great Zhou Imperial Court in the Western Outer Continent. Above Luoyang, a rain of blood fell and dark clouds covered the sky. In Luoyang City, in front of Taiji Palace, Wu Jiong, dressed in a dragon robe, stood with his hands behind his back. The officials stood behind him respectfully. In front of Wu Jiong were two corpses. The two sages who had come to cause trouble for the great Zhou dynasty had been killed on the spot. Long live the celestial emperor! The officials shouted in admiration. As for Wu Jiong, he coldly looked to the sky. Boom! Above the boundless dark clouds, a crack suddenly appeared. The crack extended from one side of the sky to the other. As soon as the crack appeared, a vast aura spread out. This aura made Luoyang, which was originally cheering, instantly fall dead silent. The people suddenly felt as if their hearts were being squeezed. A tremor that came from the depths of their souls was about to come out. Rumble. The crack separated to both sides. When it separated, almost everyone suddenly knelt down. There was no reason, no thought, or rather, at this moment, from their birth charts to their souls, the only thought in their minds was to worship. Whoosh. Almost everyone in Luoyang City knelt down. At the entrance of Taiji Palace, only 11 figures did not kneel down. The leader was Wu Jiong. When Wu Jiong stepped on the ground, an altar seemed to appear under his feet. Stepping on the altar, this terrifying heavenly might had little effect on Wu Jiong. What Wu Jiong stepped on was the heaven and earth altar, which was also a symbol of heaven and earth karmic status that could be possessed. The other 10 figures also stepped on the altar, but they were much smaller than Wu Jiong. It was the heaven and earth altar of the birth position. In the entire Luoyang city, only these 11 people did not kneel down. The others, no matter who they were, all prostrated on the ground without any thoughts of resistance. The crack in the dark clouds finally separated. It was an extremely huge eye. As soon as the huge eye appeared, a ferocious aura rushed toward Luoyang city. If the aura of a saint was grand, then the aura of this eye was 100 times, 1,000 times, or even more. Heaven's eye. Wu Jiong's face darkened. The huge eye looked down. Umph. A cold snort sounded. The 10 people behind Wu Jiong who had altars of birth all trembled in their hearts. Then they lowered their heads as if they could not look directly at the heaven's eye. The heaven's eye controlled the heavens and affected the birth charts of all living beings in the world. At this moment, a huge pressure came toward Wu Jiong. Boom! Countless cracks suddenly appeared on the ground under Wu Jiong's feet. Wu Jiong's aura erupted, but under the heaven's eye, Wu Jiong's aura was not enough. Wu Jiong, how dare you kill my envoy? A loud angry voice came from the void. The angry rebuke carried the wrath of the heavens. Countless timid commoners were suddenly scared out of their wits by this voice. The entire Luoyang city was facing an unprecedented crisis. The 10 officials also lowered their heads at this moment. Their faces were filled with difficulty. In the face of the heaven's eye, they could not even raise their heads. How could they resist it? Wu Jiong was the first to bear the brunt. Under the wrath of heaven, a crack suddenly appeared on the heaven and earth altar. Crack. The heaven and earth altar seemed to be about to shatter. Wu Jiong's expression was extremely ugly. Today no one can save you. Luoyang City? Another angry voice came from the void. The heaven's eye had not yet descended, but its ferocious aura had already made Luoyang unable to resist. Seeing that the heaven and earth altar under his feet was about to shatter, Wu Jiong finally could not sit still. Celestial Emperor? That was because he had the heaven and earth karmic position. If the heaven and earth karmic position was destroyed, Wu Jiong would fall from his position as Celestial Emperor. Wu Jiong did not act rashly. Instead, he suddenly looked at a palace not far away. The palace was located beside Taiji Palace. It was a sealed hall that had never been opened. In fact, the officials did not understand why there was a palace here. Teacher, the great Zhou dynasty has encountered an unprecedented disaster. I am unable to resolve it. Please help me. Wu Jiong suddenly said. Creak. The officials of the great Zhou dynasty who were defenseless were suddenly surprised. The door of the palace slowly opened. Slowly, everyone who was prostrating on the ground heard the sound of footsteps. The footsteps were not very heavy and were very slow. However, to many people it made them feel at ease. From the nameless hall, an old man in a green robe slowly walked out. The old man was slightly thin and his face was very calm. Step by step he walked out of the nameless hall. There was no heaven and earth altar under his feet. In fact, there was not even a trace of aura around him. However, this ordinary old man was not affected by the heavenly might in the slightest. He walked out slowly. Up in the sky, the heaven's eye's pupils suddenly shrank. This was because the old man who walked out looked like an ordinary old man. There was not a trace of dermic power fluctuation. The old man held a green sword in his hand. He walked to Wu Jiong's side. Teacher. Wu Jiong said respectfully. The other 10 officials who could stand could not raise their heads. They wanted to see the old man's appearance, but they could not. The old man slowly raised his head. His face was still very calm as he looked at the giant eye in the sky. Who are you? Ming Qianhan's angry voice came from the sky. The old man finally spoke. Heaven? Only the 2 founders of fate can unleash its true power. You, on the other hand, are not worthy. Moreover, this is a broken fate. What did you say? Ming Tianhan asked in a low voice. You are not worthy of heaven. The old man said indifferently. As he spoke, the old man's sword danced. Old man, who are you? The founders of heaven? Do. Oh. Ming Tianhan asked in a low voice. However, the old man did not care. He suddenly danced with his sword and stabbed at the heaven's eye. How dare you? Ming Tianhan shouted angrily. However, the old man's sword was already stabbing. A vast energy sword soared into the sky. The energy sword was majestic, like a pillar holding up the sky. It instantly arrived before the heaven's eye. Fast, large, strong and fierce. It was a king's sword, an invincible sword. Under this sword, the heaven's eye suddenly had a feeling that it couldn't dodge. It felt as if it could only stare helplessly as the sword stabbed itself to death. Oh. Boom. There was a loud explosion. Wu Jiong saw the old man's energy sword pierce through the heaven's eye's pupil. The huge energy sword slid to the side. Ching. The huge heaven's eye was suddenly cut into 2 halves from the pupil. Whoosh. The old man put away his sword, his expression still indifferent. However, the huge heaven's eye in the sky had suffered a lot of damage. Crack, 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 crack. Countless spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the heaven's eye. Impossible. Who are you? Who are you? Ming Tianhan's despairing cry came from the sky. Boom. The giant heaven's eye exploded into pieces. One sword. Just one sword. He destroyed the heaven's eye just like that? When the heaven's eye exploded, the suppression in the depths of everyone's soul instantly disappeared. The countless dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed. The heaven and earth altar beneath Wu Jiong's feet was being repaired. The 10 officials could now look up at the sky. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, but the sword strike just now was something that almost everyone could not forget. It was too amazing. Killing the heaven's eye with one sword strike. At this moment, the old man slowly walked toward the nameless palace from before. Quang. The door to the main hall closed once again. Almost everyone in the Taiji Palace's square was silent. The Heavenly Emperor's teacher? Wu Jiong took in a deep breath as he stared at the closed doors of the palace. The heaven's eye. Ming Tianhan thought it was the strongest thing. But his teacher could destroy it with one sword strike? A voice suddenly sounded in Wu Jiong's mind. Wu Jiong, I will erase everyone's memories. You can only keep 3 people alive. Don't lose your memories. Yes, teacher. Wu Jiong immediately answered. From the nameless palace, a green light suddenly spread out in all directions. Everyone who was hit by the green light suddenly became confused, as if they had forgotten everything that had happened. At the same time, in the imperial court of Underworld Sky City in the western outer continent of the underworld, Ming Tianhan suddenly clutched his forehead and screamed in pain. Many officials saw that Ming Tianhan was clutching his forehead, and a trace of blood was flowing out. Chapter 1287. In the Underworld's west outer continent, Underworld Sky City's imperial court. Ming Tianhan suddenly held his forehead and screamed in pain. Many officials saw that Ming Tianhan was holding his forehead, and a trace of blood was flowing out. Sky Emperor, the official said anxiously. Ming Tianhan held his forehead and didn't say anything, but blood kept flowing out. The officials were all anxious. Court is dismissed. Ming Tianhan shouted. Yes. The officials could only helplessly reply. Just as the officials were about to leave the hall. Report bad news? A jiaohu came from outside the hall. An official rushed into the hall. Sky Emperor, above the Sea of Providence, Wu Tian, Meigao Ku, Shimen and Huazun Tian have awakened. They're about to escape. The official said anxiously. What? The hall was in an uproar. The 4 of them have awakened. Could it be that the 4 saints sacrificed to the heavens failed? Sky Emperor's forehead. Could it be that the eye of heaven has changed? The officials were all in a state of jiaohu. Ming Tianhan held the wound between his eyebrows and coldly looked outside the hall. Outside the hall, above the Sea of Providence. The 4 golden lights that had pinned down the 4 saints had now disappeared. The 4 saints had awakened, and a huge altar slowly appeared. The 4 saints looked around in confusion. On the altar, the 4 of them were still chained up. Sky Emperor, there's a power that connects us saints. The only saint of Great Xing suddenly said. Whoosh. High up in the sky, the chains that bound the 4 sages suddenly retreated slowly. It was as if an inexplicable force was helping them to break free. We're saved? What's going on? The 4 saints were still confused. Not good, the 4 saints are about to escape. Quick, stop them. Someone shouted. Stop. Ming Tianhan suddenly shouted. The guards looked at Ming Tianhan in confusion. At this moment, Ming Tianhan didn't stop the 4 saints from escaping. Boom. As soon as the chains were removed, the 4 sages were suddenly saved. With a loud bang, the altar exploded. Standing high up in the sky, the 4 sages were at a loss. Looking at the underworld sky city below, the 4 sages raised their brows and clenched their fists. Ming Tianhan, I will remember this grudge. Wu Tian shouted. Go. Boom. The 4 saints fled with a loud rumble. From beginning to end, Ming Tianhan did not stop him. At this moment, everyone understood that the heaven's eye that the Sky Emperor controlled was useless. However, in this world, who could destroy heaven's eye? Was there such an expert in this world? Court is dismissed. Yang, stay here. Ming Tianhan shouted. Yes. The ministers slowly withdrew from the hall. In the blink of an eye, there was only one person left in the hall. He was the only living sage of the Black Divine Guards of the Great Xingtian Heavenly Court, Yang. Quang. The door of the main hall slammed shut. Ming Tianhan slightly moved his hand away. There was a bloody light between his eyebrows. The blood came from the slit in his third eye. Ming Tianhan wiped the blood off his face and frowned in pain. Then he covered his forehead again. He then turned to look at the saint Yang Yang. Yang, what happened? Ming Tianhan asked in a low voice. Yang Yang was silent for a while. Then he took a deep breath and said, the 4 saints were sent to the heavenly demon world by some force. I don't know who this force is. It's very powerful. It's so powerful that I can't even touch it. The 4 of them were sent to the heavenly demon world. I also received a message from that force. Yang Yang said in a low voice. What is it? That force sent me a message saying that he will regain control of the heavens. If I want to keep my position as a sage, I have to contribute to the world. I have to find someone to fill in one of the remaining 20 heavenly daos. Otherwise, he will take away my position as a sage. Yang Yang said in a low voice. Oh, what arrogance. He hasn't even regained control of the heavens, but he's so sure that he can do it? Ming Tianhan said with a complicated expression. I don't know. He mentioned regaining control of the heavens. He should be an ancient existence. Perhaps he's someone from the 3rd or 2nd epoch. Yang Yang said in a low voice. Could it be? Ming Tianhan's eyes suddenly focused. Who is the celestial emperor thinking of? Yang Yang asked curiously. I don't know. Just now, when Hongjun pierced my heaven's eye, he mentioned that there were 2 creators of the heavens. Perhaps the person who sent you the message is the so-called creator of the heavens, Ming Tianhan said in a low voice. Ah, if that's the case, then the world might really enter a great era. Old monsters will keep popping up. Yang Yang frowned. Yes. Even I didn't expect Hongjun to be so strong. One sword, just one sword. Ming Tianhan said with a gloomy expression. Is the heaven's eye really broken? Yang Yang looked at Ming Tianhan with a serious expression. It's broken. Apart from you obtaining the position of sage, all the other 14 sages have fallen. My heaven's eye has also been forcefully broken. All my efforts have been for naught. Ming Tianhan said as he held his forehead. However, when Ming Tianhan spoke, he didn't look depressed. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. Yang Yang didn't find it strange when he saw Ming Tianhan's smile. Instead, he nodded in satisfaction. Netherworld, Outer East Continent. Zombie Yen Chuan had devoured 12 sages. The news couldn't be suppressed at all. Soon the news spread everywhere. The first to bear the brunt of it were the 3 weaves that Great Zhen was conquering. The Skeleton Sea Weave, the Three-Yin Weave, and the Ghost Abuse Weave. The moment the 3 weave lords heard the news, they shouted without hesitation, that's impossible. However, there were more than one group of spies. Especially when 2 countries were at war, several different groups of spies kept sending news. The 3 weave lords stood there in a daze. Sages. Those were sages. They were on their home turf and they could barely resist one. However, Yen Chuan had actually devoured 12 of them? Where did so many sages come from? How could this be? Did the world change? The three Weave Lords felt extremely bitter. If they had known that Yin Chuan was so ferocious, they wouldn't have dared to invade Great Zhen. Sect Lord, we can't hold this place anymore. Once Meng Tian returns, we... Yes, Sect Lord. Yin Chuan is so ferocious. The subordinates were worried. Report, Zhang Yi of Great Zhen requests an audience. A voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Zhang Yi? He was in charge of diplomacy. This time Yin Chuan had displayed his might. Zhang Yi naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. He immediately went to various places to persuade them to surrender. Yang Realm, Outer East Continent, Xianyang. In the palace's study. Yin Chuan in his human form dismissed everyone. In the study only Yin Chuan sat in front of the desk. There were 2 imperial seals on the desk in front of him. One was Great Zhen's Great Heavenly Seal. The other was the Great Qin Imperial Seal, the Celestial Emperor's Imperial Seal from his first life, which he had taken back from Dark Ghost Guzi not long ago. The 2 Imperial Seals lay flat on the desk. Both of them were exuding a hostile aura. The Imperial Seal suppressed the fate of a country. One seal was enough. However, there were 2 seals in front of him. Moreover, they were both Yin Chuan's Imperial Seals. One of them was the current Imperial Seal, while the other was from his first life. The 2 Imperial Seals refused to give way to each other. The Great Qin Imperial Seal had a stronger aura. After all, it used to be the Heavenly Court's Imperial Seal. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Great Zhen can only have 1 Imperial Seal. The world is about to be complete. I have to be careful. Yin Chuan sighed softly. He held 1 Imperial Seal in each hand. A trace of reluctance flashed in Yin Chuan's eyes. Great Qin Imperial Seal, you accompanied me in my first life to conquer the world and suppress half of my life's fate. I'm very gratified and cherish you. However, this is no longer the Great Qin. I am Yin Chuan. I am helpless. A trace of shame flashed in Yin Chuan's eyes. But the Great Qin Imperial Seal trembled. It seemed to be sad but also seemed to be comforting Yin Chuan. Slowly, the Great Qin Imperial Seal floated up. It floated above the Great Heavenly Seal. The Heavenly Emperor is immortal. The Imperial Seal is willing to die to accompany the Heavenly Emperor. Suddenly, a sorrowful voice came from the Great Qin Imperial Seal. Following that, the Great Qin Imperial Seal suddenly melted. Gradually, it turned into a black liquid that poured into the Great Heavenly Seal. Gulp, gulp. The Great Heavenly Seal was like a sponge, absorbing this liquid. Gradually, the Great Qin Imperial Seal was completely sucked into it. Buzz. The Great Heavenly Seal gave off a beam of golden light. It seemed to be celebrating everything that it absorbed. In order to continue following Yin Chuan, the Great Qin Imperial Seal willingly absorbed into the Great Heavenly Seal. I will not disappoint you. In this life, follow me to suppress the world again. Yin Chuan said after taking a deep breath. Buzz. The Great Heavenly Seal trembled slightly. With a flip of his hand, Yin Chuan put away the Great Heavenly Seal. Sage Ruler. Zhao Gao's voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Come in. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Zhao Gao entered the study. Sage Ruler, there is someone outside. It seems to be someone from the Dugu family. They request an audience with you. Zhao Gao said. Oh. Yin Chuan was slightly curious. Let him in. Yes. Soon, a man with a sword on his back walked into the study. Greetings, Yama Emperor Dugu Yeshen of the Dugu family. The man said. Dugu Yeshen? Why have you come to Great Zhen? Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. Back then, during the Battle of the Deity Sword Mountain Villa, my Dugu family saw a group of people hiding in the dark helping Great Zhen. Among them, someone used the Dugu family sword technique. Among them, there was even a sword technique that the family had enjoyed. I think it should be the former head of the Dugu family, Dugu Budian. Dugu Yeshen said. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Under the orders of the family head, I am to send a letter of challenge to the current Dugu Budian. Yama Emperor, please pass it to Dugu Budian. Dugu Yeshen handed over a letter. A letter of challenge? Yin Chuan's face darkened. Yama Emperor, pass it to Dugu Budian. You will know everything. I will not disturb you any further. Farewell. Dugu Yeshen said. With that, Dugu Yeshen left the study. Yin Chuan watched Dugu Yeshen leave with a frown. Chapter 1288. Get out. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Zhao Gao left the study. Yin Chuan looked at the letter in his hand but did not open it. Instead, he took a deep breath and said, Heaven-mending guards. Whoosh. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared and knelt down in front of Yen Chuan. "Greetings, Holy King. Inform the pavilion master of the heaven-mending pavilion to come and see me," Yen Chuan said. "Yes." Whoosh. The black shadow disappeared again. Yen Chuan slowly walked out of the study. Boom. Outside, the void shook. Auspicious signs appeared and heavenly music floated in the air. "Another heavenly Tao was mended?" Yen Chuan asked solemnly. "Yes. 19 more paths of heaven and the world will be complete," Zhao Gao said with respect. "Prepare the chariot. I am going to the East Sea," Yen Chuan said. "Yes." Very quickly Zhao Gao arranged everything. Yen Chuan stepped onto the dragon carriage and did not let anyone follow him. The 5 dragons pulled Yen Chuan and headed towards the Eastern Sea. The East Sea Dragon Palace used to guard the East Sea Eye until a group of explosive beasts appeared. The East Sea Dragon Kings were forced to leave the East Sea. 3 days later. At the bottom of the East Sea. On a square at the bottom of the sea. The seawater could not enter. Yen Chuan stood on one side of the square. On the other side there were 11 explosive beasts. The one in the lead was twice the size of the others. It had a single horn that looked like a crown on its head. An explosive beast king. "Old neighbor?" the explosive beast king asked. "Isn't that the case?" Yen Chuan asked indifferently. The explosive beast king narrowed its eyes and said, "I can feel that there is a force similar to mine in your body. Is it the power of explosion and restoration? You have refined an explosive beast?" Brr. The explosive beast suddenly roared. "No wonder you are an explosive beast king. You can feel my divine power," Yen Chuan said. Astral powers were hidden in the user's body. No one would be able to see through it, but the exploding beast king was able to. "That's a divine ability of my clan. Of course I know about it. That day when I was born, before my power was fully unsealed, I met a so-called saint. Otherwise, no one would be able to take away an exploding beast. You killed my clan's beast and you still dare to come here?" The exploding beast king said coldly. "Ha ha ha. Explosive beast king, aren't you tired of talking like that? Am I your enemy just because I killed an explosive beast? Then, if you killed a human, wouldn't you become the enemy of all humans?" Yen Chuan said with a smile. The explosive beast king said nothing. "You didn't tame the exploding beast back then, so it's not your subordinate. Exploding beast king, I have something else to discuss with you today. Please don't dwell on the past. At the very least, I, Yen Chuan, have never been your enemy. You owe me a debt of gratitude when you were able to break out of the seal." Yen Chuan smiled. "What do you want to discuss? Tell me," the exploding beast king said. "The world is about to recover. I think you can feel it as well. Some of the most powerful warriors are about to come back," Yen Chuan said. The exploding beast king thought for a while and nodded. "That's right. Not long ago the world changed and I felt it. I heard from my subordinates that it should be the return of the heavens. Unfortunately, it seems to have disappeared again." "That's right. That's just the beginning. Time is not on my side. That's why I thought of you," Yen Chuan said. "Me?" the exploding beast king asked. "Yes. I need to improve myself so that I can welcome all the heroes in the world. It's inevitable that I will be away from the Jinlong territory. The Jinlong territory is strong, but many powerful warriors are coming out. If I'm not there, they will take advantage of me. For example, not long ago, Xianying encountered a disaster." Yen Chuan took a deep breath. "You don't want me to protect Xianying for you, do you?" The exploding beast king sneered. "No. I won't ask for your help unless it's a life-and-death crisis. But no one can say for sure what will happen in the future. That's why I'm here. I want to make a deal with you," Yen Chuan said. "If Xianying is in danger when I'm not there, I need you to help me once," Yen Chuan said. "What? Help me?" the exploding beast king asked. "Yes. I know you're good. I just need you to do your best," Yen Chuan said. "What will you give me in exchange?" the exploding beast king asked. Bang. Yen Chuan flipped his hand and took out a heaven-burying coffin. "I've sealed something inside. You'll know when you see it," Yen Chuan said. The coffin was opened. All of a sudden, one of the exploding beasts saw an exit. He didn't know how long he had been drifting in the vast void. He had wasted 2 chances to escape. The exploding beast swore that it would never explode again. Whoosh. The exploding beast dashed out of the sky burial coffin. What? The Beast King was surprised. Boom. The Beast King unleashed a surge of energy toward the exploding beast. "Oh, bastard. You tricked me again," the exploding beast bellowed. However, after a while it realized that something was wrong. All of a sudden the exploding beast saw a group of its kind. Exploding Beast King. What do you think of this one? Yen Chuan put away the sky burial coffin. You. The exploding beast was about to say something. Shut up. The exploding Beast King said coldly. Instantly the exploding beast surrounded the exploding beast. The exploding beast didn't dare to say another word. Exploding beasts are rare. Including this one, there are 12 of us. As a Beast King, I think this one should be useful to you, Yen Chuan said with a smile. The Beast King thought about it. Was tempted. After all, Yen Chuan didn't ask for much in exchange. He only wanted to resolve a crisis once. That was all. Of course, I won't be so stingy. Exploding beasts are rare and you don't know much about the world. I will send people here from time to tell you about the world's major events. It will give you a better understanding of the world and the upcoming great era. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. The exploding Beast King's eyes lit up. Okay, as you wish. The exploding Beast King said seriously. Yen Chuan smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Underworld, Myriad Ghost Domain, Great Qin City, Central Palace. Zhang Yi entered the palace with a black-robed figure. Holy King, the leader of the Three Yin sect is willing to enter Great Zhen as a subject. Zhang Yi said respectfully. Three Yin greets the Holy King. The black-robed figure said. Good. Yen Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Holy King Gui Jianshou has already given up on the Ghost Torment Weave and moved to other weaves. The Ghost Torment Weave will soon become Great Zhen's territory. Only Sect Master Scarlet Sea still doesn't know what's good for him. He's unwilling to move or submit to Great Zhen. Three Yin is willing to lead the army and contribute to Great Zhen, the leader of the Three Yin sect immediately said. Proof. After the news of zombie Yen Chuan devouring the 12 saints spread, the expansion of Great Zhen's domain sped up. The Three Yin domain and Ghost Abuse domain both belong to Great Zhen. The Skeleton Sea domain also sped up. The leader of the Skeleton Sea sect barely held on for a few months. When he couldn't hold on any longer, he fled with some of his followers. At this point, Great Zhen's underworld territory had officially expanded into 5 domains. The Myriad Ghost Domain, Revered Heaven Domain, Skeleton Sea Domain, Three Yin Domain, and Ghost Abuse Domain. Chapter 1289. Yang Realm Xianying. In the study room. Yen Chuan sat behind a desk with a long-haired man standing in front of him. There was a line of blood between the man's eyebrows, and he carried a long sword on his back. His aura was extremely luxurious. The man held a letter in his hand. He frowned slightly as he looked at the letter. Sage Monarch. This is Dugu Potion's letter of challenge. He still thinks that I am Dugu Budian. The man smiled slightly. Dugu Budian is already a thing of the past. The Dugu family of Dezhen is now under your control. You have also read this letter of challenge. What do you think? Yen Chuan smiled faintly. The man was the pavilion master of Heaven Mending Pavilion, Yen Chuan's nephew Yen Wudi. He was also called Dugu Wudi. Dugu Wudi pondered for a moment and said, in the letter of challenge, Dugu Budian is extremely arrogant. He said that any place in the world can be his battlefield. As long as I send him a letter, he can defeat me anywhere. He can unify the Dugu family. Now what do you think? Yen Chuan smiled. Sage Monarch, you have led me into the heavenly secrets for 5,000 years. I already have enough foundation. Moreover, this heaven-mending sword of yours contains all of the foundation of the old patriarch Dugu Budian. I am confident that I can defeat him. Dugu Wudi said in a deep voice. In the past, Dugu Budian fought the sage Huazun Tian and was unable to win. I am confident that my strength is not weaker than the current sage. I can fight him. However, the location. Dugu Wudi said in a deep voice. Location? In that case, I will accompany you to the Dugu family. Wouldn't it be better? Yen Chuan smiled. Yes. Dugu Wudi replied. Moreover, I also want to use this opportunity to verify something. Yen Chuan took a deep breath and said. Dugu Budian? I can understand that he is called Budian, but why did he change his name to Budian? It is not that I am curious, but this name is too strange. Many people who change their names use their name to show their ambition. His ambition, Budian? Destroy the world? The Dugu clan had the 9 swords range. In other words, there were 9 bloodlines. However, the other bloodlines all supported heaven crushing, and in the end gave up on heaven mending, which belonged to the clan lord's bloodline. Old Master used mending the heavens to show his sincerity, and called it Dugu mending the heavens. Dugu Budian was indeed strange. The Sage King suspects that Dugupadian knows something, said Dugu Wudi gravely. That's right. Since the beginning of the first epoch, some people have mysteriously disappeared. Perhaps he was dead, but was it really just internal friction? Internal friction? Only heroes would climb to the peak, the experts becoming more and more powerful. However, this world would become weaker and weaker. It was extremely abnormal. I think they are hiding in the dark, just like the explosive beast kings and the rock kings. They had a common goal. However, I have no choice but to wait for the right time, Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. What does that have to do with heaven crushing? Dugu Wudi asked in a deep voice. The Lotus God attacked 1,000,000 years ago and destroyed the world. The sun of the netherworld collapsed, the sky died, and the heavenly Tao collapsed. However, the old races like the rock kings never appeared. Do they not care about the world and the common people? You have to know that the world exists in the void. If the world collapsed, all living beings would be annihilated. Even so, none of these people came out to stop the Lotus God. Is the Lotus God really invincible? The Lotus God had yet to transcend back then. He had yet to become immortal. If these old fellows came out, they might have been able to stop the Lotus God. However, none of them did. What? Yen Chuan asked gravely. They don't care about the world collapsing? Dugu Wudi asked gravely. Yes. This is what I don't understand the most. They are also born of the world. Why don't they care about the world's safety? The world gave birth to all living beings, and the world is the foundation of their survival. Yet they don't care. Perhaps Dugupadian knows. Yen Chuan said gravely. Sage King, you are far-sighted. Dugu Wudi said after taking a deep breath. It is not that I am far-sighted, but I do feel that something is amiss. After all, in the Great Thousand Realms during the era of Hongjun fought against the entire world alone. However, Hongjun can only hide in the shadows here. Or rather, he only dares to hide in the shadows. What is it that makes someone as arrogant as Hongjun cower in the shadows? Yen Chuan asked gravely. Dugu Wudi did not know about Hongjun's past, but he could feel Yen Chuan's seriousness. You should prepare first. Soon I will follow you to the Dugu clan. Yen Chuan said gravely. Dugu Wudi nodded. Half a month later, in the upper study, Yin Hentian, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and Jin Deyu returned. Sage King, the Divine Sword Domain, the East Sword Domain, the South Sword Domain, the West Sword Domain, and the North Sword Domain are now on the right track. Minister Li is in charge of everything. Everything is going according to plan. We have completely returned to Great Shen. Yin Hentian said with a smile. Sage King, the cities have been conquered. We will return first. Meng Tian said with a smile. Good. You have returned just in time. This time, follow me to the South Outer Continent. Yen Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Yes. Everyone replied. Miao, are you going out again? I want to go too. Miao popped out of nowhere. Why are you here? Yen Chuan asked curiously. Miao, Sister Afang asked me to inform you. She said that Blind Kong is here again. Miao said. Oh. Yen Chuan's expression changed. Under Miao's lead, Yen Chuan led a group of people out of the upper study room. At the entrance of a large hall, Zhao Afang received Blind Kong and his group. Blind Kong, Kong Outyin, Pan Sheng, and a group of Blind Kong's subordinates. Yendi, we are here to disturb you again. Blind Kong smiled slightly. It's fine. It's my honor to have you all here. Please come in. Yen Chuan smiled. No, I am in a hurry to go back. Come, I just want to say a few words to Yendi. I will leave immediately. Blind Kong took a deep breath. Oh. Yen Chuan was puzzled. In the past, I told Yendi that a great era was about to arrive. Haha, perhaps I underestimated this great era too much. It is coming faster and bigger than I imagined. Blind Kong sighed slightly. What do you mean? Our first world, the great evil world, the great kindness world, and the great thousand world. The latter three were the three corpses that were killed by my first world. I wonder if Yendi has heard of it. Blind Kong said in a low voice. I have heard of it. Yen Chuan said solemnly. The four great worlds may be undergoing a great change. Therefore, many experts will appear one after another. The heavenly path will be replenished much faster than expected. The entire world is likely to experience a great cleansing. Who knows how many people will die in this cleansing? How many families and races will fall? Blind Kong said in a low voice. How do you know? Yen Chuan asked in a low voice. The Boulder Tribe. Blind Kong said in a low voice. Oh. In the face of this great cleansing, even the leader of the Boulder Tribe is afraid. He is worried that his tribe will be wiped out, let alone my Kong family. I am here today to ask Yendi to come to the Kong family as soon as possible. Blind Kong said solemnly. The heavenly seeking token? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. Yes, Yendi should bring the heavenly seeking token. That is a great treasure of the Kong family, right? The heavenly seeking token is the key to the Kong family's rise. The sooner you open it, the more benefits you will receive. Yendi, this treasure belongs to the Kong family in the end. Please don't think of monopolizing it. The Kong family guarantees that once we open the treasure of our entire family, we will repay you to the best of our ability. Blind Kong said solemnly. Yin Chuan frowned slightly. He looked at Blind Kong and fell silent for a while. I think Yendi is not the kind of person who can't tell right from wrong. Moreover, Yendi has his own pride. Blind Kong said with a smile. After a moment of silence, Yin Chuan finally nodded and said, I will be heading south. Soon I will arrive at the Kong family. Thank you, Yendi. Blind Kong bowed solemnly. Yin Chuan nodded. We will go back to make arrangements and wait for Yendi's arrival. Farewell. Blind Kong said again. Yin Chuan nodded. Blind Kong led a group of people and quickly retreated. Yin Chuan watched the group of people leave. Kong family's treasure? Yin Hentian frowned. Yin Hentian, do you know anything about the Kong family? Yin Chuan asked. After all, among the people here, only Yin Hentian had memories of the Third Era. Although his memories were few, he had more right to speak than the others. Yin Hentian frowned and pondered for a while, as if he was recalling something. After a while, Yin Hentian said, I have some memories but not much. Kong family? In the Third Era, when my ancestors sealed the memories in my bloodline, the Kong family was very powerful. The #1 family in the world. Yin Hentian said in a low voice. The #1 family in the world? Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. Yes, this family had countless experts and also a large number of branches. Among them, one branch established the #1 heavenly court, and another branch established the #1 dojo in the world. Yin Hentian frowned. #1 heavenly court, #1 dojo? Yin Chuan was surprised. Yes, the information I have about the Third Era is limited, but that is the truth. The Kong family pursued excellence and was the most indelible family in the Third Era. This family was too powerful. Yin Hentian sighed. Miao, is the Kong family that powerful? How did it decline to such an extent? Miao was puzzled. This I don't know. However, since it is the Kong family's treasure, it must be extraordinary. Yin Hentian said solemnly. Kong family? Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Miao, Yin Chuan, are you going to the southern continent immediately and then go to the Kong family? I want to go, I want to go, I want to go. Miao suddenly thought of something and jumped non-stop. Zhao Feng looked at Yin Chuan with a look of anticipation. Zhao Feng, Yin Hentian, Bai Qi Mengtian, Wang Jian Jin Deyu and Miao, follow me. We will depart for the southern continent in 3 days. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. The group of fierce generals shouted excitedly. Miao. Miao also cried out happily. In 3 days, Yin Chuan quickly arranged everything. On the 3rd day, a group of people stepped onto the dragon carriage. Let's go. Bai Qi shouted. Roar. The 5 dragons roared and headed towards the south. As for Dugu Wudi, he secretly went ahead and met up with the dragon carriage in the southern continent. Chapter 1290. Yang Realm, Outer South Continent. Yin Chuan's dragon chariot finally arrived after several months of travel. Boom. There was a loud explosion and endless auspicious clouds surrounded them. Auspicious qi soared into the sky, accompanied by heavenly music and a strange fragrance. Everyone understood that another heavenly Tao had been mended. Miao, another one? There are only 10 left. Miao stood on Yin Chuan's shoulder and frowned. Zhao Feng took a deep breath and said, every time the heavenly Tao is mended, the number of days will become more complicated. It will also become more difficult to deduce. Sage ruler, the void is also becoming more and more solid. If we want to shatter the void, we will need more power. Bai Qi said. 10 heavenly Tao. According to the current speed, it will take at most 1 year. After 1 year, heaven and earth will be mended. Yin Chuan said. Sage ruler, the Dugu family is in front. What are we going to do? Yin Hentian asked curiously. Watch the battle. Yin Chuan said seriously. Watch the battle? Everyone was puzzled. Dugu family. It was a boundless inland sea with countless islands on it. From afar, one could see cultivators flying in and out with swords on their backs. There was a huge island in the center. It was sword-shaped, and there were countless palaces at the sword hilt. Stop! Bai Chi shouted loudly. Roar! Roar! The 5 dragons roared and stopped. A row of figures appeared in front of the 5 dragons' chariot, blocking everyone. They were all dressed in black robes. They were very mysterious. Greetings, sage ruler. Everyone said respectfully. Are you ready? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. Yes. The leader of the black-robed men said seriously. Then let's begin. Yin Chuan said directly. Yes, sir. The leader replied. He waved his hand, and a black-robed subordinate quickly flew to the huge island in the distance. Yin Chuan led everyone and landed on a mountain peak not far away. The 5 dragons' chariot was left in the valley. Everyone looked at the huge island in the distance. Dugu family, the #1 swordsmanship family. It wasn't that the people of this clan were strong, but that the people of this clan were born to use swords, as if they were born to use swords. Even though they were both studying the same thing, sword cultivators were always much stronger than outsiders. In the outer southern continent he had a great reputation. Patriarch Hall, 9 Swords Hall. Dugu Padian sat in the main seat. There were 9 thrones in front of him, and there was a person sitting on each of them. All of them had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a heroic spirit. Dugu Padian took a deep breath and said, Another heavenly Tao. There are only 10 left. That's right, Patriarch. Heaven and earth are about to be completed. Unfortunately, back then in the underworld, we weren't able to seize the position of a saint. A man said with a frown. Dugu Padian said solemnly, Back then, the battle between Huazun Tian and I wasn't a lose-lose situation. Everyone looked at Dugu Padian in confusion. Huazun Tian and I fought in the depths of the stars, but because we disturbed an old monster from who knows where, we were injured by that old monster. Dugu Padian said in a deep voice. What? Patriarch, you're saying that in the depths of the stars, someone injured you and Huazun Tian at the same time? A man said in surprise. Dugu Padian nodded. Oh, how can there be such a powerful figure in the world? Dugu Padian recalled and said, There is indeed someone. He's very strong. At that time, on a star, that person was sitting at the peak of a mountain with Butterfly Queen, drinking tea and admiring the moon. He said that Huazun Tian and I disturbed his mood. I heard him say that his surname is Miao. Miao. Is there a strong Miao clan in this world? I don't think I've heard of it. Everyone recalled in surprise. That's right. It's not that I haven't heard of it, but the ancient records of my Dugu family are all sealed in that heaven-mending sword. If we can open the information in that sword, perhaps we will know more. Dugu Padian said in a deep voice. Heaven-mending sword? Patriarch, now that the person has been found and he has a deep relationship with Dezhen, why don't we go? Can we just send a letter of challenge? What if he doesn't accept the challenge? A man said worriedly. Dugu Potion's face was cold and gloomy. I will force him out. At most I will wait for a year. After a year, if Dugu Badian doesn't send any news, I will personally go to Xianyang City. Patriarch, it seems like you will definitely go to Xianyang City. Dugu Badian was not your opponent in the past, and now he is definitely far from being your opponent. He will definitely hide in his shell. Patriarch, you think too highly of Dugu Badian. His lineage is extremely pedantic and they only think about the heaven-mending Tao. How can they have the time to sharpen their sword skills? While everyone was talking in the main hall, a commotion suddenly came from outside the hall. How dare you? You dare to barge into the Dugu family? By the order of the Patriarch, we will honor the promise of the traitor Dugu Badian and start another family war to re-establish the sovereignty of the Dugu family. A clear voice sounded in the sky. Boom. This explosive shout instantly caused an uproar on all the surrounding islands. In the 9 Swords Hall, the faces of Dugu Padian and the others suddenly sank. He's here? Everyone was surprised. Dugu Padian stepped out of the main hall. More and more disciples of the Dugu family gathered in the surroundings. Dugu Padian saw a black-robed man in the sky with a glance. You are Dugu Badian? Dugu Padian asked in a deep voice. I am the 9 Swords lineage's lineage master. Dugu Padian, the Patriarch has agreed to your request. The black-robed man said in a deep voice. 9 Swords lineage's lineage master? Someone beside Dugu Padian said solemnly. Agreed? Where is he? Where is Dugu Badian? Dugu Padian asked in a deep voice. The black-robed man took a deep breath and said, The Patriarch is not called Dugu Badian. He is called Dugu Wudi. Dugu Wudi? Aha, he's not called Budian anymore? Dugupadian laughed in surprise. The Patriarch's thoughts are not something a traitor like you can understand. The Patriarch has agreed to your request for battle. The location is here. The place where the previous Patriarch was defeated. The black-robed man said in a deep voice. Aha, you have some courage. The pride of the Dugu family has not been lost. You will stand up from where you fell. Where is he? When? Dugupadian asked with a smile. The Patriarch is on the other side of the sea. We are waiting for you to recover and reach your peak condition. Then we will begin immediately. The black-robed man said. Whoosh. Everyone turned their heads to look at the other side of the sea. Indeed, Yan Chuan's group and a group of black-robed men stood at the summit of a distant mountain peak. There's no need to wait. Dugawudi, come out. Dugupadian shouted. Boom. The entire sea was filled with raging waves. At the summit of a distant mountain peak, Dugawudi stood at Yan Chuan's side. When Dugawudi heard the distant shout, he looked at Yan Chuan. Go then. We will keep an eye on the others for you. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Dugawudi nodded. Dugawudi stepped forward and flew out. In the distance, the messenger quickly flew back. Soon, he flew across the sea and returned to Yan Chuan's side. Bai Qi and the others looked at these black-robed men curiously. Everyone understood that these were the elites of Heaven Mending Pavilion. However, the officials and the public did not know much about the hidden Heaven Mending Pavilion. Dugawudi slowly flew over the sea. Wherever he flew, the surging sea instantly calmed down. It was as if there was a power that flattened the entire sea. In the distance, Dugu Potion's eyes narrowed. He took a deep breath and said, All of you stand guard here. Yes. Everyone answered. Dugupadian stepped forward and flew over the sea. Dugawudi and Dugupadian were far away. You're Dugawudi? Are you hiding because you can't see anyone? Dugupadian sneered. If you have the ability, then lift my black robe yourself. Dugawudi said in a deep voice. Ah, good. As expected of the former heaven-mending faction. Dugupadian sneered. As he spoke, he suddenly saw the sword on Dugawudi's back. Heaven-mending sword? Dugupadian narrowed his eyes. Ching. Heaven-mending sword suddenly flew into Dugawudi's hand. It's great that you can bring it here. After you are defeated, I will leave a place for you in the Dugu family. Dugupadian said in a deep voice. Ah, you want to merge with us? Dugawudi said coldly. You should know that the world is about to change. My Dugu family doesn't have much time left. We must merge. Dugupadian said in a deep voice. Not much time? What do you mean not much time? Dugawudi said in a deep voice. You don't understand? Dugupadian said in surprise. What do I need to understand? Tell me clearly. Also, why did the Nine Swords branch betray the family head and join you? Is it because of your strength? Dugawudi questioned. However, Dugupadian revealed a trace of doubt when Dugawudi questioned him. You actually don't know? You haven't reached the 6th level of Ancestral Immortal? Dugupadian suddenly sneered. What do you mean? The original Dugupadian should have known. However, he was an incomparably stubborn madman. The Heavenly Tao collapsed, but he still wanted to mend the Heavenly Tao. He had no choice but to be rejected by my Dugu family. However, he didn't tell you the reason? Ah. You can't possibly think that he's right? Dugupadian laughed strangely. 6th level of Ancestral Immortal? That's right. The memories in your bloodline should have let you know when you reached the 6th level of Ancestral Immortal. However, you actually don't know. It seems that you still haven't reached the 6th level of Ancestral Immortal. You are no match for me. Surrender. Dugupadian said in a deep voice. The memories sealed in the Dugu family's bloodline? Is it related to your heaven crushing? What exactly is it? Dugawudi shouted again. The mission of my Dugu family is not to mend the heavens, but to destroy the heavens. He was completely wrong back then, yet he stubbornly continued to mend the heavens. Bloodline memories? What exactly are they? Dugawudi continued to ask. Dugupadian raised his eyebrows. Looks like you really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. You haven't even reached the 6th level of Ancestral Immortal, yet you dare to be impudent before me? Come, if you can remain undefeated under my sword, I'll tell you. Dugawudi did not hesitate. He instantly stabbed out with the Heaven-Mend sword. Boom. A white astral sword suddenly streaked through the void and charged towards Dugupadian. Where the astral sword passed, the sea below suddenly split into 2 huge waves. It advanced courageously towards Dugupadian. Dugu Potion's eyes narrowed. You have some skills. He turned his long sword and a black astral sword shot towards the Heaven Men's sword. Two astral swords, one black and one white, collided on the surface of the sea. Boom. Chapter 1291. Netherworld, Southern Outer Continent. In a densely forested area. The fog was thick and ghosts were scattered around. Stepping into the forest, one would feel a chill wind invading their body. It was extremely eerie. Blind Kong and his group slowly made their way through the forest. Senior Blind Kong, why is your Kong family hiding in such a dark place? Pan Xing frowned. It's the same reason why your Rock family is hiding in the easternmost part of the Yang realm. Blind Kong smiled. Wait, there's something in front. Kong Outyin raised his eyebrows. Kong Outyin was about to rush forward. Outyin, don't move. Blind Kong suddenly said in a low voice. Kong Outyin frowned, but he understood that Blind Kong was worried that something might happen to him. A few subordinates quickly went over and soon a voice was heard. Ancestor, it's a member of my Kong family, but... Blind Kong and the others quickly walked over. They saw several corpses lying on the ground. Something happened at home? Blind Kong raised his eyebrows. Blind Kong reached out and touched one of the corpses. Buzz. The corpse suddenly emitted a green light, and then a ball of light emerged from its head. Was a soul. The soul was in a daze. What happened to me? I'm dead? The soul suddenly said in fear. Speak, what happened? Blind Kong said in a low voice. Ancestor, it's Hierarch Yuhai. He killed us and he wants to find out where my Kong family is. We would rather die than submit, so... The soul said sadly. Child, you did well. The Kong family is proud of you. Blind Kong comforted. Hierarch Yuhai? Hierarch Yuhai? Isn't that Bronze Coffin Great Sage's teacher? Kong Outyin's expression changed. Hierarch Yuhai is here because of Bronze Coffin Great Sage's death? Blind Kong frowned. It's all Yin Chuan's fault. If it weren't for the sky-burying coffin, we wouldn't have had to fight to the death with Bronze Coffin Great Sage. Now we even provoked Hierarch Yuhai. This is bad. Kong Outyin suddenly shouted. Enough. Blind Kong stopped Kong Outyin from continuing. Ancestor, you don't have to protect Yin Chuan. He's a jinx. If it weren't for him, why would there be so much trouble? That's Hierarch Yuhai we're talking about. Rumor has it that in the past, even Reverend Heaven and Sage would bow to him as a junior when they see him. Our Kong clan is still weak right now, so we thought we could do it without anyone noticing. Who would have thought that we still ended up provoking him? It's all Yin Chuan's fault. It's all Yin Chuan's fault. Kong Outyin said anxiously. Proud Heaven, stop talking. Blind Kong said in a low voice. Ancestor, can I not say it? Back then, I was the last to kill the Copper Coffin Great Sage, so Sect Master Yuhai would definitely come for revenge. It's all Yin Chuan's fault. He wanted the heaven-burying coffin and the Kong clan's heaven-seeking token. It's all his fault. Kong Outyin's face twisted. Shut up. Even if anyone from the Kong clan dies, it won't be your turn. Blind Kong said in a low voice. Kong Outyin's face was still filled with resentment, but he did not dare to say anything. Blind Kong slowly sat down cross-legged. Suddenly, a glassy wheel appeared. The wheel spun slowly, and streams of light enveloped Blind Kong. After a long while, Blind Kong took a deep breath and stood up. How's the Kong clan? Kong Outyin asked worriedly. The Kong clan has suffered some casualties, but fortunately the clan leader is wise. He brought his people and moved them away. However, the Kong clan is indeed in danger this time. Apart from Hierarch Yuhai, there are other experts here. Blind Kong said in a low voice. It seems like Hierarch Yuhai and these people aren't here for the heaven-burying coffin. They're here for the Kong clan's treasure. How can we allow others to lay their hands on the Kong clan's treasure? Blind Kong snorted coldly. Senior Blind Kong, don't worry. With me around, no one can hurt you. I promised the clan leader. Pan Xing immediately said. Blind Kong nodded. Let's meet up with the clan leader first and make arrangements as soon as possible. We'll wait for Yin Chuan to arrive. Yang Realm, Outer Southern Continent. Outside the Dugu clan. Dugu Wudi and Dugu Potion swords clashed. Boom. The seawater in the entire sea was blasted into the sky. Repair the heavens with a sword. Dugu Wudi shouted. Whoosh. A gust of cold air shot out from the sword, spreading in all directions. The seawater that was soaring into the sky froze instantly, turning into huge icicles that shot into the sky. No, you're already at the sixth heaven of the ancestral immortal realm? Did you lie to me just now? Dugupatian shouted angrily. Duguwudi's sword was definitely not something anyone below the sixth heaven could execute. Dugupatian naturally thought that he had been tricked. He flew into a rage out of humiliation, and the long sword in his hand suddenly exploded with billions of sword chi. Boom! A storm of sword chi suddenly swept up in all directions. The sword chi wreaked havoc and spread in all directions. The originally frozen sea was instantly shattered by the raging sword chi. Beside Yan Xuan, everyone watched solemnly. Some of the sword chi even seeped into Yan Xuan. Whoosh! He waved his sleeves. The three swords of Jade Emperor, God and Grand Emperor flew out. The three swords' bodies shook and turned into human form. Greetings, Master, the three swords said respectfully. Yan Xuan nodded. The three swords turned their heads to look at the vast storm of sword chi. Countless sword chi rushed over, but in front of the three swords, they were automatically annihilated. Good sword skill, the Grand Emperor said solemnly. The storm of sword chi has such a pattern. This person's sword Dao is already minute. Jade Emperor said solemnly. Master, who are these two people fighting? God asked curiously. Yan Xuan took a deep breath and said, Don't care who they are. Learn from their strengths to make up for your weaknesses. Yes. The three deities answered. Meow, I can't see inside. It's all sword chi black and white. The battle between these two is so boring. Meow shook its head. God, Jade Emperor and Grand Emperor were speechless. The three of them felt that the battle in front of them was too exciting. Solitary sword. Duguwudi's shout came from inside. Solitary sword. Dugu Potion's voice also came from inside. A huge sword light shot out. It was incomparably dazzling. Even through the endless sword chi, one could see a sharp light shooting out from inside. It instantly formed two heavenly swords that slashed in two directions. Wherever the two heavenly swords passed, they were unparalleled. Within 10,000 miles, there were two vast earth trenches on the ground. The two of them were clearly using the sword skills of the Dugu family. Good, the essence of the Dugu family is these 9 swords. Let me see how much you've learned. Dugu Potion's voice came from inside. Solitary 2 swords. Solitary 2 swords. Boom. 4 huge heavenly swords shot out in 4 directions. Solitary 3 swords. Solitary 4 swords. Boom. The original sword chi suddenly doubled in size and spread out in all directions. Large amounts of sword chi rushed towards Yan Xuan and the rest. However, with the 3 deities present, all the sword chi turned invisible. Sage King, the disciples of the Dugu family in the distance still respect this battle. None of them came forward. Bai Chi said. That's for the best. It saves us the trouble of fighting. Yan Xuan nodded. Just like that, 2 hours later, endless sword chi shot out. It was difficult to determine the outcome. How is this possible? Your strength has actually surpassed the 7th level of Ancestral Immortal? Dugupatian said solemnly. Humph, solitary 5 swords. Solitary 6 swords. Haha kid, you actually have the strength of an 8th level of Ancestral Immortal? Dugupatian laughed loudly. Boom. Sword chi shot out. The battle inside became more and more fierce. The sound of swords clashing made everyone anxious. Solitary 7 swords. Duguwudi shouted. What? Boom. There was another sound of collision. Kid, you are indeed a sword genius. As expected of a descendant of the Dugu family. Ha ha ha, you can actually unleash the might of a 9th level of Ancestral Immortal. This is your limit, right? I can see that. If that's all you've lost, that's because I've already cultivated the solitary 8 swords. Dugupatian shouted. Not good. Bai Chi's face sank. Yan Xuan also narrowed his eyes. Sage King Duguwudi seems to have reached his limit. Grand Emperor said anxiously. Sage King, do we need to help? Jade Emperor immediately asked. Yan Xuan shook his head. Wait a little longer. Dugu 8 swords break for me. Dugu Potion's loud shout rang out. Boom. The sword chi that was originally surrounding everyone exploded with a loud bang and disappeared in an instant. Everyone immediately saw what was inside. Dugupatian was in the sky. He stabbed down with a sword aura. The sword aura had 16 blades. It was as if the axes of 8 swords had overlapped, leaving 16 blades. From the sky, it looked like a sword-shaped giant flower was charging towards Duguwudi. Duguwudi's heaven-mending sword formed a sword aura that crashed into the sky. Boom. The 2 sword auras were heavily injured and the void exploded. However, Dugupatian was better. He stabbed down bit by bit, and Dugu Wudi's sword aura was shattered bit by bit. Dugu Potion's sword aura got closer and closer to Dugu Wudi. Dugu Wudi was surrounded by a blood mist. His surging aura caused the surrounding space to tremble. He was wrapped in a black robe and his face couldn't be seen clearly. However, Yan Chuan knew that Dugu Wudi had reached his limit. He was surrounded by a blood mist. It was obvious that he had used a super divine art. Under the black robe was a head of blood hair. Under such circumstances, he still couldn't defeat Dugu Padian? Dugu Potion's abilities are on par with mine, Bai Chi said with a frown. Dugu Wudi is about to lose. Meng Tian said solemnly. Miao, should we go and help? Miao asked anxiously. Yan Chuan's eyes lit up. He suddenly said, no, the situation has changed. Everyone looked over. They saw a ray of white light emerge from Dugu Wudi's black robe. A huge heavenly Tao projection suddenly appeared around Dugu Wudi. However, there were countless cracks on this projection. It was a broken heavenly Tao. Rumble. The cracks on the broken heavenly Tao were mending one after another. Mending the heavenly Tao. Mending the heavenly Tao at this time? Miao said in surprise. High in the sky, Dugu Potion's expression also changed. Bastard Dugu Wudi, you're still so stubborn. You're still thinking about mending the heavens? You're going against my Dugu family's ancestral teachings. Die for me. Dugu Padian shouted. Boom. The huge 16-edged sword aura erupted with boundless might again. It tore through the void and destroyed Dugu Wudi. At this moment, Dugu Potion's heavenly Tao mended faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, white light illuminated the surroundings. Boom. The last crack was mended with a loud bang. The heavenly Tao seed that Dugu Padian left behind back then had finally fully matured. Rumble. Rolling auspicious clouds and auspicious chi soared into the sky. Heavenly music drifted in the air, and exotic fragrances filled the air. Endless virtues surged into Dugu Wudi's body. At the same time, the newly mended heavenly Tao entered Dugu Wudi's body. Dugu 9 swords. Dugu Wudi suddenly roared. Boom. The heavenly Tao behind him suddenly split into two. One of them suddenly slashed down vertically. It was as if the entire heavenly Tao had turned into a long sword. A colossal sword aura that could destroy heaven and earth slashed toward Dugu Padian. Chapter 1292. Boom. The heavenly Tao that Dugu Wudi had just replenished suddenly borrowed boundless energy. The Dugu 9 swords and boundless weapons slashed at Dugu Padian. As the sword descended, an unrivaled aura of weapons spread out in the air. A huge sword-shaped lotus flower bloomed around Dugu Wudi. A vast might slashed down. Dugu Potion's Dugu 8 swords could not hold on. Boom. The manifested swords exploded, charging at Dugu Padian with unstoppable momentum. Arg! Dugu Padian screamed. Boom. The huge sword that looked like a heavenly Tao slashed down, creating a huge crack in the world. As the sword slashed down, the sea below shattered into countless pieces. A huge trench hundreds of thousands of kilometers wide appeared, showing the tyranny of this sword strike. Dugu Padian was slashed into the trench by the sword strike. Weapon. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. It doesn't look like it. The weapon heavenly vein? Zhao Feng exclaimed in shock. Miao. What is the weapon heavenly vein? Miao asked curiously. In the Great Thousand Realms, there were 3,000 heavenly Taos. Among them, there were 9 special heavenly Taos called heavenly veins. The other heavenly Taos were subordinate to these 9 heavenly veins. It was like these 9 heavenly veins were monarchs, and the other heavenly Taos were subjects. They were Lin, Bing, Do, Zhijia, Zhen, Lai, Qian, and Xing. Anyone who controls a heavenly vein is no weaker than an ordinary great Tao. Originally, I thought that this was not the case in the first world, but Yan Chuan said seriously. Holy King, this does look like the weapon heavenly vein of the Great Thousand Realms. Bai Chi suddenly said with certainty. Looks like. You think so too? Yan Chuan frowned and pondered. At the side, In Hentian said gravely, Holy King looks like? Perhaps it is. The Great Evil World, Great Kindness World, and Greater Thousand World were all created by the First World. That is to say, many of them are similar to the First World. Of course, there are definitely some differences. However, in essence, the other 3 worlds are all clones of the First World. Whatever the Greater Thousand World has, the First World will also have. At most, there will be some changes. Yan Chuan's pupils constricted. Immediately reacted. In other words, this is the most primitive weapon's heavenly vein? Weapons are the main weapon of the heavens. When I was in the vast thousand realms, I once obtained a weapon Dao lead and gave it to him. At that time the weapon Dao lead was a heaven-splitting axe. The heaven-opening axe that could open up a small world. If that's the case, then it makes sense. Yin Chuan said solemnly. What Dugu Padian said just now was that the Dugu family's bloodline had a mission of breaking the heavens and not mending the heavens. However, the old family head insisted on mending the heavens. In fact, it wasn't because he didn't care about the ancestral teachings in his bloodline, nor was it because he was stubborn. It was because he finally understood the true intentions of his ancestors. His ancestors' intentions were to obtain the heavenly armament vein? That is the true meaning of breaking the heavens. Zhao Feng raised his eyebrows. In the vast thousand realms there are 9 heavenly veins. Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jia, Zhen, Lai, Qian and Xing. The heavenly path that I control, the head of the thousand suns, might be one of them. I once suspected it, but it was different from the vast thousand realms, so I didn't think about it. Now, if this is the heavenly armament vein, then mine is also a heavenly vein? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Miao, then which is the head of the thousand suns? Miao asked curiously. Qin. Yin Chuan said after taking a deep breath. The Qin heavenly vein? Qin? Why is it so far behind? Miao asked curiously. Yin Chuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Each of the 9 heavenly veins has its own mysteries. There is no distinction between the front and the back. Miao, fine. You can flatter yourself. Miao. By the way, was there nothing else in the vast thousand realms other than these 9 heavenly veins? Miao asked curiously. There was also the 6 paths of reincarnation. Zhao Feng said. 6 paths of reincarnation? Yin Hentian asked with a frown. What's wrong? Everyone asked curiously. King Sage, this is different from the vast thousand realms. In the first realm, according to my ancestors' memory, there is no 6 paths of reincarnation. Yin Hentian said with a frown. According to my ancestors' memory, there are 60 paths of reincarnation in this realm. Yin Hentian said. 60? Zhao Feng was shocked. Yes. Yin Hentian confirmed. Everyone frowned slightly. In the distance, after Dugu Wudi's sword, the outcome of the battle had been decided. Family head. No. Family head. The disciples of the Dugu family burst into Jiaohu. Bai Qi and the rest waited solemnly. However, the Dugu family still had their pride and did not charge into the battle. Cough, 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 cough. Coughing sounds could be heard from the depths of the earth trench. Dugu Padian, who was covered in wounds and blood, slowly climbed out of the earth trench. He had climbed out. This was because Dugu Padian did not have any strength left and his face was covered in blood. He looked furious. The Dugu 9 swords? You've finally mastered it. You've won. Cough, cough, cough. Dugu Padian said unwillingly as he coughed up blood. The weapon heavenly vein behind Dugu Wudi disappeared. All right, Dugu Padian. Fulfill your promise. Dugu Wudi said gravely. Unwillingness flashed in Dugu Potion's eyes as he said, You won. Even without me saying anything, you have the right to take control of the family. Unexpectedly, Dugu Padian schemed for so many times, but in the end, it all came to nothing. Ah. Dugu Potion's face was filled with bitterness. It's not just that. I want to know the message in your bloodline. Why is your name Padian? Why do you want to break the heavens? Heaven and earth gave birth to you and nurtured you, nurturing all living beings. You do not think of repaying heaven and earth but only want to break the heavens? Dugu Wudi said. Dugu Wudi, are you messing with me? You can defeat me, so how could you not know? Dugu Padian thought that Dugu Wudi was humiliating him. Fulfill your promise. Dugu Wudi said once more. Bullshit. Every member of the Dugu clan is at the 6th firmament of ancestral immortal realm. Heaven and earth are in operation. After severing the 3 corpses, heaven and earth are recuperating. Once it's fully recuperated, it will fuse the 3 corpses again, and the 4 realms will become one. At that time, everyone in the Dugu clan will die. Completely obliterated. How could you not know? Dugu Padian said hatefully. What? For realms becoming one? Dugu Wudi's expression changed. My Dugu clan wants to destroy this unification. It's called breaking the heavens. Yet you are helping to mend the heavens. Are you trying to wipe out my entire clan? You still have the face to ask me? Dugu Padian rebuked angrily. In the distance, the expressions of Yen Chuan's group changed as well. They seemed to have grasped something. For realms becoming one? After the unification, the Dugu clan would be obliterated? What did that mean? Only the Dugu clan or everyone? Breaking the heavens? breaking the heavenly Tao, causing this world to become incomplete? Was that the Dugu clan's mission? Also, those old monsters hidden in this world did not stop the Lotus Goddess when she destroyed this world. Was that related? Did they allow her to destroy it? Did they not want the world to be restored? But if there was no world, then apart from transcendence, all living beings would perish. If those old monsters really did not want the world to be restored in the past, then why did they come out now and want to restore it? There were too many doubts. Yan Chuan felt that the situation was becoming more and more complicated. Dugu Padian, for realms becoming one and the Dugu clan being obliterated? What do you mean? Yan Chuan suddenly shouted. In the distance, Dugu Wudi also shouted, "Speak!" Dugu Padian fell to the ground. He looked at Yan Chuan in the distance, then at Dugu Wudi. How could you not know? The ancestor's message was vague, but he told us to remember that we must stop the world from becoming stronger. When necessary, we can damage it. As long as one is at the 6th level of ancestral immortal realm, this memory will be unlocked. Unless. Dugu Potion's expression changed. Unless you are not a disciple of the Dugu clan. Who are you? You are not Dugu Wudi? Dugu Padian cried out in alarm. The complexions of the Dugu family's experts changed when they heard this scream. Boom. A group of experts charged straight at them. Who are you? You pretended to be a disciple of our Dugu clan and stole the heaven-mending sword? The Dugu clan's experts all stepped forward and shouted. Apart from the Dugu clan's patriarch, the Dugu clan also had 9 peerless experts from the Nine Swords branch. At that moment they all rushed over and stared at Dugu Wudi. The heaven-mending sword was the symbol of the patriarch. It also sealed many things of the Dugu clan. If the person in front of them was a member of the Dugu clan, then so be it. But if he wasn't, then they had to take back the heaven-mending sword. Boom. In the distance, Yan Chuan's group also stepped forward. In the blink of an eye, Yan Chuan's group stood behind Dugu Wudi. Bai Qi, Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and Jin Deyu all emitted soaring auras. Meow. Meow shouted, and a large number of heavenly Daos vaguely appeared in the void. They all looked coldly at the people in front of them. Stop. Dugu Padian shouted. Patriarch? Everyone looked at Dugu Padian. Help me up. Dugu Padian shouted. With the help of an expert from the Dugu clan, Dugu Padian stood up. Who are you? Dugu Wudi? How did you get the inheritance of the heaven-mending sword? If it wasn't for the permission of the previous patriarch, you definitely wouldn't be able to connect with it. Who are you? Dugu Padian said in a deep voice. In the past, I was once the adopted son of the Dugu clan. Later, I got the inheritance of Dugu Budian and became the patriarch. Dugu Wudi said in a deep voice. As expected, you're not a member of the Dugu clan. Dugu Budian? He's old and muddle-headed. He actually let an outsider be the patriarch. Outsider? Instantly, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. The heaven-mending sword is my clan's keepsake. Please return it to me. Dugu Padian said in a deep voice. Impossible. I'm the patriarch of the Dugu clan. This sword is also my sword. If you want to take it, you'll have to step over my dead body. Dugu Wudi said coldly. Bastard. The group of Dugu clan disciples shouted angrily. Endless sword Dao ferocious Qi rushed towards Dugu Wudi. Bang. The auras of Bai Qi, the 3 emperors, Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and Jin Deyu also rushed over. The auras of the 2 sides collided, and an intense explosion resounded in the sky. Bang. The sky shook. Cough, cough, cough. Dugu Padian spat out a mouthful of blood. Patriarch. Everyone looked anxiously at Dugu Padian. Let them go. Dugu Padian said in a deep voice. What? Dugu Wudi, remember this. The heaven-mending sword belongs to my Dugu family. I can't stop you this time, but there will be a day when I will take back the heaven-mending sword. Dugu Padian shouted. Chapter 1293. The dragon carriage traveled through the southern outer continent. Boom. Another loud sound came from the sky. Another heavenly Dao has been mended? Meow. Meow looked at the sky in surprise. Yan Chuan looked at the black-robed man Dugu Wudi. Thank you, Sage King, for not pursuing the Dugu family. Dugu Wudi said respectfully. The black-robed men behind him were all grateful. Even though the Dugu clan is divided, it's still a single entity in the end. Now that you have the strength to contend against Dugu Padian, I won't ask any more questions. You can deal with it on your own. Yes. Cough. Dugu Wudi coughed. You're injured? Hey, it's fine. Before the heavenly Dao was mended, I was no match for Dugupatian and suffered some injuries. I'll be fine after a few days of recuperation. Dugu Wudi smiled bitterly. Dugu family 9 Sword Hall. A group of peerless experts of the Dugu family stood guard for Dugupatian. Dugupatian sat cross-legged in the hall, meditating. After more than 10 days he slowly opened his eyes. Patriarch, are you all right? Everyone asked worriedly. Much better. Dugupatian nodded. But Patriarch, why did you let them go that day? Why did you let them go? It's not like we can't get the heaven-mending sword. An expert frowned. Dugupatian shook his head and said, You can't stop Yen Chuan's group. What? The 9 of us are all 8th firmament ancestral immortals. Everyone said anxiously. You've been in seclusion all this time, ignoring the news of the world. Do you know that Yen Chuan has just eaten 12 sages? Dugupatian said bitterly. What? Eaten? 12 sages? That's impossible. Where did so many sages come from? Everyone exclaimed. Do you still remember the phenomenon not long ago? Dark clouds covered the sky. The heavenly Tao was affected. That's right. Ming Tianhan from the underworld's great punishment heavenly court used 4 sages to forcefully control the heavenly Tao. Descend the position of Saint 15. Dugupatian said solemnly. I just received this news not too long ago. This is a big matter, so I didn't have time to verify it. However, the news from the great Qin city proves everything. Of the 15 saints, 12 were eaten by Yen Chuan, 2 were killed by Wu Jiong, and only 1 survived. Moreover, Ming Tianhan's heaven's eye suddenly disappeared for some reason. Dugupatian said in a low voice. Yen Chuan? So powerful? Everyone's eyes narrowed. Just as everyone was solemn. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard in the sky above the Dugu family. Then dark clouds covered the sky. For a moment, a majestic heavenly might rushed down. What's going on? Everyone's expression changed as they quickly walked out of the hall. Rumble. Dark clouds covered the sky, and for a moment, a storm raged. Crush. The disciples of the Dugu family suddenly knelt down one by one. An irresistible thought surged into his mind. Not good. How could this be? The expressions of the peerless experts changed drastically. However, no one seemed to be able to hold on. The boundless arrogance of the past seemed to have disappeared without a trace. In an instant, everyone suddenly knelt down. Dugu Potion's expression was extremely unsightly as he knelt down, unable to even raise his head. Is it fate? Dugu Potion's expression suddenly changed as he thought of a possibility. The Dugu family's patriarch, Dugupatian, greets Senior. Dugupatian suddenly shouted. A voice slowly came from the dark clouds, so the Dugu family still has descendants. Yes, we are all disciples of the Dugu family. Dugupatian shouted again. He couldn't endure the passage of time and disappeared in the cycle of reincarnation. The voice contained an ancient aura. Senior, you know our primogenitor? Dugupatian asked in pleasant surprise. In 6 months, I will bestow upon all of you a saint position. A saint must take responsibility for the people of the world. A saint's strength must be at least 9 levels of ancestral immortal. 6 months later, the saint position will descend. The ancient voice sounded. Rumble. The dark clouds in the sky slowly scattered and everything returned to normal. The pressure in everyone's hearts also disappeared, and the disciples of the Dugu family slowly stood up. Their faces were filled with fear and pleasant surprise. Same position? Same position? Dugu Potion's eyes lit up. Patriarch, who was that just now? I don't know. With my cultivation at the 9th level of ancestral immortal realm, I actually couldn't resist at all in front of his divine sense. This person is too strong, too strong. Dugupatian said in shock. Just a divine sense? Yes, it's definitely a divine sense and not fate. However, the aura is extremely similar to fate's aura. I don't know who it is, but it looks like my Dugu family's primogenitor has a relationship with this person. Dugupatian said solemnly. A saint? If I become a saint, perhaps I can take back the heaven-mending sword? Dugu Potion's expression changed. Go. Immediately investigate where Yen Chuan's group went. Yes. 5 months later, Yen Chuan's group arrived in the netherworld. The 5 dragons roared and shot off in a direction. Sage ruler, we will arrive at the Kong family in 3 days. Bai Qi said with a smile. All right. Yen Chuan nodded. Boom. Another heavenly Tao was mended in the world. Meow. 2999. Only one remains. Meow said as she looked at the sky. The heavens are about to be mended. The last one? Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Enrich, do you know the origin of fate? Yin Chuan looked at Enrich. Enrich looked at the sky and thought for a while before replying, this subject has some memories. Very few, very few. During the third epoch, the person who controlled fate was called Sui, Enrich said sullenly. Sui. Bai Qi's expression changed. The first person who controlled fate in the Great Thousand Realms was Sui. Later he died. Perhaps Sui could revive, but he could only revive in the Great Thousand Realms. It is impossible for him to appear here. Yin Chuan nodded. It looks like Sui entered the Great Thousand Realms during the third epoch. Rumor has it that fate was created by Sui and another person. Furthermore, Sui was that person's disciple. However, that person's whereabouts were unknown. Only then did fate allow Sui to control it. Enrich explained. That person? Oh. Bai Qi asked curiously. In the history of the Great Thousand Realms, Sui was the first generation of fate. He was the oldest person. However, Bai Qi did not expect that there would be someone here who understood fate better. This subject does not know much. I only know a name. He seems to be called Nest, Enrich said. Nest? Everyone frowned. Perhaps the heavenly axiom is recovering one after another because of the nest. Yin Chuan analyzed in a deep voice. Chapter 1294. Netherworld, Outer Southern Continent. An azure sea churned endlessly. On the surface of the sea, countless evil spirits struggled to rise to the surface. Whoa! Ah! Save me! The countless evil spirits struggled, but they could not break free of the sea's shackles. Countless cultivators stood at the shore of the sea in the distance, looking at the sea in awe. Boom! The sea suddenly converged and disappeared. A blue-robed old man stood in the center of the sea. He stared coldly at the corpses before him. Clearly, this blue-robed old man was the one who brought out the sea earlier. It was like Yin Chuan's sea of blood. Whoosh! A large number of cultivators in the surroundings rushed over. Old ancestor, is there any news? A man immediately asked. The blue-robed old man showed a cold expression. The Kong clan disciples are really stubborn. No matter how stubborn they are, they cannot escape my remote sea soul refining. Old ancestor is mighty. Everyone said in a flattering tone. Ever since I accidentally received a piece of news that the Kong clan's treasure trove was about to open, I led the experts of the 5 weaves here. This Kong clan head, Peacock Z, also made a prompt decision to leave with all the Kong clan disciples. The blue-robed old man said seriously. Old ancestor, this Kong clan is not very famous in the Netherworld's outer southern continent. What treasure trove can it have? Old ancestor, you are the sect master remote sea. Is there any treasure in the world that can force old ancestor to mobilize so many people? That man asked again. What do you know? The Kong clan is not famous? This is only because the Kong clan's descendants are disappointing. Rumor has it that during the third epoch, who in the world dared to not give the Kong clan face? Back then even Heaven's master, Sui, was extremely polite to the Kong clan. He even made an agreement with Heaven not to involve the Kong clan. Even Heaven did not provoke the Kong clan. How strong is the Kong clan? The strongest clan in the world. It is unrivaled. The sect master remote sea said seriously. Everyone felt shocked. Serves the Kong family right for being too ostentatious. Near the end of the third era they were almost wiped out. I don't know who they offended, but the items of the number 1 family in the world back then, even if it's a cultivation method, are still very valuable. Hierarch Yuhai said with a deep voice. Serves the Kong family right for being unlucky, and I should be the lucky one as well. I actually learned about this treasure trove from a disciple of the Kong family. It's a treasure trove that the Kong family left as a backup plan back in the day. It's just that the junior is useless and can't use it. Ah! Hierarch Yuhai said excitedly. Ancestor is wise. However, where are the Kong clan's people hiding? That man asked. Peacock Z knows how to hide. Even the disciples of the Kong family who were left outside don't know. But it doesn't matter. When I was refining them, I received news that the Kong family will appear again. They are waiting for someone. That person has the key to opening the treasury, said Hierarch Yuhai in a deep voice. Therefore, the Kong family will definitely appear again and come out to pick up that person. The Kong family disciple who picks him up will definitely know where Peacock Z is. Sect Master Yuhai said in a low voice. As long as we catch him, we can follow the vine to the melon? This time I've brought all the elites of the 5 territories. I swear that I will obtain the Kong family's treasure trove. Everyone keep your eyes open. Search with all your might. Don't let any of the Kong family disciples go. Anyone who catches one will be heavily rewarded. Hierarch Yuhai said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone answered. Boom. Everyone quickly scattered in all directions. Yan Chuan's dragon carriage was flying in the netherworld's southern outer region. On the dragon carriage, Enchanting held a map in his hand. This is the peacock territory? The Kong family's residence? Why don't I see many peacocks? Miao asked curiously. In this world, the peacocks are indeed not very strong. Yan Chuan nodded. Lord En, how much longer? Bai Qi asked. This is the map that Blind Kong sent over years ago. According to the map, we will arrive in the south in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Enchanting said. Everyone nodded. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn passed very quickly. Soon the dragon carriage stopped in mid-air. The Kong family? Yan Chuan raised his eyebrows. Below them was an extremely secluded huge valley. There were countless palaces around the valley. However, at this moment, everything had changed. Most of the palaces had become a pile of ruins. The secluded valley also seemed to have suffered an unprecedented disaster. Many of the surrounding mountains had collapsed. More than 10 corpses were strewn all over the ground. Miao. Miao's eyes widened. It's here? Zhao Feng frowned. It's here. Enchanting nodded affirmatively. The Kong family has been massacred, Bai Qi said in a low voice. Fortunately, there aren't many corpses. Yan Chuan took a deep breath. Descend. Yan Chuan said again. Roar. The 5 dragons quickly descended. Bai Qi waved his hand. Boom. A strong gust of wind blew away the surrounding ruins, forming a flat ground for Yan Chuan to rest his feet on. He stepped off the dragon carriage. Everyone walked over to a corpse. Zhao Feng pointed his finger. The soul is gone. It must have been forcefully removed. Zhao Feng said in a low voice. Forcefully removed? It seems like someone is looking for trouble with the Kong family. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Enchanting nodded and said, there aren't many corpses here. It seems like most of the Kong family members have escaped. Since the Kong family members have escaped, what should we do? Miao shook her head and said. Blind Kong knows that we are coming, so he will definitely send people to check. Let's just wait here. Meng Tian, bury these corpses. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Meng Tian dealt with the corpses on the ground. Yan Chuan looked around. The rest of you, go around and find out what happened here. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Everyone replied. In the blink of an eye, everyone spread out. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Jin Deyu, Enchanting, and the 3 emperor swords flew in all directions. They went to find people to ask. Meng Tian took care of the corpses and quickly flew in all directions. At the dragon carriage, only Yan Chuan, Zhao Feng, and Miao were left. Miao, there is one more heavenly Tao. Heaven and earth will be complete soon. Miao suddenly looked at the sky. Miao, what's wrong? Zhao Feng asked curiously. Miao shook her head and said, I don't know either. I suddenly have a very warm feeling in my heart. Alright, Yan Chuan, you said that I am also reincarnated. You also said that I am Xuanmiao? Is that so? It should be. Rumor has it that after Xuanmiao died, he was buried in my world-suppressing copper coffin. Because it was buried in heaven, it was called the sky-burying copper coffin. Later on, the sky-burying copper coffin was divided into 9 parts and Xuanmiao's corpse disappeared. Therefore, 9 heroes of heaven and earth were buried. Moreover, you also have many things that belong to Xuanmiao. For example, the fate of the 12 earthly progenitors in the little felt hat. Also, Xuanmiao is proficient in spatial mystiques. You're also born with it. Xuanmiao meow meow meow? Isn't it you? Moreover, your cultivation level increases without tribulation. What? Because you are the heavens. Why would the heavens send down heavenly tribulation for you? Yan Chuan laughed. But, if so, how did I become heaven back then? Miao asked curiously. Yan Chuan shook his head and said, I don't know. How to control heaven? I have to ask you. Why were you chosen? Miao, I don't know. I forgot. I can't remember. Miao shook her head. Wait a little longer. Perhaps you will remember in the future. Yan Chuan said affirmatively. Miao. Miao nodded. Yan Chuan stood on the dragon carriage and waited. At the same time, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a few figures peeping at them from afar. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. In the distance, the figures quickly retreated. Quick, inform the patriarch that there is a change in the Kong family's original location. A group of people is coming. Whoosh! The group of cultivators quickly shot in all directions and spread the news. Patriarch? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes on the dragon carriage. Zhao Feng thought for a while and said, "There is a sect master Yu Hai in the Netherworld's outer south continent. Could he be the one who massacred the Kong family?" Sect master Yu Hai? Yin Chuan's expression changed. This person established a sect and ruled the 5 major territories of the outer south continent. He is very powerful. Zhao Feng explained. Yin Chuan nodded. It is possible. But just as he nodded, Yin Chuan's expression suddenly changed. Miao, protect Afeng. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Whoosh! Yin Chuan quickly shot into the distance. Miao? What happened? Miao shouted. Yin Chuan's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. In just a short while, Yin Chuan appeared in a spacious plain. There was nothing on the plain except for a gentle breeze. But Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. He coldly looked at the breeze. 2 green halos appeared in Yin Chuan's pupils. They looked like the Tree of World. Yin Chuan coldly looked at the empty void. It was as if he could see through the void and see another space. There were 2 people standing in the space. One was Yin Hentian. The other was the head of the Zhuo family, Zhuo Chuanxiu. In the space, the head of the Zhuo family's eyes turned slightly. The surrounding void shook. He stretched out his hand and hit Yin Hentian. Yin Hentian raised his hand to block the attack. But Zhuo Chuanxiu's strength was too great. He pressed down on Yin Hentian bit by bit like a huge mountain. It was as if he was going to flatten Yin Hentian. Why are you here? Yin Hentian said with difficulty. This is your misfortune. Sect Master Yu Hai has mobilized so many people to come here. The surrounding forces have been alerted. I just wanted to see what was going on. I didn't expect you to come here too. You came alone? Haha, the heavens are helping me. The power of the dual pupil clan will be transferred after death. When one dies, the power of the dual pupil clan will be condensed into the hands of the other dual pupil clan members. For the perfect dual pupil clan you have to die. Zhuo Chuanxiu said coldly. Cough cough. Zhuo Chuanxiu, I have already informed the Holy King. You can't kill me. Yin Hentian spat out blood. Informed? I saw it. You just killed a goldfish. That was connected to a life jade, right? But it's a pity that this is the secret skill of the dual pupil clan. It's a brand new space. Yin Chuan can't interfere even if he knows that you are going to die in front of me. Zhuo Chuanxiu said coldly. Is that so? Suddenly there was a loud roar. Boom. There was a loud sound. The small space that the 2 of them were in suddenly filled with billions of small stars. The small stars rotated quickly and the surging power crushed the small space. While Zhuo Chuanxiu was still in shock, a palm print appeared in front of him. Boom. With a slap, Zhuo Chuanxiu was sent flying. Bang. The surrounding small space exploded with a loud bang. Chapter 1295. Boom. The space where Zhuo Chuanxiu and Yin Hentian were at exploded. The pressure on Yin Hentian disappeared, but Zhuo Chuanxiu was sent flying back through the stars. Boom. Zhuo Chuanxiu stabilized himself and created a gust of wind. The earlier palm strike had caught Yin Chuan off guard. He had not expected Yin Chuan to be able to pierce through the dual pupil's heavenly mirror with one palm strike. There was still a palm print on his face. Zhuo Chuanxiu was furious. Yin Chuan. Yin Hentian let out a long breath and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Zhuo Chuanxiu? Can I interfere? Yin Chuan said coldly. He rubbed his cheek and the palm print on his face slowly receded. This slap was not painful but a kind of humiliation. How did you pass through the dual pupil's heavenly realm? Zhuo Chuanxiu asked coldly. One of the abilities of the dual pupils was to create a heavenly realm battlefield. It isolated the inside from the outside, but Yin Chuan had broken through it so easily. Yin Chuan ignored Zhuo Chuanxiu's question. Instead, he suddenly asked, I heard you say that as long as a member of the dual pupil clan dies, his dual pupil power will be transferred to other members of the dual pupil clan? In other words, if you die, the power of the dual pupils will be transferred to Yin Hentian? Sage King, that's right. Yin Hentian sneered as he looked at Zhuo Chuanxiu. With just the 2 of you? Zhuo Chuanxiu said coldly. Boom. A stream of light flashed in the distance. The gust of wind blew away, and Bai Qi stopped behind Zhuo Chuanxiu. Whoosh. Whoosh. Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Jin Deyu, and the three emperor swords heard the commotion and rushed over, instantly surrounding Zhuchuanqiu. Terrifying killing intent surged towards Zhuchuanqiu. Zhuchuanqiu's face changed drastically. Good. Yin Chuan? Inhentian? I will return today's humiliation 100-fold. Zhuchuanqiu said coldly as he rubbed his face. Do you think you can still escape? Meng Tian said coldly. All of them were Dezhen villains. The purpose of Yin Chuan's trip this time was to be unrestrained at all times. Now that he had trapped you, how could he let you escape? Zhuchuanqiu laughed. Then Zhuchuanqiu's body slowly faded away. Not good, he's trying to escape. Jin Deyu's face darkened and he was about to attack. There's no need to do anything. Yin Hentian suddenly said in a deep voice. Everyone looked at Yin Hentian in confusion. Yin Hentian looked at Zhuchuanqiu with hatred in his eyes and said, Zhuchuanqiu, there will not be a next time. Next time I will make you pay the price. You think you can do that? Zhuchuanqiu laughed. His body grew fainter and fainter. Lord Yin, what's going on? Bai Qi asked curiously. That's not Zhuchuanqiu's true body. The dual-pupil clone is just a clone of Zhuchuanqiu. It's useless to kill him. Yin Hentian said bitterly. Let's go back first. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. Did you find out anything? Yin Chuan asked as they flew. It's Hierarch Yuhai. Hierarch Yuhai seems to be looking for something from the Kong family. The Kong family's patriarch, Peacock Z, saw the opportunity and escaped early on. Hierarch Yuhai brought countless experts to search the Peacock territory. Such a huge commotion also alarmed some of the experts in the surroundings. They all came over to take a look. Bai Qi explained. Kong family? Could it be the treasure that the heaven-seeking order wants to open? Yin Chuan's expression changed as he analyzed the situation. Yin Chuan and his group left. At their original location, another figure slowly appeared. Zhuchuanqiu. Inhentian? Yin Chuan? Zhuchuanqiu snorted coldly and shot into the forest. Yin Chuan and his group quickly returned to the Kong family's territory. Zhao Feng and Miao were waiting anxiously. However, at this moment, there was another black-robed figure beside the dragon carriage. Miao, Yin Chuan is back. Miao immediately shouted. Whoosh! Everyone arrived at the dragon carriage. What happened? Zhao Feng asked worriedly. We met Zhuchuanqiu, but it's over now. It's fine. Yin Chuan smiled and looked at the black-robed figure. When the black-robed figure saw Yin Chuan, he gently lifted his hat. Demon King Kong? Yin Chuan's expression changed. Demon King Kong was the ancestor of the Kong family in the sealed world. He had a conflict with Yin Chuan and had one of his arms torn off by Yin Chuan. He then escaped from the sealed world with Kong out Yin. Yen Di. Under the orders of Patriarch Peacock Z and Blind Kong, I have come to bring Yen Di. Demon King Kong smiled bitterly. Oh. Demon King Kong is very grateful that Yen Di has come to the Kong family's rescue. However, this is not the place to talk. Yen Di, please leave with me quickly. Otherwise, if Patriarch Nether Ocean comes, we won't be able to leave. Demon King Kong said worriedly. Is Patriarch Nether Ocean very strong? Even Peacock Z doesn't dare to face him? Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Patriarch Nether Sea has brought the elites of 5 dominions with him. There are a total of 25 ancestral immortals, and that doesn't include Patriarch Nether Sea himself. Rumor has it that Patriarch Nether Sea is a 10th firmament ancestral immortal and has cultivated the Nether Sea Great Tao. Yen Di, let's go. Demon King Kong said worriedly. Go? I've waited for so long. Have I waited in vain? A loud shout came from all directions. Splash. Boundless seawater suddenly appeared in all directions. As soon as the seawater appeared, countless ghosts struggled in the seawater. It was an extremely eerie and frightening scene. The seawater rushed toward Yin Chuan and the others. They stepped onto the dragon carriage. Roar. The 5 dragons roared and brought the group high into the sky. However, when they were high up in the sky, they could only see endless seawater for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. In the south, at the peak of a huge wave, a blue-robed elder looked at Yin Chuan and the others with a hint of excitement. Behind the old man, there were countless experts flying over in a dense pack. Yin Chuan took a step forward and said coldly, Patriarch Nether Ocean? In the distance, at the peak of the wave, Patriarch Nether Ocean was extremely arrogant. When he saw someone stand out, he did not think much of it at first. However, when he saw Yin Chuan's appearance, his eyes narrowed. Dajin? Yin Chuan? Patriarch Nether Ocean's expression sank. Ignoring the mortal realm, Yin Chuan's deeds in the netherworld had already made Yin Chuan famous. It was impossible for Patriarch Nether Ocean to not know Yin Chuan. However, he did not expect the person that the Kong family was waiting for to be Yin Chuan. Nether Ocean Patriarch, why did you bring so many people to surround me? Yin Chuan asked indifferently. What do you want? Behind him, Demon King Kong looked at Yin Chuan bitterly. Back in the sealed world, Yin Chuan was just a small fry in his eyes. Now he could face the expert that his entire family feared. Demon King Kong behind you. Give him to me and we'll pretend that nothing happened today. Patriarch Nether Ocean said solemnly. Patriarch Nether Ocean was strong, but he was not hot-headed. He would avoid a battle if he could. You want him from me? Hey, you don't have the right. Yin Chuan said coldly. Chapter 1296. In the world of the living, on a huge star in the starry sky. On the star there was a mountain peak. On the peak of the mountain, Dongfang Booby stood with his hands behind his back. Beside him was a coffin. There was a corpse lying in the coffin. The appearance of the corpse was exactly the same as Dongfang Booby. With a wave of his hand, the corpse slowly flew out. One was alive and one was dead. It was like two Dongfang Booby were facing each other. Dongfang Booby took a deep breath. Looking at the corpse in front of him that looked exactly like him, his eyes flashed. That day when the Sand Emperor entered the star, I had a feeling that the thing I was looking for was not far from where they were going. Sure enough, I found it. Dongfang Booby's eyes narrowed. My previous life? So the memories in my heart have always come from you? Or rather, my previous life already knew about this day and did it on purpose? Let me know everything. Dongfang Booby said in a deep voice. Roar. Dongfang Booby opened his mouth and inhaled fiercely at the corpse in front of him. Boom. The corpse entered Dongfang Booby's mouth. After swallowing the corpse that looked exactly like him, a vast aura suddenly erupted from Dongfang Booby's body. Rumble. Under the huge aura, the star under his feet suddenly trembled violently. Boom. The aura around Dongfang Booby's body suddenly rushed out like countless rainbows, shooting in all directions. For a moment, Dongfang Booby was like the lord of thousands of rainbows, standing on the peak of the mountain, his aura soaring to the sky. Closing his eyes, Dongfang Booby felt the countless information that he had absorbed. This wait lasted for 6 hours. After 6 hours, Dongfang Booby suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of sword chi shot out from his eyes. The sword chi rushed towards the 2 stars in the distance. Boom. Boom. The 2 stars suddenly exploded into pieces. Dongfang Booby's eyes became even sharper. He looked up at the sky. 2,999 heavenly Tao? I'm still missing one? Let me create this one. Dongfang Booby said in a deep voice. Dongfang Booby stretched out his hand. Countless glowing thin lines appeared in his palm. The thin lines were rapidly revolving as if they were creating a heavenly Tao. Netherworld, South Outer Continent, Peacock Territory. Rumble. Above the blue waves of the sea, countless evil spirits were churning non-stop. On the top of the waves, Patriarch Nether Sea led countless experts as he looked coldly at Yin Chuan's group. Yin Chuan stepped forward and was extremely rude to Patriarch Nether Sea. You want someone from my hands? Hey, you don't have that qualification. Yin Chuan said coldly. I knew that Yin Chuan was arrogant and conceited, but I didn't expect to meet him in person. I haven't been out in the world for a long time, and I didn't expect that this little kid would be so arrogant. Ancestor Yuhai scolded angrily. As he shouted angrily, huge waves suddenly surged in the blue sea below. The huge waves turned into 100 flood dragons that charged at the dragon carriage. Roar. The 5 dragons roared. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. He waved his hand. Suddenly, hundreds of blood-red dragons appeared in the sky and rushed towards the blue dragon. Boom. The dragons exploded, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. Boom. It was as if a blood-red sea had descended from the sky. The moment Yin Chuan's sea of blood appeared, his entire body's hair turned scarlet red. His long hair fell to his waist, and he was surrounded by a bloody mist. Meow. Yin Chuan, are you fighting again? Meow was instantly excited. Stay here and wait for my orders. Yin Chuan shouted. Meow, why? I want to go too. Meow Meow exclaimed. Zhao Feng saw through Yin Chuan's intention. He grabbed Meow and said, Listen to the king. Meow. Meow was confused. Retreat. Bai Qi ordered the 5 dragons. Roar. The 5 dragons roared and pulled the dragon carriage back. Below. After Yen Chuan used his super special ability, the billowing blood-red sea crashed into the tranquil sea. Red and blue, the 2 seas crashed into each other, creating billions of waves. In the tranquil sea, evil spirits rushed towards the blood-red sea. In the blood-red sea, the blood god's sun appeared and resisted the endless ghosts. Yen Chuan stood on a blood-red wave and looked coldly at the countless cultivators opposite him. Patriarch Nethersea's eyelids twitched. Patriarch Nethersea was afraid of Yen Chuan because the people Yen Chuan brought with him were not simple. That cat and Bai Qi seemed to be as strong as Yen Chuan. There were also the other generals of Dezhen. But now what was Yen Chuan's attitude? Did he want to fight all of them alone? How dare he? Humph, the rest of you watch the dragon carriage. I'll deal with Yen Chuan first. Patriarch Nethersea said coldly. Yes. His subordinates answered loudly. Don't bother. Suddenly a voice sounded. A man in a green robe appeared not far from the blood-red sea and the tranquil sea. Zhuochuanqiu? In the distance, Yin Henshin's expression changed. Zhuochuanqiu smiled coldly and said, The dual pupil's heavenly realm. Not good. Yin Henshin's expression changed. Bus. The space around the dragon carriage shook slightly. Suddenly, the dragon carriage disappeared before everyone's eyes. The people in the dragon carriage immediately entered another space-time dimension. Patriarch Nethersea, unless the people in the dragon carriage are stronger than me, they will be trapped in the dual pupil's heavenly realm forever. Now let's deal with Yen Chuan first. Zhuochuanqiu sneered. In the dual pupil's heavenly realm, the expressions of everyone in the dragon carriage changed. Everyone had entered a strange place. Meow. We fell into a trap. Meow said anxiously. I'll do it. Bai Qi's expression turned cold. Boom. He slashed at the air with his saber. The air shook violently. How is it? Zhao asked. Empress, I did not use my full strength but I can slash it open. Bai Qi said confidently. Then wait a little longer. Zhao nodded. Meow. What? We are isolated from the outside world. I can't see outside, Meow said anxiously. My mind's eye can see. Zhao shook his head. Meow. It wasn't easy for the king to find this situation. Otherwise he wouldn't have personally taken action. Zhao said. Meow? You're saying that Yen Chuan wants to use this to break through? Meow's eyes widened. Zhao nodded. While everyone was conversing, the battle outside began. Zhuochuanqiu and Patriarch Nethersea quickly reached a tacit understanding. One needed Yin Hentian while the other needed Demon King Kong. There was no conflict between them. They charged at Yen Chuan. Boom. A sea of blood surged. A towering wave of blood swept up. A blue path suddenly appeared behind Patriarch Nethersea. Countless wraiths stuck their heads out of the path and wailed. Zhuochuanqiu was the same. A gray path appeared behind him. Not only that, but there were 25 ancestral immortals around him. Terrifying and concentrated power charged at Yen Chuan. Boom. Patriarch Nethersea's palm strike collided with Yen Chuan's. The strength of a 10th firmament ancestral immortal was fully displayed. He even borrowed the strength of a great Tao. The huge explosion instantly caused a large number of cracks to appear in the void. Yen Chuan's strength was ultimately lacking. He instantly exploded. Yen Chuan exploded. However, the sea of blood remained. Another Yen Chuan slowly floated out of the sea of blood. That's fake. If the sea of blood doesn't dry up, Yen Chuan won't die. Destroy the entire sea of blood. Yen Chuan will definitely die. Zhuochuanqiu roared. Everyone attack with me. Use all your strength to attack the sea of blood. Patriarch Nethersea roared. Roar. The 25 ancestral immortals roared in unison. Almost at the same time, everyone struck at the sea of blood. Zhuochuanqiu and Patriarch Nethersea attacked with all their strength. The void shattered. Countless palm strikes carried the power of the heavenly Tao and great Tao. They fell like meteors. Hong? It was a massive strike. The entire Peacock Dominion trembled violently. The void shattered as endless storms wreaked havoc in the surroundings. After the powerful strike, almost everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Even a sage would be instantly killed by such a powerful strike. Yen Chuan was doomed. Just as Sect Master Nethersea and Zhuochuanqiu heaved a sigh of relief, in the shattered void, there was a blood pool that had not dissipated. Plop. Plop. The sound of heartbeats could be heard. That is? Zhuochuanqiu's expression changed. Whoosh! A figure suddenly charged out of the blood pool. It was Yen Chuan with a satisfied look on his face. The moment Yen Chuan appeared, the blood pool suddenly expanded by 10,000 times. Boom! Yen Chuan instantly appeared in front of Zhuochuanqiu. Before Zhuochuanqiu could react, another slap landed on Zhuochuanqiu's face. Smack! Zhuochuanqiu was unable to fly away due to the immense force. This was because Yen Chuan had grabbed his shoulder with his other hand. What? You're not dead? You're even stronger now? Zhuochuanqiu said in shock. Yen Chuan's eyes were ferocious. He grabbed Zhuochuanqiu's head with his right hand and twisted it. Bam! Zhuochuanqiu's head snapped. Blood splattered everywhere. Polychoria doppelganger? Let's see how many you have. Yen Chuan coldly tossed the corpse of Zhuochuanqiu's Polychoria doppelganger away. Then he turned his head and glared at Patriarch Yuhai. While I'm in a good mood, get out of here. Yen Chuan said coldly. What? You bastard! Nether Sea Patriarch roared in shock and disbelief. Boom! Not far away, Bai Qi slashed the Polychoria heavenly mirror. Everyone came out of the cave. Loser, you're not as strong as me. How dare you ask me to get out? Secluded ocean path. Patriarch Yuhai shouted. Boom! The secluded ocean path suddenly expanded by 10 times. The vast secluded ocean below was also expanding rapidly. Patriarch Yuhai slapped out again. An inferior path? A great Tao? I'm just useless. Yen Chuan said coldly. A towering tree suddenly appeared in the blood sea. It was lush and verdant as it reached into the cosmos. Cypress path. Yen Chuan struck out with his palm as well. Emerald energy surged from the cypress tree as Yen Chuan's palm collided with Patriarch Yuhai's. Boom! Space shook violently again. This time, Yen Chuan wasn't forced back a single step. The two giant palms were locked in a stalemate. Neither could do anything to the other. On the other side, the 25 ancestral immortals charged at Yen Chuan again. You're courting death. Bai Qi and the others shouted and charged. Boom! Bai Qi's energy saber slashed at an ancestral immortal. Boom! The ancestral immortal exploded along with the heavenly Tao. Chapter 1297. Bai Qi raised his knife and killed an ancestor immortal. His speed was so fast and ferocious that the rest of the ancestor immortals were shocked and stopped. Light of misfortune. Borrowing Miao's ability, Zhao Afeng used endless blue light to attack the remaining people. Not good. The ancestor immortals' expressions changed as they dodged or took out their magic treasures. However, the blue light seemed to ignore all obstacles. Instantly, many of them were hit. The blue light had no power, but it could cause bad luck. Catch her. She's Yen Chuan's empress. Catch her and we'll win. An ancestor immortal suddenly shouted. Screech. Jade Emperor suddenly waved a blood-colored sword light and rushed forward. Boom. With one sword, that person was heavily injured and Jade Emperor shot forward. Quick. Everyone was anxious. Everyone rushed towards the dragon carriage. Meow. Meow shouted and wanted to rush out. Meow, protect the Empress in case of any accidents. Enrich immediately said. As he said that, the Grand Emperor, Deity, and the rest of the strong practitioners rushed forward. Barbaric Dragon, 7 Evils, Big Fire, Evil Dragon, each of you hold back one person. Enrich ordered. Yes, the 4 dragons answered. Boom. A chaotic battle broke out. Bai Qi was the most ferocious. He was surrounded by 8 ancestor immortals, but he still had the upper hand. With each slash of his knife, the ancestor immortals were forced to retreat. Meng Tian, Wang Jian, Jin Deyu, Deity, Jade Emperor, and the Grand Emperor were all fighting 2 ancestor immortals, and they all had the upper hand. The Barbaric Dragon, 7 Evils, Big Fire, and Evil Dragon each held back 1 ancestor immortal. Instantly, all the ancestor immortals were stopped. Only Dragon 5th, Miao, Enrich, Zhao Afeng, and Devil King Kong were left in the dragon carriage. Miao, I want to fight too. Why are there so few ancestor immortals? Miao said angrily. Devil King Kong's face darkened. Phew. In the distance, Yen Chuan and Ancestor Yuhai were fiercely clashing palms. The battle was chaotic, and neither of them was able to determine a victor. The great path of the cypress tree and the great path of the tranquil ocean both blossomed with dazzling light. Yen Chuan. Patriarch Nether Sea exclaimed in shock. Just a moment ago, Patriarch Yuhai had the absolute upper hand. But now he couldn't do anything to Yen Chuan? Patriarch Nethersea could see clearly that Yen Chuan's cultivation level was definitely weaker than his, but what about his strength? How can you be so powerful? Patriarch Nethersea asked hatefully. We have already said that your great Tao is inferior to our great Tao. Yen Chuan sneered. Rumble. The two continued to be in a stalemate. Yen Chuan was not in a hurry. Although he could not do anything to Ancestor Nethersea, it was to his advantage to drag things out. Boom. Ah. Yet another ancestral immortal had fallen beneath Bai Chi's blade. Ah. Ah. Meng Tian, Jin Dayu, and Wang Jian each killed yet another ancestral immortal. The more they fought, the braver they became. They slaughtered Patriarch Nethersea's subordinates ferociously. Patriarch, save me. Boom. The fewer ancestral immortals there were, the more ferocious Bai Chi and the others became. Instantly the slaughter sped up. In just a short while, 10 ancestral immortals had died. In the distance, Sect Master Nethersea watched the battle. His expression changed drastically. Brr. Sect Master Nethersea roared in frustration. Boom. The energy palm exploded, and the battle with Yen Chuan came to an abrupt end. Let's go. Sect Master Nethersea shouted. Understood. The ancestral immortals answered loudly. Despite suffering injuries, they quickly split up. Sect Master Nethersea flicked his sleeve, and Nethersea vanished. He quickly fled with everyone. Whoosh! Bai Chi, Meng Tian, and the others quickly flew in front of Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan waved his hand and stopped them. There's no need to chase. Yen Chuan frowned. As he spoke, Yen Chuan suddenly looked up at the sky. An inexplicable feeling surged into Yen Chuan's heart. The sky changed slightly. Auspicious clouds. They seemed to have appeared out of thin air, and they were boundless. Red, blue, yellow, and green clouds of various colors appeared. Yen Chuan was not the only one. Countless auspicious clouds suddenly appeared everywhere in the netherworld. Patriarch Nethersea, who was leaving with his subordinates, also paused. He looked at the sky in surprise. In the mortal realm, Tong Tian walked out of Green Turing Palace. Wu Jiong walked out of Taiji Palace. The Tsar Ju and Yao Tianshang walked out of the Three Emperors' court. Old Fiend Hundred Fiend looked at the sky with excitement. Gong Yangzi and Dugupadian waited with rapt attention. In the netherworld, in a sea of butterflies. The butterfly queen narrowed her eyes as she looked at the sky. Ming Tianhan, the heavenly emperor of great punishment, walked out of the royal court. It was as if there was some kind of connection that connected all living beings and dead spirits in the world. It made people unconsciously wait. In the depths of the mortal realm's starry sky, more and more rays of light appeared in Dongfang Bubi's hand, and they moved faster and faster. In his palm, a heavenly Tao was formed. There were some cracks, but the cracks were quickly mending. The last heavenly Tao, the last crack. Boom. The last heavenly Tao was mended. The heavenly Tao in Dongfang Bubi's hand suddenly expanded. As if it had turned into a surge of energy, it rushed in all directions. All of a sudden the entire world shook violently. In the void, rays of light shot out. The entire world was shining with a dazzling light. Whether it was the netherworld or the mortal realm, the world was bright. The last heavenly Tao. Miao looked at the sky in surprise. Boom. On the ground, auspicious air rushed into the sky. Heavenly music once again poured into the ears of countless living beings. Listening to the heavenly music, countless cultivators were suddenly enlightened when they were at the bottleneck of their cultivation. Waves of fragrance rushed into everyone's nostrils. There was even a drizzle falling from the sky. The drizzle fell on some disabled people. Ah, my leg. I'm not crippled anymore. I can see it. I can see the blind man too. I can hear a voice. Father, are you cured? Mother, you're not coughing anymore? As long as the drizzling rain fell on their bodies, all the diseases would immediately disperse, and countless living beings would cheer in joy. Heavenly merit surged into Dongfang Bubi's body. The 3,000 heavenly Tao were all mended. In the netherworld, Yen Chuan could clearly see the shadows of the 3,000 heavenly Tao between the heavens and the earth. Under the heavenly Tao, a loud sound suddenly came from the netherworld. Boom. Under the loud sound, everyone saw that an endless black hole seemed to have appeared in the center of the heavens and the earth. The black hole slowly emitted a ray of light. The light grew more and more, until the entire netherworld was illuminated as if it was daytime. The sun? The sun of the netherworld that was destroyed by the lotus god has been restored? I'm no longer the weakest world. The heavens and the earth have finally been restored. Tears streamed down the faces of countless ancient cultivators. Rumble. Suddenly, endless yellow clouds covered the sky and the earth. The endless yellow clouds covered all the auspicious clouds. A vast aura descended from the sky. From today onwards, I control the heavens. My name is Chao. All living beings in the world heed my command. A loud voice sounded. Boom. With a loud sound, the yellow clouds slowly dissipated after absorbing all the auspicious clouds. Only countless living beings were left in shock. Chao. Who is Chao? It's really Chao. Een Hentian exclaimed. Meow. Meow looked at the sky and frowned. Meow, are you okay? Zhao Afeng asked. Meow, I don't know. That voice just now, I seem to have remembered something. Meow shook her head, not knowing how to explain. In the netherworld, on a star. In front of Dongfang Booby was a 15-colored ball of light. The position of a sage? Dongfang Booby slowly took it. In the netherworld, outside the East Continent, Ju Palace. Palace Master Ju stood outside the palace with a group of subordinates beside him. In front of Palace Master Ju was a 15-colored ball of light. Thank you for the heavens. Palace Master Ju said respectfully. Palace Master Ju reached out and grabbed the ball of light. The subordinates behind him all looked envious. In the netherworld, above a sea. Voila! A hole seemed to have been torn open in the void. Inside, 4 figures suddenly appeared. The original 4 sages of the heavens and earth, Wu Tian, Megao Ku Shiman, and Huazuan Tian. A 10-colored ball of light slowly appeared between the 4's eyebrows. Bam! The 10-colored ball of light exploded with a loud bang. The moment it exploded, the 4's faces were no longer blurry, revealing clear faces. Our sage position? Megao Ku showed a hint of worry. Boom. 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 In front of the 4, a 15-colored ball of light appeared again. Thank you for the heavens. The 4 immediately shouted excitedly. Each of them quickly swallowed a ball of light. Boom. Their bodies emitted a 15-colored light, and 4 huge auras were released. Voila. Under the huge aura, the sea below suddenly surged with monstrous waves. Power, such strong power. Wu Tian said in surprise. Heavenly axiom. Megao Ku suddenly shouted. Rumble. 3,000 heavenly axiom phantoms suddenly appeared in all directions. Power of the heavens and earth, break for me. Megao Ku hit the sea with his palm. Boom. Under the giant palm, the sea suddenly exploded. In an instant, the seawater within 100 million miles was cleared, leaving behind a huge pit. Shiman sucked in a breath of air. Such powerful power. Hua Zuantian said in surprise. 10 times, it's 10 times my previous power. No, it's not just 10 times, it's even more. Megao Ku said excitedly. This is the power of a sage. This is a sage. Wu Tian took a deep breath and shouted. The power of the past could not be compared to the present. The present was a true sage. We're back. The 4 sages shouted excitedly. Meanwhile, in the Dugu family. After Dugu Padian swallowed a 15-colored ball of light, his aura erupted. Under the powerful aura, even the palace behind him was blown to the ground. Dugu Padian looked at his hands. His eyes flashed with amazement, and at the same time, there was endless excitement. He raised his head and looked at the starry sky. Is this the power of a sage? I should be able to use the Dugu 9 swords now. Dugu Padian said with excitement. He took out a long sword and waved it at the starry sky. Ching. A dazzling sword light rushed towards a star. Boom. In the starry sky hundreds of millions of miles away, a star was slashed in half by the sword. The family head is mighty. Countless Dugu family disciples shouted excitedly. This sword is even stronger than Dugu Wudi's. It's much stronger. If I can do it again, I can kill Dugu Wudi with 2 sword strikes at most. Dugu Padian said excitedly. Where's Dugu Wudi? Where's Yan Xuan? Where did they go? Dugu Padian shouted excitedly. Reporting to the family head, the latest news is that they went to the netherworld. It seems like they went to the Peacock territory. A Dugu family disciple shouted. Let's go. We're going to the netherworld. Dugu Padian said. Chapter 1298. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Central Palace Plaza. Zombie Yan Xuan led his officials to look at the heaven and earth mammoth. Yifeng. Yan Xuan took a deep breath. Yes, your majesty. Yifeng stepped forward. Inform all Great Jin spies and all factory guards in the world to report to me immediately if they see a saint. I need to know who will become one of the 15 saints of this world. Zombie Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, your majesty. Apart from Great Jin, all the other factions in the world moved. Netherworld, Peacock Territory. Yin Chuan looked at the sky and took a deep breath. Not far away, Zhaofeng flew over with Miao. Miao, the heavens have been mended. Miao cried out. Miao, can you still control the power of heaven and earth? Yin Chuan suddenly thought of something and immediately called out. In the past, Xuanmiao was the heavens and controlled the heavens. Even after reincarnating, he was still the heavens, so he could control the heavens at will like the sages. But now, the one controlling the heavens was the first founder, Chao. Could Miao still control the power of the heavenly Tao at will? Miao! Miao cried out. Rumble. 3,000 phantoms of the heavenly Tao suddenly appeared in the surroundings. It's fine, I can still use it. Miao said proudly. Oh. Yin Chuan revealed a strange expression. Chao should be in control of the heavens. Why was he still allowing Miao to do as she pleased? Boom. Not far away, a loud sound suddenly came from the dragon carriage. It was Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth emitted a powerful aura that blew in all directions. Dragon Fifth, what's wrong with you? 7 fiends cried out. I don't know. I think I broke through. Dragon Fifth said strangely. You're a peak ancient immortal. You broke through? What? You broke through? 7 fiends cried out. Heavenly Tao. Dragon Fifth cried out. Boom. A heavenly Tao suddenly appeared. What's going on? You didn't kill an ancestral immortal, so how did you break the bloodbath curse? Moreover, you haven't undergone the ancestral immortal tribulation, have you? 7 fiends said blankly. The heaven and earth have been mended, and the blood-soaked curse is useless. Furthermore, in a perfect heaven and earth, there is no ancestral immortal tribulation. Therefore there is no need to cross it. Bai Qi explained. At this point, Bai Qi's expression suddenly turned serious. He turned to Yin Chuan and said, Sage Emperor, now that the heavens and earth have been restored, the ancestral immortal tribulation will no longer exist. Without the blood-bathing curse, the number of ancestral immortals in this world might surge like a geyser. Many of the Great Circle ancient immortals will become ancestral immortals, right? It would have been fine if Bai Qi had not said anything. However, now that he did, everyone suddenly thought of something. Was the world about to undergo a world-shaking change? This isn't a bad thing for De Zhen. Yin Chuan suddenly said with a smile. Thinking of those people in the great art of dreaming of heaven's secrets, everyone laughed. Did you succeed? Zhaofeng asked. Now, I'm at the 6th stage of the ancestral immortal realm. Yin Chuan nodded. With that said, Yin Chuan looked at Demon King Kong, who was not far away. Demon King Kong, the danger has been eliminated. Bring us away. Yin Chuan said. Demon King Kong smiled bitterly and nodded. Yin Emperor, it's been many years since we last met. I'm filled with emotions. Patriarch has been waiting for a long time. Please. Yin Chuan nodded. Everyone stepped onto the dragon carriage once more. Under Demon King Kong's guidance, the dragon carriage quickly moved in a certain direction. Patriarch Nethersea led a group of people to the peak of a mountain. Patriarch, we are useless. We've become a burden to you. An ancestral immortal said bitterly. Patriarch Nethersea's face was gloomy. He looked at the 13 remaining ancestral immortals in front of him. 12 of them had been killed in such a short period of time? Patriarch Nethersea had never suffered such a huge loss. He was extremely indignant. The final heavenly Tao had been mended. The world had changed, but Patriarch Nethersea did not pay much attention to the changes in the world. Patriarch, what do we do now? Everyone asked worriedly. I can't take this lying down. I didn't expect Yin Chuan's subordinates to be so ferocious. But now that I know, I won't clash with them again. The Kong family's treasure is about to appear. Let's find an alliance and take revenge together. Patriarch Nethersea said solemnly. Yes. Everyone answered. Netherworld, above a vast sea. Sage Dugupadian was flying quickly with 10 experts from the Dugu family. Patriarch, with your current strength, even the entire Dugu family is no match for you. How can a sage be so powerful? A Dugu family member frowned. What are you worried about? Dugu Potion's face was covered in a layer of mist. Patriarch, the world has been mended. According to the old destiny, there will be 15 sages. If all of them are like you, our Dugu family won't be enough. That person said worriedly. Don't worry. As long as I'm around, no one will dare to bully the Dugu family. Dugupadian said solemnly. Yes. Moreover, knowing how powerful a sage is, I'm even more anxious to obtain the heaven-mending sword. Dugupatian said solemnly. What? Heaven's nest. That day your tone sounded like you were acquainted with my clan's ancestor. How can my Dugu family's ancestor not be powerful? I'm sure he's stronger than me now. The heaven-mending sword is the ancestor's sword. It's been passed down for a long time and contains the secrets of the Dugu family. How can it fall into the hands of an outsider? Dugupatian said solemnly. Yes. Let's go to the Peacock Territory first. Netherworld, Peacock Territory. Yen Chuan's dragon carriage stopped in a small valley. In the valley, a stream flowed, emitting traces of Yin Qi. Meow, it's here? Meow said in surprise. Yes. Demon King Kong nodded. Meow, this valley is too small. It's amazing to hide a dozen people. Can it hide your entire clan? Meow said in surprise. This is a small world? Een Hentian asked doubtfully. Demon King Kong took a deep breath and said, in the third era, my family opened up a small space in a reincarnation path. This is the entrance to that small space. Reincarnation? Opening up a small space in a reincarnation path? The strangling power of the reincarnation path is extremely terrifying. It's a forbidden zone for living beings. Even if I enter now, my life will be in danger. Bai Chi said solemnly. It's indeed here. Demon King Kong said again. Just as Demon King Kong was speaking, a ripple suddenly appeared in the stream not far away. A figure stepped out of the ripple first. It was Blind Kong who walked out first. Behind him, people stepped out of the ripple one after another. Yendi, you are a trustworthy person. Blind Kong suddenly laughed loudly. Beside Blind Kong stood a man wearing a peacock feather robe. The man's face was cold and his eyelids were green. He looked quite demonic. Peacock Z greets Yendi. The man said to Yen Chuan. Even when greeting Yen Chuan, the man's face was cold. Yendi, please don't blame him. This is the family head. He never smiles. No, he never smiles. Please don't blame him. Blind Kong immediately stepped forward. Never smiles? Looking at the strange Peacock Z, Yen Chuan nodded. Yendi, everything is ready. We're just waiting for you. Please. Blind Kong said with a smile. Yendi, please? Peacock Z said solemnly. Demon King Kong and Kong Out Yen stood behind him. Looking at the ripple in the stream in front of him, Yen Chuan frowned slightly. Reincarnation path? In the Great Thousand Domains, Yen Chuan had come into contact with the reincarnation path. The inside was not as beautiful as he imagined. To be able to open up a small space inside, the person's strength must be extremely fierce. Moreover, it had been many years since they came down. It was inevitable that there would be situations. Yendi, don't worry. It's very safe inside. Blind Kong said with a smile. Very safe? It was not that Yen Chuan was afraid, but that Yen Chuan would not leave the safety of his own people in the hands of outsiders. The rest of you stay outside. I will go in alone. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. As if he could see Yen Chuan's hesitation, Blind Kong did not try to persuade him this time. Meow, no, I want to go. Meow suddenly refused. Didn't they come all the way from Dajin just to see the treasure? How could they miss it? Meow rolled on Yen Chuan's shoulder, wanting to go. Meow, stop it. Zhao Afeng immediately said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Meow, I want to go. Meow was still stubborn. Yen Chuan looked at Meow and nodded. Then Meow will follow. Yen Chuan understood that besides him, Meow was the strongest. In the reincarnation passage, even if something happened, Meow could take care of him. Meow, Yen Chuan, you are the best. Meow said excitedly. Bai Chi watched the surroundings. Don't let anything happen. Yen Chuan said. Yes. Bai Chi replied. Be careful. Zhao Afeng said worriedly. Don't worry. Yen Chuan nodded. Peacock Z looked around and said to the Kong family disciples, you all stay outside. Demon King Kong, Kong Out Yen, follow me. Yes. Everyone answered loudly. Yendi, please. Peacock Z said seriously. Nodding, Yen Chuan, Meow, Blind Kong, Peacock Z, Demon King Kong, and Kong Out Yen stepped into the ripple. Whoosh. As soon as they entered, it was as if they were passing through a transparent passage. Outside the passage, there was an endless blue light. One soul after another passed through quickly. They were so fast that no one could see the specific appearance of these souls. Meow, so fast? I can't even see what they look like. Are they rushing to reincarnate? Meow complained. Yes, they are all rushing to reincarnate. Blind Kong laughed. Meow. The reincarnation passage has an extremely strong strangling force. You can't stay here for long. However, the Kong family was indeed powerful in the past. They were able to open up a small space here. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to guess that this is the place. No wonder it has been hidden from the Third Era until now. Yin Chuan exclaimed. The passage passed quickly, and the group soon arrived at a small space. The small space was gray and slightly gloomy with blue light shining on it. There were many palaces inside and many Kong family disciples. However, Yin Chuan and the others were not in the mood to appreciate it. Under the lead of Blind Kong and Peacock Zi, the group soon arrived at a small lake. It was a small golden lake. It was filled with golden liquid. Yendi, this is the place. You can open it with the heaven-seeking token. Blind Kong said excitedly. Chapter 1299. It was a small golden lake. It was filled with golden liquid. Yendi, it's here. You can open it with the heaven-seeking token. Blind Kong said excitedly. Golden liquid? Meow, there's nothing inside? Meow asked curiously. Yin Chuan flipped his hand and took out the heaven-seeking token. The moment the heaven-seeking token appeared, everyone's eyes lit up. Especially Kong Out Yin, whose eyes were filled with jealousy. This should have been his. Open it with this token? Yin Chuan asked seriously. Yes, the condition to open the treasure is that a Tao god of the Kong family bloodline must draw blood into the heavenly seeking token and then throw it into the pool. With the heavenly Tao that the Tao god has mastered, the golden pool will be stirred and the treasure will open immediately. Blind Kong nodded. There are two types of Tao gods. One is chosen by the heavenly Tao, and the other is formed by mending the heavenly Tao. If several ancestral immortals cultivate the same heavenly Tao at the same time and compete with each other, the Tao god can make the heavenly Tao repel everyone. Rumor has it that Yen Di mended the heavenly Tao and should also be a Tao god. If Yen Di is interested, you can open the treasure. Peacock said. Kong Out Yin immediately became anxious. What? Family head, shouldn't I open it? Peacock frowned. You are a Tao god, Yen Di is also a Tao god. Both of you can open it. But I... Kong Out Yin was anxious. After the treasure was opened, there would be a redistribution. If he opened the treasure himself, he would get more credit. But now, if Yen Chuan opened it, what did it have to do with him? But the heaven-seeking token was in Yen Chuan's hands, and the Kong family was begging Yen Chuan, so they could not stop him. Kong Out Yin could only look at Yen Chuan with resentment. Meow, Yen Chuan, open it quickly. Let me see what's inside. Meow shouted anxiously. The opening method was very simple, but Yen Chuan hesitated. In Yen Chuan's eyes, the calm gold pond seemed to be filled with a great threat. After a moment of silence, Yen Chuan said, Even though I have the blood of the Kong clan, my surname is Yen. You guys should open it. Yen Chuan took out the heaven-seeking token. Everyone was slightly stunned. Only Kong Out Yin was overjoyed all of a sudden. All right, then Yen Di will attend the ceremony. Peacock Zi nodded. Kong Out Yin. Blind Kong shouted. Yes, yes. Kong Out Yin stepped forward excitedly. Yen Chuan handed over the heaven-seeking token, and Kong Out Yin immediately received it. As if he was afraid that Yen Chuan would go back on his word, he quickly slit his palm and poured a large amount of blood into the heaven-seeking token. Buzz. The heaven-seeking token suddenly turned blood red. Boom. The heaven-seeking token was tossed into the golden pool. Buzz. The golden pool was suddenly dyed red. A scarlet aura shot out in all directions. The surging fishy smell immediately made the countless Kong family disciples somewhat unable to bear it. Cough, cough, cough. The sound of coughing could be heard everywhere. Demon King Kong, get everyone out of here immediately. Peacock Zi ordered. Yes. Demon King Kong quickly gathered his clan members and left through the previous passage. Meow, what a strong fishy smell. Meow frowned. This is the soul-crushing aura. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. In the reincarnation passage, not all souls can be reborn. Many are crushed into powder. This fishy smell is the soul-crushing aura. Yen Chuan explained. Meow, so disgusting. Meow covered its nose cutely. Heavenly Tao. Kong Out Yin suddenly shouted. Buzz. Suddenly, Kong Out Yin merged with the heavenly Tao and stood above the gold pond, no, above the blood pond. The power of the heavenly Tao rushed into the blood pond. Rumble. The blood pond was stirred up. Xing Heavenly Meridian? Yen Chuan looked at Kong Out Yin in surprise. In the past, Yen Chuan did not pay much attention to it. Now that he had confirmed the existence of the 9 heavenly meridians, he suddenly felt that Kong Ouyen's heavenly Tao was familiar. It was actually one of the 9 heavenly meridians? Lin Bing Do and Zhe advanced in formation. Xing Heavenly Meridian? The Xing Heavenly Meridian stirred the blood pond. Suddenly there was a loud noise. Boom. With a huge tremor, the entire small world shook violently. Meow, it's connected, it's connected. Meow exclaimed. This was a transparent space and the reincarnation passage was outside. There was an invisible wall around it that separated the inside from the outside. However, the Xing Heavenly Meridian in front of them had smashed a big hole in the wall. It was connected to the reincarnation passage? Oh no! Blind Kong's expression changed. The blood-colored liquid in the blood pond quickly flowed into the reincarnation passage. It's over. Kong Ouyen's expression also changed. However, the small world did not shatter. The liquid entered the reincarnation passage, but it rotated against the passage. In an instant, the liquid dispersed, and the originally blue reincarnation passage was suddenly dyed red. The ghosts that were moving quickly suddenly seemed to be unable to move forward. Below the reincarnation passage, the color of blood lingered. Boom. There seemed to be some kind of cracking sound. Below the reincarnation passage, a terrifying aura suddenly overflowed. The aura was so strong that everyone except Kong Ouyen took a step back. Meow! Meow exclaimed in surprise. What a powerful aura! Yen Chuan also exclaimed in surprise. One should know that until now, Yen Chuan had not encountered a power that could shock him. This power might not be stronger than him in his first life, but it was at least on par with him in his first life. Ah, family head, save me. I can't move. Kong Ouyen suddenly exclaimed. Kong Ouyen's expression froze in the air. His face was full of fear. Boom. In the depths of the reincarnation passage, a blue light rushed toward Kong Ouyen. Boom. Kong Ouyen's eyes became dull. Meow, what's wrong with Kong Ouyen? Meow exclaimed. He's dead. His soul was shattered and scattered. Yen Chuan's eyelids twitched. What? Blind Kong's expression changed. Peacock Z suddenly stopped Blind Kong. At this time, a golden ball of light suddenly appeared in the depths of the reincarnation passage and slowly entered Kong Ouyen's body. Family head. Blind Kong did not understand. Peacock Z suddenly knelt down. Heavens above, the unfilial descendant of the future, Peacock Z, kowtows to the heavens primogenitor. Peacock Z said solemnly. Heavens above? What heavens? Blind Kong frowned. Suddenly, Blind Kong seemed to have thought of something. Plop. Blind Kong also quickly knelt down. The unfilial descendant of the future, Blind Kong, welcomes the return of the heavens primogenitor. Blind Kong was so excited that his lips trembled. Meow, what heavens? Enchanting knows about the third era. Did he mention it? Meow looked at Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan's eyes were also filled with shock and doubt. He did. Heavens, Kong Huangtian. In the third era he established the Kong family, the #1 family in the world. Even Bai Huang could not compare to him. He was the #1 person in the third era. Yen Chuan's eyelids twitched. Meow, the #1 person in the third era? Meow exclaimed. Rumble. The entire small space trembled violently. Outside the Kong family's small valley. Not long after Yen Chuan and Meow entered. Something happened outside. Two forces were confronting each other. It was not Bai Qi or the Kong family, but Dugupadian and Patriarch Yuhai. Dugupadian? Congratulations on becoming a sage. But so what if you're a sage? Back then Hua Zuanqian and the others treated me like a junior. Patriarch Yuhai laughed. What are you trying to say? Dugupadian said coldly. You want to form an alliance with me to create Yen Chuan. I know you must have the same goal as me. I'll give you 20% of the Kong family's treasure. Patriarch Yuhai laughed. Dugupadian looked at Patriarch Yuhai and said coldly, I'll deal with Yen Chuan. You don't have to worry about him. Now get out of my sight. Bastard, you want to take all the treasure for yourself? Who do you think you are? So what if you're a sage? It won't take much effort for me to kill you. Patriarch Yuhai shouted again. I said get out of my sight. Dugupadian said coldly again. Another arrogant junior. Dugupadian, you're the one who brought the entire Dugu family to destruction. Patriarch Yuhai said coldly. Dugupadian snorted. The long sword in his hand suddenly slashed out a sword light. How dare you? One of Patriarch Yuhai's subordinates rushed forward. Ching. Under the sword light, the subordinate was cut in half. The ferocious sword light did not lose its momentum as it charged toward Patriarch Yuhai. Boom! Patriarch Yuhai struck out with his palm in shock, but the sword light still cut through his palm and cut through his sleeve. What? In the distance, the expressions of Bai Qi and the others changed. How did he become so powerful? More than half a year ago, Bai Qi believed that Dugu Potion's strength was on par with his. However, this sword strike was too stunning. Dugu Padian. Patriarch Yuhai shouted coldly. Dugu Padian snorted coldly. Boom. 3,000 heavenly Daos appeared behind him. Dugu Padian mobilized the power of heaven and earth. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions, forcing the Kong family disciples to fall to the ground. Meng Tian and the others' expressions changed drastically. Bai Qi quickly activated his golden body of killing Dao to protect everyone, mobilizing the power of heaven and earth. The one who was affected the most was Patriarch Yuhai. Patriarch Nethersea's expression changed drastically. How can a sage be so powerful? Patriarch Yuhai exclaimed. Ching. A sage's energy sword shot out. It charged toward Patriarch Yuhai with a destructive aura. Oh. Patriarch Yuhai held up the Yuhai Great Dao and cried out in horror. Boom. The sword slashed through the Yuhai Great Dao. Patriarch Yuhai, who was inside, was cut in half. The entire Great Dao exploded. The sword Dao's shockwaves instantly wounded Patriarch Yuhai's subordinates. Bam! The ancestral immortals were sent flying. However, Patriarch Yuhai was killed on the spot. It was a straightforward and unstoppable attack. A single strike had killed Patriarch Yuhai. Everyone was so shocked that they lost their voices. Patriarch Yuhai, who Yin Chuan had fought for half a day, was no match for Dugu Potion's sword? A sage? He's stronger than the sages of the Great Thousand Domains. Much stronger. Meng Tian exclaimed. Is this the strength of a sage? Demon King Kong, who had just come out, cried out in horror. A sage? This was a sage. Chapter 1300. In the Kong family's small space in the reincarnation passage, Kong Outyen's soul was shattered, and a ball of golden energy surged into his body. Rumble. Suddenly, the sanguine light in the reincarnation passage surged back and rushed into Kong Outyen's body. It was accompanied by countless blue energy that surged into Kong Outyen's body. The power of reincarnation? Reversing reincarnation? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Meow, so powerful. This aura is too powerful. Meow exclaimed. The sanguine light was completely extracted, and the blue energy in the reincarnation passage was replaced. Within the blue light, one could see subtle changes happening to Kong Outyen's body with the naked eye. His entire body seemed to have lengthened a little and he grew taller. There was a slight change in his figure. Changing the body with the soul? What a powerful soul. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Meow, his cultivation base is increasing. Meow cried out. Oh. I can see the cultivation base of many people. It's the same as the sages. Meow, it's increased. He's at the third heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. Meow, he's at the fourth heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. Meow exclaimed. It's still increasing? It seems that Kong Huangtian's power is sealed in this reincarnation passage, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Meow, he's at the fifth heaven, the sixth heaven. Meow cried out. Kong Huangtian, the number one person in the third epoch. No one knows how he died. So it turns out that he didn't die. Instead, he sealed himself and sealed all his strength in this cycle of reincarnation, waiting to awaken again? Yin Chuan said solemnly. Awaken. Kong Outyen, the heaven-seeking order, and the recent rise of the heroes of the heavens and earth. Could it be that this person has divined all the way from the third era to today? Yin Chuan's expression changed. The number one person in the world. Could it be that he was really that powerful? Meow, he's at the ninth heaven. Meow cried out. The ninth heaven? Yin Chuan said solemnly. Beside him, Peacock and Blind Kong knelt respectfully. Meow, his aura is still getting stronger. But I can't tell. I can't tell if he has surpassed the ninth level of ancestral immortal realm. Meow pouted. Yin Chuan patted Meow's head and comforted Meow. At the same time he was also guessing in his heart. What were the powerhouses of the first world doing? Not for transcendence? But these people were all acting mysteriously, sealing themselves? But now they kept popping up like bamboo shoots after the rain. One by one, what exactly were they pursuing? What? Yang Realm, Middle Heaven Continent, Central Territory. 3 Emperor Holy Court. Zhu Yao Tianshang, and the Tsar stood at the entrance of the imperial court, frowning as they looked to the south. This feeling? Yao Qianshang asked with a complicated expression. The Tsar rubbed his head, feeling a wave of pain. It's him. He's back. He's back. The Tsar gritted his teeth and said ferociously. The strongest person in the third epoch, Kong Huangtian? Zhu narrowed his eyes. Yes, it's him. Back then he cut me in half with a single sword strike and almost killed me. Kong Huangtian? I thought he was dead. He's really not dead. He's alive. The Tsar said with a ferocious expression. Zhu looked up at the sky and took a deep breath. The world is going to be in chaos. Yang Realm, Peacock Territory. Sage Dugupadian killed Patriarch Nether Ocean with a single sword strike. Almost everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. How strong was Patriarch Nether Ocean? The Kong family was forced to flee in all directions. Demon King Kong had experienced it the most. Back then, Yan Chuan was able to fight Patriarch Nether Ocean to a draw and eventually forced him to retreat. That was already enough to shock Demon King Kong. But now, one sword strike? In front of a sage there was only one sword strike? This was a suffocating power. Dugupadian is only a 9th level ancestral immortal, but he's so powerful after becoming a sage? The power of the heavens is stronger than the mysterious heavens of the past. No, it's much stronger. Even the great Kiliacosm of the past can't compare to it. The heavens can actually bestow such a sage's power. Bai Qi took a deep breath and exclaimed. On the dragon carriage, everyone had complicated expressions. Everyone naturally understood why Dugupadian had come. Indeed, after killing Patriarch Nether Ocean, he ignored Patriarch Nether Ocean's subordinates and turned to face the people on the dragon carriage. Where's Yan Chuan? And where's Dugu Wudi? Dugupadian said in a deep voice. Everyone's eyelids twitched. The Sage King will appear soon. Dugupadian, wait a moment. Bai Qi said in a deep voice. On the other side, Hentian quickly took out a fish tank with thousands of goldfish inside. It was as if he wanted to send the news of this place back to Dezhen through the goldfish life token and let Yan Chuan know. Stalling for time? Is that interesting? Dugupadian suddenly sneered. He brandished the sword in his hand and suddenly slashed at Bai Qi. Golden body of the killing path. Bai Qi shouted. The vast golden body of the killing path suddenly appeared, and Bai Qi's huge knife collided with it. Boom. A crack suddenly appeared in the void as the knife and sword collided. Bai Qi was instantly sent flying 300 meters away. The huge golden body of the killing path suddenly shook and almost collapsed. Haha, Bai Qi. You're indeed powerful. Let's see if Yan Chuan will come out or not. Dugupadian shouted again. Heavenly Tao. With a shout, 3,000 heavenly Tao apparitions appeared behind Dugupadian again. Terrifying power gathered towards Dugupadian again as he mobilized the power of heaven and earth. Slash. Dugupadian shouted. Not good. Bai Qi's expression changed drastically. That was because Duguposhin's sword was aimed at the dragon carriage. On the dragon carriage stood Zhao Feng and the officials of Dezhen. Kill? Bai Qi roared. Meng Tian, Jin Dayu, Wang Jian, DD, Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor, Hentian, Dragon 5th, 7 Fiends, Huahua, Barbarian Dragon, and Evil Dragon. In fact, Zhao Feng and nearly everyone else moved to block Duguposhin's sword. Hong? A huge black hole instantly appeared in the void. The two forces collided fiercely and violently. Ah! Ah! The 5 dragons cried out in pain. Under Duguposhin's sword he also took a step back. However, even though he took a step back, Bai Qi and the others were all sent flying by the saint's sword. Even the dragon carriage was instantly destroyed. With one sword, almost everyone in Dezhen was heavily injured. Pfft. The 5 dragons spat out mouthfuls of blood. Everyone crashed into the huge mountain, causing it to collapse. Bai Qi blocked at the front. A crack appeared on the golden body of the killing path, but it was quickly repaired. Bai Qi looked at Dugupadian with astonishment. On the other side, the people of the Kong family were all stunned. They knew that saints were ferocious, but no one expected them to be this ferocious. Dugupadian had only taken a step back, but the people on the dragon carriage had all been defeated. Although Dugupadian had taken a step back, he was still satisfied when he saw that his opponents had all been repelled by his sword. After taking a step forward, Dugupadian said, Yan Chuan, Dugu Wudi, where are they? Speak. At this moment, a group of Kong clan disciples emerged from a small stream not too far away. Oh? Duguposhin's attention was immediately attracted. There's a small space here? I actually didn't notice it? Dugupatian said in shock. Whoosh! Dugupatian instantly arrived before the group. Stop! The group of Kong family disciples instantly blocked him. Dugupatian, this is my Kong family's forbidden area. Demon King Kong immediately cried out. Kong family's forbidden area? I am a saint. Is there anywhere in the world that I can't go? I represent the heavens to protect the common people. If you don't respect a saint, you don't respect heaven and earth. Dugupatian said coldly. At this moment, Dugupotion's strength had risen to an unprecedented level, causing his temperament to change. He no longer had as many misgivings as before. Instead, he was completely unrestrained. In the past, the ambitious and ruthless Dark Ocean Patriarch had only been able to withstand a single blow from him, let alone the others. This kind of strength caused his temperament to swell. Dugupatian suddenly felt that the heavens were number one and he was number two. I understand. Yen Chuan is inside, right? Yen Chuan is inside this small space and so is Duguwudi? Dugupatian suddenly thought of something. No, Saint, we haven't seen any Duguwudi. This is the Kong family's forbidden area. Saint, please understand the common people and protect them. Demon King Kong continued to shout. Dugupatian coldly snorted. Without using a sword, Dugupatian suddenly erupted with boundless sword energy that rushed in all directions. Anyone who blocked his path was instantly cut in half. In an instant, many of the Kong family's disciples were killed. Demon King Kong barely managed to hold up a heavenly Dao to protect some of the Kong family's disciples. Saint, please don't. Demon King Kong cried out in alarm. Impudent, the saint shouted, and the sword energy around him surged even more. Boom! Billions of sword energy suddenly appeared around the valley. Instantly, many of the Kong family's disciples were in trouble. In an instant, countless people were seriously injured and many more died. Little Kong family wants to stop me? If you make any more noise, I'll kill all of you. Dugupatian coldly said. He stepped forward and was about to enter the small space. Whoosh! Demon King Kong once again blocked the saint's path. Saint, please wait a moment. The family head is about to come out. Demon King Kong roared tragically. The small space was the hope of the Kong family's rise. If it was taken away by the saint, the Kong family would have no more hope. Not long ago, he had heard Blind Kong say that a great baptism would sweep across the world. This was the Kong family's only hope. Demon King Kong didn't want the Kong family to be wiped out. He would rather risk his life to stop the saint one last time. No one can stop the saint's path. No one can stop me. You're courting death. No one can save you. Dugupatian said coldly. His aura surged, and the long sword in his hand suddenly slashed toward Demon King Kong. Die. With this slash, an incomparably domineering aura slashed toward Demon King Kong. The killing intent even sealed the void, making it impossible for Demon King Kong to escape. Demon King Kong's life was hanging by a thread, but there was no trace of regret in his eyes. He looked solemnly at Dugupatian. Just as the sword energy was about to split Demon King Kong in half, a monstrous aura suddenly rushed out from behind Demon King Kong. The powerful aura scattered the surrounding sword energy. Suddenly, an arm stretched out from the stream behind Demon King Kong. The arm was so fast that it arrived in front of Dugupatian in an instant. Bang! The surrounding void trembled and all the sword energy dissipated. Dugupotion's sword also stopped in midair, unable to move an inch further. Dugupotion's neck was gripped by a hand and he couldn't move. That you're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.